Two Division American Kangaroo.
Yeah, you don't see too many of them coming up on eBay or for sale. You know, it's, yeah, when you do, they're pretty
fucking worthless. My ammo was supposed to be delivered today, but I guarantee you it was on that fucking truck we saw towed, because it ain't fucking moved at all, and now they rescheduled delivery for Monday. I guarantee you it was on that fucking truck, them busted ass worthless pieces of shit.
E33! Man, really can hear you. Good evening, 645, Southern.
That's fucking hilarious and fucked up. We see fucking 6 of those suckers going down I-17. We go to breakfast, and on the way back to your house, because I'm too sick to go get gas, we see that motherfucker getting towed, we just bust up laughing. What fucking ammo's on it?
Oh, shit. They back out of here, my friend. Be standby, 645.
All fucking weekend, I jinxed myself. Hey, Carolina, you're making it.
Kenny, 711. Kenny, good evening, 645, Southern.
Oh, some hoe-ass shit.
That's a Harris truck I take in that picture.
Oh, dude, that motherfucker, you didn't see the video?
Yeah, the video. Yeah, I watched him there. That's a Harris truck. Yeah, you're right, my friend. You guys are busy. You're taking it easy out there. Good evening. 645 Southern, 73. Over at my brother's house. Was coming in for a landing with
721 San Jose, 721 San Jose. One down on Victoria.
Under the driveway. Up there trying to get his V27. V27. It was cool. That's my fighter out of the air. Eating your Whiskey Charlie 1, World Radio 541. Yeah, coffee, cheese, indeed. Parasocks are one of the ones you can actually keep and do falconry with. Hey, wait till you over there, way back there, 4170 out there. If you get there, Sammy, in Carolina, there, 4170, 541 back at you.
Back, it's a bit rough and tough down my end there. A lot of stations on the frequency. But 781, cheese and beers from Victoria.
4170, Mr. Dixie Kid. I'm going to wave my hand here and let the frequency roll. It was quiet, but for some reason it all of a sudden got loud here. I don't know why, but anyway, Mr. Dixie Kid, 4170, 73 from the desert here. World Radio 541. Someone getting that look at me.
Okay, 9144. 9144. Got you in there, Phil. That's your freaking line. Sounding good down here, Roger.
East Coast Australia. Go to my driven element for my 3-element beam, my gamma match a bit later on, and try and get the land of George, whether or not the tune land of George, 1438 last speed, the short they clear off the long,
standing on top of the pile at the moment. 176, we're on the side. Cheers, Phil.
No, Las Vegas, you're making the trip. 176, World Radio 510. Thank you. Hey, no contact on that. 176, 510, back wide. Steve's not on the radio today, mate. I don't think Steve's about, but yeah, pretty fucking something.
Yeah, 2407.
That's what you're doing the job down there.
176, waving back, mate.
38 last.
Hey,
196 out there, too, but 73 is cheers and beers. World Radio 510, West Coast Portable. Quack, quack.
Hey,
Marshall, 38 Las Vegas, we hear you.
The difference.
Anyway, if you're real,
that gives you 21 dB of attenuator.
It'll give our motherfucking flip flop going. I'll be back.
And I've got to
It's working like always. 1896.
you do peak at 22 sometimes, but hang around the 18 peak and
That's at 105. I hear that 105. Arizona out there. 176 down under.
Cool, soft cock. Yep, no worries. World Radio, all right. Commander 699 Mobile, Utah.
38 Have a good weekend.
And as they just, you know,
Tampa.
totally understood what the fuck I was going on about.
Had someone calling, 170, give it another go. Yeah, g'day there, Bill. 510, 510. G'day there, Bill. Get in there, mate. There's been crazy number of stations out there today. 176. Waving the hand there, Bill. Roger. All right, 176. Have a good weekend. Wiley, 38 Las Vegas, Nevada. Good on your Bill. Cheers and beer.
Yeah, I know where they all come from because they're fucked, mate. Like I said.
Australia out there. Australia, 38 Las Vegas. 105 Arizona. 416 Australia. In Australia, 38 Las Vegas, Nevada. World Radio 510, back right. About that station in Australia, that's 38 Las Vegas, Nevada.
Because, you know, when, you know, like let's say I was bending your, DB, what, you know, you turn your attenuators on and then you can work out like 60 plus this. You can say, oh, you're doing... Radio 311. Usually if you just put the like put amp 1 on, with the IPO on, it tightens it down.
I didn't make the trip down to the shop today. Didn't make the trip down there to Southtown. Got back to the house, and yeah, I did keep kind of busy doing something.
About that Australia station,
down there to the
Australia, 38 Las Vegas, Nevada.
Fuck me, I'm glad I'm not a Kennedy.
Hey, 269, 269, 176, waving down. Roger that, Danny. Hey, 167, Las Vegas. Give me a 10 plus, mate. And the top, Roger. Okay, yeah, a lot of noise there, Danny. I just got what you said there. But, it's really good now, back there. Good. Might take a bit of a yap later when it quietens down a bit there, mate. But, it's really good, mate. From over there in the Grand Canyon, 176 clever. Down in Victoria, waving that hand, mate. Look at the way.
Why, Matty, you aren't hearing me.
Yeah, I hear you out there, 416, 416, 510, Bill on the beach with a wave. Cheers indeed, mate. Catch you later.
Rod of QRM. Michael. Riverside coming. Well, listen, thanks for the contact down there in Florida.
Michael.
I heard somebody in Louisiana. Somebody in Louisiana. 27. Riverside, California. 347. We're listening.
Juice or yeah.
Hey, that station around New Orleans, I got too much QRM. Too many stations. I'll stand by.
Trevor 176 down under from 176 stateside.
323, Louisiana. 10 plus of Riverside, California. Thanks for the contact. Enjoy your skip. Operator Leroy, Riverside, California. We're listening.
Anyway, numbers out there now. What alligators? So 510. A mud duck truck with a quick wave on that gator, and one mud duck with a wave to that gator. I'll turn it down a little bit. But anyway, Bryce has a good one. It's all in front of you.
Out there. I'm feeling Mother Nature, please. I mean, I got a whole bunch of ears, so I'm listening. Not thing in the nose, 91.7, rock it up. When I put it up, Mother Nature fully funny. We got it broke down, we look down, Snoop Dogg. That thing down is so clean. Hey, Snoop Dogg, you gotta hear this one, man. When I post this one up, you're gonna be happy to hear this one. Hey, Snoop Dogg, 300 say, well, they got me all down. That's all I gotta say about that. Yeah, 410. Yeah, 410. Well, you got company. You got company. 212 kind of pulled up and was riding right there beside you. Y'all was riding neck and neck. 1 minute it was him on top, the next minute it was you on top, but y'all riding neck and neck. You got a little bit of company. Hello to you, Mr. 212, and in the Bayou Country. In the Bayou Country, around Nolan's on 300, got down. No. Hey, I'm back quiet.
I was thinking about that myself. Okay, I'll catch you. Have a good evening.
All right, bud. I'm sure you'll be back out there later on. I gotta go see what I can rustle up. I'll see you.
No, he done shut it down.
You know, that means you got 5. Hey, Magnolia. That means you got 5 acres. Yeah, I'm on it. Downtown Riverside, California. I'm gonna drop down to 375.
Y'all still got them all double marking open the car.
654 NorCal, copy Bruce 20 East Coast down under.
75.
Yeah, well, I should come in here, I don't know, sometime this afternoon, late, I don't remember when.
654 up there around Sacramento. 654 NorCal, 20 East Coast down under. Any copy, Bruce?
Yeah, it is what it is.
I didn't try to get in on any of it. I mean, shit. So just too dang much of it going on.
Yeah, there you go.
I got about 8. Count them.
HQ up there, 100 watts, isn't it?
Really?
You got your ear on.
I've got very little noise right now. Anyway, I'm just got ready for a and anyway, hopefully out there. 1-0. Just turn on the noise blanker. It's pretty cool. Sweet, man. Oh, you mean siesta? Well, whatever. It has a C in it. That's for me. Well, differently. 821 we said. Decent yard. Oh, I just did both. I just ate a lot now. I'm asleep. Copy on that, man. He's on
That's pretty hot. Yeah, I heard him.
I wish I had 36,000 watts.
What was that one of you? JD talking, and then just suddenly the audio disappears.
I'll have to Sycamore Park out your way, 425. It was pretty hot. Midday. Big mistake. Hey, again, Alex got you.
The Mako antenna before you leave, I can get it down to.
Yeah. A friend of mine passed away and has a memorial bench, so I just hiked up to that. About 2 miles out, 2 miles back. Just right for the day.
Apache 05 around New Zealand. 05 New Zealand 176 Orange County.
Ended up about 12 o'clock.
World Radio. I heard they got a Friday over Pacific Ocean on a Friday. And
Yeah, separate.
No copy 05 176 stateside, SoCal, we're
040 2112 with the wave.
A double 122 wing nut on the side.
About half a mile before we got back to the car, I got my phone.
The 1122 wing nut radio. Out here looking.
Yeah, like it. Over.
Yeah.
Commercial
Copy that. We'll enjoy your weekend, sir. I'm going to step on listen 2112 from the mighty Pacific.
The YL kind of melted on me out there.
Hey, I'll tell you every time. I will.
Evening time, everybody. Welcome to the weekend and to the live stream, the double 2 Wingnut Radio, out here for Anarchy Television, out here on the side.
Where the bench was, and you could see the VA hospital from where I was at.
Okay.
But yeah, I would just say we were probably a couple hundred yards away from us.
The crunchy munchy.
Oh, sure.
Crunchy munchy.
Hanging in there. Breakfast juice.
She went to San Jose State. She worked there for a couple of years. Where she got married.
Tarzan Joe Biden.
I had to work out there again.
California. They call me Captain Fantastic out here. I don't know why.
Joe Biden needs a brain transplant. They got a whole bunch of donors at the zoo.
Attention all you shoppers out there, attention shoppers, the double 2 Wingnut out here on the side of the road, fully operational and immensely activated in your ear hole. the 1122 Wingnut Radio, listening for any DX out toward the South Pacific, any state. What's going on, Polarin?
Positivo. Tem um gringo aí que tentou falar no teu.
What's up, Cindy? The skip is just now starting to die out.
She had to go to court and sign a petition to make her doctor prescribe that for him and give it to him because they weren't going to do it. She said, if he's going to die, what's it hurt? And they done told her he was going to die from it. They gave it to him. 3 days later, he walked out of there saying a lot.
Yeah, it's just now starting to die out for me there, Polarin. But the panel is open.
Before anyone for my old radio, before, you know, like the Icons had it, but they didn't do as wide bands and they cost a lot of money back then. But yeah, I do miss the days.
Yeah, right on. Cindy, yeah, I just had my dinner myself. And I'm having a little dessert at the same time. Got my coffee. Look at it. It's just crazy how the conditions will work like that. 1 minute it's like everybody and their brother and they're talking, and then the next minute it's like fucking nothing. Really crazy. Not much going on.
Hey, what?
So yeah, it's not a whole lot going on when it comes down to the radio right now. And gosh, I wish I could share like videos and stuff on this cell phone, but I can't. But it's pretty creepy. You know, some of this, I've been watching some stuff, but I got some comments about. But I'm not sure. I don't know how to talk about it unless I show you what you're talking about. But I was reading a story. Now think about it. I was reading a story the other day. I sent it to Independent Mini United, and it's about a story about this high school shop teacher up in Canada that's a transgender, and this sucker came to shop class in a high school, and it's got these fucking like, I mean, literal like fake ass over the shoulder boulder holders. I mean, like freaking huge set of knockers, fake as fuck, but and this big long blonde hair. And we're supposed to take this motherfucker seriously. And I'm serious. He's a and literally, I mean, what? I mean, you come into fucking shop class and you got to deal with that as a teacher. Give me a fucking break, man. I don't know if anybody else saw the article. Yeah, dude. Come on now, Cindy. I mean, seriously, think about it. You come into shop class, you're a high school kid, and your shop teacher comes in looking like that, and he says, "All right, kids, this is how you cut a board. Let me move my left tit out of the way." I mean, you know, it just shows, that's another indication on how fucked up this world is getting. Dude, I mean, like, the size of freaking half a cow in one boob. Crazy. Craziness, man. Craziness. World's going crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a little black room. I died there. A little black spider ate my brain. It tickled. It tickled like crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a little black room. I died there. A little black spider ate my brain. It tickled. It tickled like crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. I was sitting there thinking about that Cheech and Chong movie where he's like, he's stuck in the insane asylum and he's in the straitjacket. He's asking the doctor, who is Timothy Leary, by the way. And I was like, "Can you scratch my balls? I can't scratch my balls." Oh, man. Yeah, I was stuck in a loop. I know, Cindy, I was stuck in a loop. So that's the thing, dude. All right, you know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. And the one thing that can embody that whole thing is voting. I mean, everybody does it. It's the same. They do it the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. That's the definition of insanity. Anyway. I don't know, man. The world's getting crazier, and it's messed up too. I mean, even the people that are supposedly charged with protecting and ensuring our God-given rights are doing everything they can to violate them, and it's just so crazy, man. You talk about this person up there in that job, in that top job at the corporation. And he's up there fucking basically spitting out all this damn communist, damn fucking traitorous fucking shit out of his mouth. Why in the hell hasn't this guy been scooped up for treason? All of them, actually. All of them. Why haven't they all been scooped up and charged and convicted of treason? Because these are not American. These are not people that want freedom for everybody. They only want freedom for themselves, and the rest of us to be controlled. And honestly, man, if we continue to kick the can down the road for the next generation to deal with, they're not going to have a fucking chance, man. That's what our past generations have been doing, is just kicking the can down the road for the next generations to deal with. That's what my dad and my granddad, my great granddad, that generation's, man, didn't do shit. They talked about it. Nobody did anything. And it's gotten worse. It's gotten worse all over the world, to be honest. I mean, no, Portland, it hasn't. It's never worked. If voting actually worked, they wouldn't allow you to do it. I mean, honestly, if it actually worked for our benefit, they wouldn't allow you to do it. It's never worked. It's always been a fucking scam. It's the definition of insanity. Well, yeah, that's Cindy, I'm gonna tell you, man, seriously. That's where it comes down to. I every once in a while I get that glimmer of hope, of humanity and stuff like that, but it's just not mainstream, widespread, like a herd mentality. That's what needs to happen. It's like a herd mentality of freedom, and herd mentality for our rights. Or whatever you want to call it. Like, that's what needs to happen. And but I've seen glimmers. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this: George Carlin was speaking the truth. He just made it funny. Because honestly, man, I heard this from an old comedian one time. He said that comedy is the art form of comedy is just telling the truth, just a little faster. That's all it is. It's telling the truth, just a little faster. And that's, it seems humorous. But if people really actually thought about it and did the research and actually find out why, for instance, George Carlin actually thought the way he thought, that didn't just come out of fucking nowhere. It didn't come out of his ass. No, this is coming from life experiences and what he's observed. He's a very good observer. And what he observed is what he talked about. I mean, that's the same with me. I observe a lot. I'm pretty decent observer. You know what I mean? And I've observed a lot of things over the years, and I've observed patterns and the dominoes stacking up. I've seen it happen, and I've tried to actually just, you know, my delivery is not necessarily the same as George Carlin because I don't really get all the laughs that he did, but a lot of the stuff that I have talked about over the years is along the same fucking lines. And honestly, man, when it came down to like speaking certain things like George did, you know, he was a little bit ahead of his time, and he's like, you know, fuck it, you know, you know, fuck them, you know, these so-called, you know, self-proclaimed elite. It really irritates me. You get these people that are in the higher, you know, tax bracket or whatever you want to call it, the way they just look down on other people that are in less fortunate. I don't know. Yeah. You know, you're kind of right there. I'm gonna tell you, Polar. You know, it's one of them things, dude. You know, and I'm getting really, me personally. There's a part of me that's just like, you know, I don't want this slow burn shit. You know, if they're gonna do something, I want them to go ahead and do it. I'm dare them to do it. You know, because that shit. You know, if somebody's gonna push a button, fucking do it. Well, let's just see where the cards, you know, what the cards lay out as, you know, how they fall. Let's see where the cards fall on that aspect. I really don't think they'll survive. That's my gut feeling. I don't know for sure. That's just my gut feeling. So, I'm like, okay, fine. You guys keep on threatening and threatening and threatening and threatening and threatening and all that shit. Fuck you. Do something. You keep on. You think you're gonna do something? Do something. Do something. Do something. Do it. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm more the type of I don't just slowly peel off the Band-Aid. I like to just rip it off, get it over with. Because the way I see it in my mind, now this is totally like, you know, more than just my lifetime scenario, but I feel like the faster we get it on, the faster we can get done with it and get back to living our lives. You know what I mean? Because I'm sick and tired of this bullshit. They're always setting the goalposts further and further back. They keep on coming out with some new shit to keep us all scared and come out with some new legislation to keep us all busy and worried about that. You know? It's all to keep us in a state of fear and depression and dependence. It irritates me because I'm working paycheck to paycheck, man, and I really need to find another place to live. And it irritates me. I saw a property today that I was looking at, man, but the only problem is I have nowhere near enough money for a down payment or anything like that. You know what I mean? Because I would love to see if I can get them to do like a owner financing or something like that. But I ain't even got any. I've got just enough to keep me going. That's about it. But I ain't got enough to like. It irritates me. Yeah, no shit. So I've got that little personal bullshit that's going on that I got to deal with. So I mean, all this other stuff is going around the fucking world and all this other stuff. It takes a back seat, but it also affects me. You know, so there's always that. You know, I'm like, well, you know, an injustice happens to one man, and injustice can happen to all men, you know. Well, you know, and it has to happen from the ground up, I guess. You know, and I mean, I've been watching this uh, movement. You know, like what I call it. You know, the way they're going by auditors, First Amendment auditors, which I call cop watchers and stuff like that. You know, I've been following that movement since frickin' '90s, and it just seems like more and more every single day, more and more videos are coming out of police blatantly violating people's civil rights, blatantly just disregard the public, you know, like they're a lower class of person, you know. And then I see these all these government employees and officials doing the exact same thing, having this like disdain for the public, like, ooh, you're one of the public, oh my god, you know what I mean, with that type of attitude. Now, I'm not saying all of them, but there's a shitload of them. And I see video after video after video after video of people that have actually, you know, caught all this stuff on camera. You know, because before, back when I first got exposed to cop watching, it was before the internet and cell phones. So all we had was a VHS camcorder and a notepad to write on, you know. And but now everybody's got a fucking camera. You know, a lot of the stuff that the cops were able to get away with back in the old days when there was no cameras are just getting more and more visible. But they haven't stopped. They've actually gotten worse since 20 years ago. I mean, you know, there are, well, and the only reason I say they're a little worse is simply because they've gotten more militarized, and then now they almost don't even give a shit if they're on camera, because they're qualified immunity and they're protected by the fraternal police order of police union, you know, and all that bullshit. I mean, literally, these are extortionists, illegal extortionists. Oh, 10-4, Polar. I'm told 10-4. Oh no, Cindy, I'm gonna tell you something, man. I've seen too many situations where the victim that even calls the cops to come ends up being thrown in jail or harassed or whatever. I've seen it many, many times where they've switched it around, where the victim that actually called for help ends up getting arrested. And for some reason or other, it's just if you really want to like commit suicide, you can call a cop. If you're scared you can't shoot yourself, you can always call a cop. They'll do it for you. Yeah, just call a cop. You can commit suicide pretty easy. Or you know, if you want your dog shot, call a cop. I was talking about that today, you know, with the guy today. I was like, you know, if you were to hurt a police dog, you're getting charged with, like, you know, battery or whatever, assault on a police officer. And I'm like, dude, these cops kill fucking dogs all the time. You know, now it happens all over the country, all over the place. And they, you know, and that's a family member. I mean, these are like children, and they just get away with it like it's nothing. No, it's just a dog. You know what I mean? Well, then yes, that's exactly what it is when it has a damn badge on it too. Doesn't fucking matter. Just because they got this like shiny little tin badge and this costume, doesn't matter if you're a human or a dog. If you got that on you, you got the fucking this magical powers where you just are exempt from every fucking thing. You know? I mean, my dad was a cop when I was a kid. And he was ex-military, went to Vietnam. You know what I mean? I've had that type of mentality because he was brainwashed a long time ago. Before he lost his hair, he was brainwashed, and or actually, that's probably how he lost his hair. He got brainwashed. But anyway, I've been that's been kind of been tried to be drilled into my head all my fucking life. So I know exactly the mentality. And like the thin blue line cop mentality hasn't really changed any. You know what I mean? It's just gotten a little worse because, every generation teaches the next. And if you got corrupt cops teaching, and a lot of times I see this also. There's some cops that they do some nasty shit and they get promoted, or they get the option to quit. And what they'll do is they'll get hired onto another precinct down in the next county over. Doing the exact same shit that got them almost fired in the first fucking place. Under, exhorting their so-called authority, which is basically just color of law, and that's all it is color of law. They're not most of these cops, they take an oath to the Constitution and the Florida Constitution and stuff like that and all that shit. They don't even know what that is. They've never even read it, and if they have, they don't know it on their job. And that is the whole fucking part of their fucking job, is that oath that they are supposed to uphold. Doesn't matter all this other bullshit that they keep on all this fucking socialist commie fucking mentality, because it's exactly the same mentality that like the brown shirts and all the fucking SS would demand. You know what I mean? You must comply. You or we will beat the fuck out of you, if not kill you, if you don't comply. Oh, wait. I want to talk to you. No, I don't want to talk to you. Well, I want to talk to you. And if you don't stand here and talk to me, by God, I'm going to arrest you. Fuck you. You know what I mean? And right there, I have denied contact. I do not want contact. And I've just said, fuck you, which is a constitutional First Amendment protected activity. And plus, this motherfucker should not have any problem with it, especially if he's on the job, because his job is to protect my speech, protect my fucking rights. You know what I mean? Protect and ensure they am happening, not to fucking violate them under the color of law. All this bullshit, fucking like you do as I say or we'll fuck you up type of attitude. There's a lot of cops out there. They get so fucking irritated at the public. Oh my God, I heard a cop say this. It blew up. It's viral for a little bit too, man. There's one female cop in uniform sitting there saying, man, if we're behind you, you better just get the fuck out of the way, because I'm going to tell you something, if we stay behind you long enough, by God, we're going to find a reason to pull you over. You know what I mean? Find a fucking reason. Just for living, and every single person out there is a potential criminal. Every single one of them. Every single person, you, me, everybody are potential criminals to the cops' eyes. So everybody is treated as a criminal to begin with. You are guilty until you're proven innocent, and you can prove yourself innocent. Backwards fucking world we're living in, man. You got fucking transgender fucking shop teachers for a high school class. You got fucking asshole fucking tyrants running amok in blue costumes as fucking road pirates. You got fucking insane, delusional fucking psychopaths in the form of fucking politicians and government and bureaucrats. And they all have this mysterious fucking magical power that they sprinkled pixie dust over this piece of paper. They wrote some fancy words over, and then we're all supposed to obey. It's funny too, man. You know, it's funny how they just sit there and like, well, we have wrote legislation to grant us authority to tax you or do whatever the fuck we want. What the fuck? You just granted yourself authority to do that. What the fuck is that shit? No. You don't have that authority to do that. You know? But they'll fucking do it, and they'll challenge you to challenge it. And most people are too scared to even fucking challenge it. What's up, Indy? And I'll be the first to admit, I'm not, you know, saying I'm all that. You know, there's some things, man, I do have that fear aspect that's been ingrained in my head all my life, and that I, you know, so I compromise my own freedoms and liberty just because I don't really want the hassle. Because I know they're going to try and hassle you for actually exercising your freedoms and your rights. And so, but, you know, there's going to come a time, I mean, seriously, I can feel it. There's going to come a time I'm just like, well, you know what? I'm going to say fuck it to all that shit. You know what I mean? Because honestly, man, that's what I think. Honestly, it just has to happen for everybody. Is to get to that point of just saying, fuck it. I've had enough. You know, like, what is that movie? Is like, you know, I can't take it anymore. You know what I mean? Right on. Catching up on chat, though. I don't know. Crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff going on. And I didn't watch it yet, but there's like a freaking 11-hour damn stream from the UN thing that they just had just recently, man. I thought about going through that and actually trying to see if I can hear some of the vital parts of that, but that's 11 hours of searching through that shit. And I didn't feel like sitting there for that long watching a live stream. But anyway, I'm curious about all these so-called elites and the heads of corporations and governments and shit are all fucking deciding our future for us. You know. I'm not gonna take it anymore. I used to have an audio clip of that. God, there's a Russian nuke bomb. Yeah, see, that's another thing too. Like I said, it's like always got to be something to keep us all like, you know, on that heightened edge. And like I said, if you know, I honestly don't give a shit personally, man. You know, if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. But I'm gonna tell you something, man. When it comes down to this, motherfuckers always sitting there threatening this nuke shit or whatever. All right, I'm tired of all this fucking threats. If you guys are gonna do something, fucking do it, and then we'll see where the cards will fall. You know what I mean? Because all this threatening shit, all it does is just fucking fucks the whole goddamn world up, man. You know what I mean? And these fuckers are just fucking the rest of us because they don't really care. You know, they're still going to get paid. They're still going to have a lavish, you know, lifestyle with fucking 5 fucking big ass fucking houses and flown around the goddamn globe on private jets and shit. They're still going to have that because they're living off of yours and my fucking, you know, the livelihood that our livelihood basically, or the earnings of our labor are funding their livelihood. Actually, that's what's happening, and we're just fucking slaves to the fucking bullshit. That's the reason I'm like, you know, fuck it. I'm refusing to stop. I'm gonna stop funding my own slavery. You know, little by little, I'm cutting them off. I'm cutting them off. Fuck them. Fuck them. And you know, the way they're threatening all this bullshit, you know, because they're wanting to push like digital currency and all that other shit. The way they're threatening is like, if you don't get this and you don't comply with all this, you can't be a part of the digital society. So you'll be exiled from society if you don't participate in their fucking bullshit. Basically, you know, get inside a contract with them. Well, like I said, Poland, I mean, you know, look, I know it will really suck if shit does go down. It would really fucking suck. But I'm like, the way I am is like kind of like ripping the band-aid off. I mean, if it's going to happen, which we all can feel it, a lot of people can feel it. It's going to happen. Something's going to happen. Might as well get it on. The faster we get it on, the faster we can get it over with. You know, I mean, even it says in, you know, it's not going to happen overnight, but it's like it even says in Revelations, all that shit. It's like once that's all done with, we have 1,000 years of peace after that. I kind of would like to have that 1,000 years of peace for my, you know, next generations and shit. You know what I mean? And if the entire apocalypse happens to happen in my lifetime, fine. I'd rather happen in my lifetime than it does in my children's or my children's children's lifetime, because I'd rather them have 1,000 years of peace. You know, I'd rather sacrifice my life for my future generations' lives. You know what I mean? If it came down to it, if my life would save, or if me sacrificing my life would save generations to come, I'd do it. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think my life is worth generations to come. You know, I would sacrifice my life to save them if that would do it, or to you know, to make sure that they have it. I don't know, man. But I'm such an insignificant, you know, little speck in the whole fucking shit. What would it really matter in the grand scheme of it all? You know, I'm just like some nobody. So what would it really matter? I mean, what is my legacy to leave behind if I was to die tomorrow? I don't know. It's one of the things. Random thoughts coming out of my head. Because there's no skip on the radio. There's nobody talking on the radio. Fucking nothing. Hardly. But I don't know. I'm trying to think of some of the other stories I was finding out. Because I mentioned that high school shop teacher, that story I sent you, Andy. I mentioned that. But I was like, you know, dude, there's a few other stories too, man. That's the reason why I was like, wish I could like show videos on my cell phone, because there's a few things, man. I was like, dude, it's just another example of shit going crazy. The mentality. I mean the pure. I don't know. I honestly don't know exactly how some of these people are actually, coming up with some of this shit and believing it like it's real. I don't know. I don't know. There's just a bunch of shit out there, and I'm just flying by the seat of my pants. I don't have like a notes of different topics. They will say he left radios everywhere he walked. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I've wondered about that, honestly. Like, when it comes down to the legacy part of it, what are you leaving behind for the rest of the generations to prosper and benefit from? I don't really have anything like tangible, you know, stuff or property that's worth a shit that would benefit any future generations. It's more like, you know, I'll tell you a story. And this is one of the reasons why it makes me think about it. I met this one dude one time. I was living in some town. I think I was living in North Carolina at the time. But anyway, I was living in. I was young. I was a young kid at that time too. But and I lived in this like loft apartment, like above some shops downtown. Like you come in like my front door is in a back alley type of shit. It was a pretty nice apartment. But anyway, I met this dude one time and we were like, sitting there smoking a bowl and talking and shit. And he was going through something, I can't remember what, but we were sitting there talking about something, and for some reason, the conversation got kind of deep or whatever. I don't remember. I don't really remember the conversation, honestly. If you want to be honest, I mean, I don't remember the conversation. But anyway, I didn't think anything of it. We smoked, smoked a little bit of pot, fucking, and then we parted ways. I didn't see him for like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. All right. And I recognized his face, but I didn't remember who he was, because I mean, it was like the only time I met him was that one time. You know what I mean? But I recognized his face, and he was like, "Hey man," he knew right away who I was and all that shit. "Hey man, what's going on?" Da, 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 da. Like lost best friends or something. And I was like, I didn't know what fuck. I was like, what's going on? Well, anyway, he was telling me about the conversation we were having. Evidently, whatever I said was like some profound, deep shit. I don't know what it was, but he said that it changed his life forever. I mean, for the better. He was on a really dark path and he was going downhill, pretty damn quick. And for some reason, whatever I said, made it click in his head, and it changed. It changed his life forever, and for the better. Actually, he actually thanked me. I didn't know what the fuck. I don't know, man. I was like, weird. Anyway, but it made me wonder. This is a retrospect later on. I was like thinking about the scenario, but it made me wonder. How they say everybody's paths cross for a reason. Everybody's like, if our paths was to cross, it was for a reason. It was meant to be. It made me think about it. It's like, all right, our paths had to cross for some reason, and the reason was this kid needed help, and evidently I could help somehow, and it did. It worked, and so it was one of those things. But it made me wonder. It's like, if I had never crossed paths with that kid, like, instead of taking a right turn on that sidewalk, taking a left turn, and you know what I mean, and never even met him, would that kid still have gone on that same path that he's on, or would he eventually, figured it out and did things the right way or whatever? But it made me wonder, Um, do we have that much of an impact on people's lives? Just any one of us. You know, sometimes we have more of an impact than we realize. I don't know. It's one of them things I was thinking about. I've thought about it a few times. You know, the intersection of people's lives. You know, and the things in those moments, those random, chaotic moments. See, that's the reason why I know that the so-called New World Order is evil, because nature is chaotic and random. It's not really doesn't have order to it. I mean, if you consider a random chaos order, yeah, and then there you go. I guess that's order. But anyway, it, you know, they try to put structure and straight lines and order in place of nature, and that to me is evil. That's playing God. Wait a minute, what's going on here in the chat? What's going on? Wait a minute. What is it? A Biden twin? Wait a minute. What's going on over on the link? I can't. Hold on. I'm gonna have to check this out. I'll be back in a second. What's going on? Yeah. What's going on, Cindy? You're muted. What's going on over on the link? And you got the YouTube on.
Rud.
Echoing.
Gotcha.
All right. So what's up?
Oh, just enjoying the evening. Totally.
So wait a minute. What's this link that Indy put up? What is that?
I don't know. I think it was something maybe, was it Navy Vet? Did he put that up?
Oh, yeah? Huh.
Yeah, Joe Biden's twin brother. Naomi
Twin brother.
No.
The twin brother. Oh, my God. That's a clone. I've actually noticed this. If you actually watch all the stuff, you can see the difference between the real and the fake. You can see the difference. The real one, man, doesn't know where in the fuck he's at. The one that actually looks like he might be somewhat coherent, that's the fake.
You know, I think there's the real one is that guy that looks like absolutely evil, that you would not let him anywhere near your kids in a park. Like you'd like scurry him all to the car. Like if you saw the look in that guy's eye. You look at Biden like 20, 30 years ago. That is one evil SOB.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Creepy.
When he was doing the damn the 98 crime bill or whatever, when he was doing all that, orchestrating all that shit, dude, yeah, he is a little evil bastard. You know, he has such disdain for people. You know what I mean? And I really think he is racist. I mean, you know, he talks so much shit about black people, dude. He really does.
Well, a long time ago, it was pretty bad, and I just don't think the basic character of a person really changes that much over the years. Granted, I agree that people change and they get maybe more educated and more knowledge, but the basic that real basic character, I don't think it changes much. In fact, I don't think it changes much once you're past 6 years old. Maybe there's a little tiny window in there between 7 and 14 where you could have some seriously life altering things that can turn you into pretty cray cray, but
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that could be a lot about your environment at that time.
yeah.
That can definitely contribute to the way you end up.
And a lot of people argue with me about this, but I think that there are points in like a psychopath or a sociopath's lives where they actually make the choice to be that bad. They just say, okay, screw it. I'm just going to be evil.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that there was a couple of points in my life where I could have made this decision to just be really, really evil.
Well, yeah. I mean, it. I was sitting there thinking about it. I thought about it. I was like, all right, in this society of this world where they're trying to get make it normal and accepted, like for instance, all right, you got all these people up in the government scenario, all right, all these government officials, government employees, and stuff like that, all right, and you think about it, like a lot of these guys, they end up getting in, and they fucking become millionaires and billionaires and stuff like that, and these are supposed to be public servants and stuff,
Yeah, but they consider themselves
man.
royalty.
Well, that's
They
the
think,
problem. They're
yeah,
not. They're not. That's the thing. That's the thing. It's like, okay, why? See, that's why I have this conversation with some of these guys over in the UK when it comes down to the Queen and that shit. And why do you guys still give this? Evidently, I haven't seen anything to the contrary. This human, like this got freaking magical powers or something. You
she's
know
no
what I
better
mean?
than anybody else.
No, that's the thing. It's like
Not
these
a
people
shred.
are nothing to anybody else. I was like, why do you give your whole life to this other person? I mean, you give it up to them. Like you are, a servant to them. Why would you do that?
Yeah,
Why would
if they
anybody do that?
join that military, they like are hopelessly devoted to the queen. Like she's like the
Right.
end all be all of everything.
Well,
And
well, even when she was alive, when I'm gonna tell you something, because there's a lot of them. They actually, well, they look at her as like their grandmother. You know what I mean? They put that emotional bond to this woman. This the only reason they know her is because she comes out and pokes her head out every once in a while and waves at people. You know what I mean? But if you think about it, it's the same exact thing from back in the day when there was like kings and queens sitting in a damn chair, this big ass, castle with a moat around it and knights and stuff protecting them. It's the same exact thing today. You know what I mean? It's the moat to me is the media. And then you got the knights, which is like all the military and police, and that are protecting them. And the reason why they keep everybody on the outside pretty much, except for like, if you consider it like the slaves, you got the field slaves and the house slaves. And as long as you keep the ones in the side that you can control, everybody else is on the outside, and you got to keep it all like secure like that. Or if the people actually have half a chance, they're going to come in there and slice the motherfucking throats at night because they've been fucking treating them like shit for their whole life. You know what I mean? That's the reason.
yeah,
It's the same thing today. You know, they isolate themselves to trying to make themselves in the background where nobody can touch them. They try to put this media blackout on any information that can get to them. You know what I mean? And then they got all the military and police protecting them because they got these magical fucking powers that sprinkles pixie dust on these words called statutes, codes, and policies and shit. And everybody's supposed to obey and bow down. What the fuck? Ugh.
Well,
Anyway,
we've got King Charles. What is it, Charles III now over there now?
Yeah.
Didn't they behead the King Charles I? If I remember right, I think he got his head lopped off.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember that. I mean, you know, that's a shame too because you know it's. I know people in the UK and Canada that know more about fucking American politics and shit like that than I do. You know what I mean? And I don't really know shit about their countries hardly. It's pretty crazy. You know, I know very little about Canada. I know a little bit about Trudeau and how his shit is, but other than that, I don't know fucking dick about like, you know, they got a Canada Day, kind of like 4th of July here, but it's a Canada Day. You know, I didn't know this until like fucking like 10 years ago. You know, I didn't know there was a such thing. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of them things. It's like, you know, I try to learn. That's why I talk to people all the time. I try to learn more about like their area, you know, like people over in the UK and Ireland, Scotland, you know, all that areas around there. I try to talk to people that live there, like, okay, boots on the ground type of information, you know.
That's what I like to do. I like to talk to people that are actually in those countries.
Well, you know, like for instance, if something was going down, like for instance, I don't know if you've, there's this one lady that's on Mrs. J. She goes by Mrs. J on the like on YouTube or whatever.
I've seen her. Yeah.
Well, she's from UK now. All right, like for instance, if there's like protests or something like that going on that they're not putting on the mainstream media, dude, next thing you know, I'm getting information from her because she's right there in the midst of it all, seeing it for her own eyes. So I can, you know, I can get information on what's going on and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? That's just one example. And I, you know, I like to know what's going on, to keep my finger on the pulse, you know. Because I'm gonna tell you, there's a lot of shit out there. Like for instance, just on protesting and stuff like that, like in all these other countries, that information is not really being shown on like the mainstream media. You know.
Yeah, I think I was telling you about my friend Snicker Pie. She's out of Seattle and she restreams live streams like out of New Zealand, Australia of protests where live. It's all live, so you can see how the police are behaving, and they're beating old women, they're macing them, they're stomping them, they're so cruel.
Well, see, that's the thing too. That's another thing too. They're a little bit more brutal in all these other countries. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
they can get brutal. They can get pretty brutal up to, you know, killing people here in this country, but they haven't done that yet here in this country when it comes down to protests, or even it got as far as violent when it comes down to.
I think they're a little bit, you know, careful. Yeah, because over there they're disarmed.
Oh, well, not only that. I mean, some of they get into like thousands and shit. You know, these you get about 100 cops against a couple thousand people. You know, really, what could they do?
Yeah, they still go in there and stomp them.
Yeah.
And I watched it, especially. Let's see, this spring there were quite a few protests in New Zealand and Australia, and I watched a lot of the live streams, and it was brutal, just brutal.
Yeah. Well, I kind of like there's a couple people that do like what you're talking about. They'll have like on their full screen, they'll have like 4 or 5 different live streams going on their screen at the same time.
Yeah, there's some real dips out there. You know, they're pretty grifty.
Right. Well, what I was sitting there thinking about is like, you know, that should be like something that Like if people wanted to like cover like news cover the whole protest, if they were going to a protest, get about 4 or 5 people out there, all of them live streaming from different angles, and then have someone on YouTube or whatever or something like that live streaming all of their live streams at the same time on one channel. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? And then so you got like all of them. You got everybody walking around and everybody getting different angles and shit. And so if anything pops off, you got many different angles of what's going on, you know. And
Yeah, she used to do a lot of that re-live streaming the Anifa live streamers, but then
I can't. How do you do that on? You have to do that on a computer, don't
well,
you?
you get on their channel and you hook it up into your network and put it out there.
Yeah.
She's good at it, I'll tell you, because she could find stuff nobody else could find, and she's
Right.
really good at it. And then
Well,
she just had like a list of people,
yeah.
and they started getting hip to it, and then Anifa doesn't want to record a crime. If an obvious crime, they're not going to put that. They'll stop recording, or they'll put the camera down to the floor, or I mean, if somebody's. But then she. I mean, I saw the kids in Chop Chaz.
Yeah.
I saw all that on live stream. I saw
Yeah.
because this is right out her front door, basically.
Right. Yeah.
And she was just hooking up with those people that were out on the street, like Villain, Villain Phoenix, I think it was his name. He's passed away now. He's gone. So uh, there's some odd stuff that's gone on. That's a little strange too.
And that's still fucking kind of still going on over there. That Chop Chaz thing or whatever it is.
Like I said the other day, it's like, to me, it's just like a city under siege. I don't even want to go there. There's no way.
So I mean, they're just the city officials are just letting it happen.
Well, we have a sheriff in the county,
Mm-hmm.
and they're appointed, not elected. We don't have an elected sheriff in this county.
See, that's unconstitutional right off the
Well,
hat.
it's so off the wall, ridiculous.
See, that's another thing too. I wonder what I would have to look into like the Washington State Constitution and see what that states.
Hey, we have a 26-page constitution. We have an extraordinary constitution in Washington State. It's this weird city stuff and county.
Right.
This particular county, because this is a county that's loaded with the population. And I'm not sure, but I think Indy, she's probably fallen asleep on us, but she lives in this big
Yeah, I
county.
think she's closer to all that stuff too. Now I think about it.
Yeah, I think she's more in the midst of it than I am, because I'm like in the rural outskirts,
Right.
unincorporated.
Yeah, she's trying to get out. She's trying to
Part of
figure out a
the-
way. I think they're wanting to move. They're just trying to figure it out. I mean,
I don't know if there's even any buyers that want to.
that's the problem too, man. Like I was saying, I was
Honestly.
like, I'm living paycheck to paycheck. It's like I don't even have enough money to put down a down payment on anything. But I was looking at a piece of property today, just kind of browsing around, and it's like, dang, man, it's in the area I want, and then I think I can maybe talk him into like a owner finance type of thing. But even then, it's like I don't even have a down payment. It's like, damn it, man, it sucks ass, and I need something soon, or I don't know how soon, but I do need something because it's eventually this is going to get sold off from underneath me, and I'm just not going to have anything.
I just really wonder about that.
Yeah, I don't know. See, that's the thing. It's like,
Like I
yeah, I don't
said,
really know
old
how the
people-
whole this situation's going to happen.
Old
I
people
have no
say
idea.
weird things just to see what kind of reaction they're going to get. I'm old. I'm telling you.
I hear you. I hear you. I don't know, man.
Like I remember telling my kids, y'all are just sitting around waiting for me to die, and you're just going to up and sell it anyway. So why don't we sell it now so I can enjoy some of the money too, kind of thing.
All right.
And I mean, that's kind of a dirty thing to say, but
Yeah,
I
no,
want to
I
see
hear you.
the reaction I was gonna get.
Yeah.
I was
Well,
like, okay, let's play.
I've talked to my dad to try and see if I could get him to own or finance or rent to own type of shit to me, or just deed it over to me, and he won't go for it. Uh, he just wants
Or
to sell it.
deed it over and just tell him you'll make payments to him.
Well, whatever. He didn't even want to do that. You know what I mean? He doesn't want to do shit.
So
He just
you've thrown a few things out there.
yeah, and he just he's got it in his head. See, the thing is, like, uh, I got his brother. I think influences him in making decisions. I think, and his brother's wanting to sell his piece of property, and he's convinced my dad if he sells his property at the same time he sells his, at all, as one lump chunk, make more
Yeah,
money.
it'll be more
Yeah.
money. Yeah.
So
But
he's
like I
like, well,
said,
if you don't do that and you sell it all by itself, you ain't gonna make as much money. So you might want to do it when I sell mine. That kind of
I
thing.
still think you have other family members you haven't even.
Well,
Stepped a toe in the water to
I
find
have
out.
to agree. There are a couple others, man, that I haven't talked to, but I haven't had the chance to talk to
Hey,
them either.
they might want to get together with you and say, yeah, let's all go in and buy it from the old folks.
Yeah, I don't see that happening, but I mean,
You never
because I really
know.
don't know. I mean, honestly, man, like I said, I'm the only one that stays out here full time. Everybody else is like a tourist. They own property out here. They only come out here a couple of times a year, and that's it.
I don't know why, but there's a Bible verse coming into my mind. You do not have because you did not ask.
Well, don't get me wrong. I have asked the universe.
Don't
Yeah,
ask the universe, ask the people.
yeah. Well, like I said, I haven't had the chance or had the opportunity to get up with them.
Well, I'm trying to light a fire under your ass, dude.
No, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. I'm just, it's all about timing too. This is another thing too. It's all about
Timing is
timing.
everything.
And I'm just trying to feel out the timing. I'm
Timing's
trying to use.
everything in life.
I'm just trying to. I'm feeling it out. I'm feeling it out. I'm trying to like put all my energies into what my gut's telling me. Because quite honestly, I know that doesn't lie to me. So I'm trying to find, just go with whatever that says and say, okay,
Your gut doesn't lie to you.
No, my gut.
Mine,
Well, my gut.
mine.
Well, see this. That's the thing, Chris. I'll tell you. Listen, my gut will not lie to me, but my head, my heart, and my dick will.
That's so funny. I feel like my gut lies to me all the time, and I have
Right
the
on.
worst judge of character in people. I mean, I
Yeah.
always just go through life assuming everybody's telling me the truth. Okay, nobody's lying to me. Nobody's jerking my chain. Everybody's nice. Everybody has my best interest at heart, like I have theirs, and it's complete and total bullshit.
Well, yeah.
Except for my husband, I know that he's on my
No,
side.
I mean, no, I get it. But I mean, but the thing is, it's
No.
like, see that, the old saying is like you put bad out, you get bad back. Well, it's the same thing with good too. You put good out, you get good back. Um, um, a lot of people kind of forget that too. That you can uh, um, that energy that goes out. That when you create those ripples into the universe and stuff, that all eventually it'll come back to you in a way. It's just it's not something that you can rely on or depend on, but you just know it can happen or it can and it will happen. It may not happen for like it's not like you can do something and like expect some kind of pay, like in return, like immediate with it, whatever. It doesn't work like that. um I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
I know manifestation works, so I'm trying to manifest good karma, good things. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. I don't
Because
know.
I mean, I know karma works. I know that fucking is real too.
Yeah, I've seen that come around a few times on some people, on myself too.
hmm Well, I mean, there's a lot of ancient cultures that that when it comes down to the energy that you put forth, a lot of that times that energy will come back to you tenfold, no matter what it is. You know what I mean? If it's negative or positive, you put that out, it'll come back to
Yeah,
you tenfold.
that sounds like the wizardry.
Well, yeah, and like
Like if you're
Wiccan,
practicing magic.
yeah, like yeah,
But in a way, we all practice magic every day when we're putting out
yep.
those thoughts.
That's the
Like
reason why I was saying that. Yeah, go ahead.
no, no, no. Go ahead. I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, no, I'm interrupting you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But no, it's like what I was saying earlier. It's like this so-called spell casting that they use these things called laws or statutes or whatever. They write some fancy words on a piece of paper and sprinkle some pixie dust, and then we're all supposed to magically obey and comply and all that shit.
Hmm.
You know, it's all bullshit, man. It's all
Well,
fucking
even
fantasy.
the money that we use, you look at it, it's a spell. And it's an ancient spell. I mean, a pyramid and an eye and the rays and all the nuances of the money that they changed it from the phoenix to an eagle and
hmm
I mean there's that whole seven hills, seven rays of light, all that. I mean, it's a spell and it's ancient. And they try to even take good stuff and make bad spells out of good stuff.
Yeah, twist it around.
Yeah. Like you said, upside down world.
Yeah.
Baby.
So how do we flip it back over? That's the problem, and that's I think the big question. It's like the big question of the universe. Like, how do we turn it back around? You know what I
Mm.
mean? Because I mean, honestly, man, the, the this mentality, this idea that has been allowed to like flourish and grow for centuries, that there are a small group of people out there that have the moral right to rule over others and the rest of us have the obligation to obey. It's got to be eradicated. I mean, this whole thought process needs to be fucking eradicated. And
Well, nobody has any right to dominate anyone else.
exactly. That's the thing. Nobody has nobody. That's the thing. It's
Nobody.
like, but the thing is, it's like for some reason, people for centuries have given these small group of people legitimacy that they have a right to do what they're doing. They can do what they do.
And people
We just
accept
call
it.
it
And
government or something like that now instead of what they did back in the day. And the Romans, the Greeks, the fucking Caesar. You go fucking far back. It just doesn't
well,
matter. It's all the same shit. You know what I mean? Um, it's a group of people, a small group
the,
of people that think they can rule over others.
the slavers and the enslaved. And here's the thing. There's more slaves on this planet now than there ever has been in the history of mankind. And people refuse to
Well,
acknowledge it.
that's another thing too. All right, it makes me think about when you mention like just the numbers of people. It makes me think about the Georgia Guidestones and what they were stating on how their idea of how the population count should be at. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? And then I start thinking about all these fucking different other things like the what is it like depopulation, and then you got the fucking what is it the transhumanism, and then what was the other one? There was another one anyway, but it's also to shrinking the number of people on this planet down to a like more manageable um, population number. And that's where it's going. This is another thing too. You listen to some of the stuff that even Bill Gates was talking about when he was talking about the fucking the vax. Um, if it does exactly what it's supposed to do, it will decrease the population. That came out of his fucking mouth on a fucking,
I
you know,
heard that. If we do it right, we
right.
can. Yeah, if we do it right.
Basically, if this thing does what it's supposed to do, yes, we're going to depopulate some fucking people. And yes, and that was another thing too. I mean, I think that is another avenue they can snake oil salesmen. All right, when it comes down to that shit, and they're convincing people of all this other shit and telling them lies, and they're using the guise of authority to mandate it, force people to not even have a living or be able to go grocery shopping or whatever. And
yeah,
if you don't get it,
that social credit
yeah.
score thing. Hey, what's
well, and
up?
then you talk about the money.
Nude,
what's up? What's up, Nudie? But yeah, I mean, that's another thing too. You start talking about the money thing when it comes down to the digital currency that they want to totally fucking push around the fucking planet, and that's
they've got it all figured out. If they're even talking about it, they've already got it all figured out.
Well, the whole beta, the beta testing's already been done, and it's being done in China. That's the whole beta testing ground right there.
Well, yeah.
Nudie, you feel free to come on up if you want, man. But
yeah, come visit, man. I want to see what a new guru looks like. I'm curious.
if you're interested in like when it comes down to like natural law, common law, and stuff like that kind of thing, he's pretty knowledgeable in some aspects.
Right on.
So we've gotten into those conversations when it comes down to that also, because if I put a label to it, I'm an anarchist. I don't believe in any legitimacy and rulership at all. All right, and
well, I told you I agree, because I feel that I am self-governing and I do a really good job, and I'm a responsible adult.
Right.
Not only do I take care of myself, but I feel like I've gone over the rails taking care of other people in my lifetime too. Now I'm getting older and I'm kind of like backing off all that. And I just want to enjoy my golden years before I hit the dark ages,
Yeah, right on.
Where I go into the darkness, I'm going to sit in the sun. Something wrong with that? I don't think so. I earned it.
I wonder, it's like I really just I have no idea. It's like I'm living minute by minute, day by day. And I've been that way for a while, but I've been, it's like,
well,
I can't
the only
really...
thing that's going to change that is some kind of action on your part. You have to take some kind of steps in the direction that you want it to go.
Yeah, I got to figure out some way of making some, like, a whole bunch of passive income. That would be awesome.
It might not even be about income.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure how to... That's the thing. It's like that's the reason why I like to talk to people, because it gives me more ideas, maybe more angles, more other avenues to look at.
Geese down in the canyon. Can you hear that? There's coyotes down there running geese. I can hear them because the geese come into the pond. You can't hear the geese?
No.
Oh, I was thinking I might have to mute my mic or something. Yeah, Nude Guru, go ahead, grab yourself some tea. Must be a tea person.
Oh, Nude. Oh yeah, no, my other channel is still there. I just got a second strike not too long ago, so I'm still in jail. I can't do really shit on that channel right now. I've had 14 videos since February deleted by YouTube. I've gotten my second strike just recently, and so yeah. So I've been using this one. I've been using this one mostly to kind of like go around all the other stuff that's going on and stuff, and that's the only one I can live stream on off of right now, unless I make up another one, which I do have another fucking account just waiting for that. But I don't know. So yeah, they've deleted most of those. They're old videos. Most of them when they claimed medical misinformation, and the very last one they deleted that got me my second strike was they claimed misinformation on the 2020 election. I evidently was saying something or other, or actually no, I think I was talking or I was listening to people on the radio. I was dealing with the radio on that video, and so I can't control other people's opinions that were on the radio. You know what I mean? And evidently, man, that got me a second strike because there was things said evidently. I don't know. They don't break it down to like what part, what words, whatever was offensive to YouTube, but they said evidently I was saying things to the contrary of what the mainstream narrative of what the 2020 election was supposed to be, you know. So that goes against their YouTube guidelines. I can't talk anything against the mainstream narrative of the 2020 election, you know.
Or somebody's tea was a cure for herpetogonorrhynchus or something.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, you know, if the CDC says it, by God, if I say anything contrary to that, it goes against their guidelines.
Here's the irony: is they're getting busted out all the time for their own misinformation.
Mm-hmm.
So
I know, but my videos are still deleted, even though they found out I was right.
Yeah, right. And what they should be doing is apologizing and giving you your channel back.
That ain't happening, dude. It's not happening right now. That's what they're just gonna keep on keeping on, man. I'm just waiting for the next shoe to drop, actually, because I'm not doing anything. I haven't even been over to my main channel to even look at it yet. I've been on this one, but I'm just like waiting for them to, like, you know, find another video and pick that out and delete that, and maybe that'll be just offensive enough to give me a third strike. Who knows? But it's all old stuff. None of the new stuff that I've put in there has actually gotten taken down or deleted. It's old stuff, you know, about a year or two old, probably, or more. But most of it is like probably about a couple years old, because when all this stuff started, I was doing a lot of research, and I was finding out a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and it was probably good, solid research too.
Well, the deeper I dug into, like, when what is it, epidemiology and viral infections, some of the white papers that were published back in the day, you know, on medical journals and stuff, I was reading up on it and just looking at published papers, you know, and this is, you know, I'm like, this is pure fact shit, you know. I'm like, okay, why are you guys not even looking at this? You know what I mean? And then when it comes down to like medical people, you know, like nurses and doctors and stuff, that actually were actually going to some of these, I don't know what you call them, seminars, I guess, but they were trying to promote this new RNMA technology that's with this new vax stuff, you know, and all this shit, and the type of capabilities and stuff they were wanting to come do, blah 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 blah. And I mean, you know, seriously, it all started making a little bit more sense on the whole connection, what was going on, because that was actually that was the catalyst to kick in a lot of shit. All right. And then when you start looking into the technology, where this can actually manipulate and alter your DNA, and then on top of that, you'll be basically Wi-Fi capable to your internet. You know.
Look, extraordinary claims require extraordinary facts. And they, from the very get-go out the gate, just started throwing stuff out there. I mean, come on. Remember the days where 3 masks were not out of the question? That's like
Right.
3 rubbers. That's
I
like
know.
3 rubbers, bro. You know?
See, the thing is, it's like even the
3
mask,
rubbers,
even
a birth
the
control pill, and, a female condom. I don't know.
what.
Where's it going to end?
But the thing is like even the manufacturer even puts it on the side of the box that these are not going to protect anyone from any kind of viral infections or anything like that. It says it right
Mhm.
on the freaking box. You know
On
what
the
I mean?
box.
And
Right.
then, but the thing is also when it comes down to just viruses and stuff, the particles are so small. It's like okay, it would be just as useful as putting a screen door on a fucking submarine, or thinking that you can keep mosquitoes out of your yard by putting a chain link fence up. That's how really it really is. You know what I mean?
Well,
And so
can I put my 2 cents in of what I really
yeah,
think it ultimately accomplished?
go
I
ahead.
noticed that when, you know, like my offspring's walking by me or something like that, I hold out my hand and it's like they almost stop before they take my hand and just hold my hand for a minute, give a hug, give a kiss on the cheek. You know, it's like there's that hesitancy, and I can even like see people grocery store parking lot. Just this thing they trained them like a bunch of habituating cattle and sheep
Yeah.
to stay that certain distance apart. And what is not happening is our auras are not colliding. Okay,
Well, it's
we're
not
not.
natural.
It's not
It's
natural. And our auras are meant to interact and collide. And we're meant to pass one another closely and reach for the same bottle of milk and brush one another's hands and, have some kind of not only tactile contact, but the aura should contact our spirituality is what they've done. It's like this. To me, it's just criminal. It's
well,
plain.
yeah. Well, I was sitting there thinking about it. I don't know the reason why my brain kind of went off to that direction, but I was sitting there thinking about it the other day. It's like how they were all trying to promote like eating like grasshoppers and crickets and roaches and shit like that as food. You know what I mean? I was sitting there doing some more like little learning, but there's something I think it's called chitin or something like that that is in those insects. It's almost like shellfish. Like for instance, if you got on a shellfish allergy and you started eating bugs, especially if you didn't know
Well,
it was in there,
like
you would
which my
actually get sick.
granddaughter does. If she gets shrimp juice on her, like if she's
Right,
peeling shrimp,
right,
just the juice. She knows she can't eat shellfish,
right,
right? Or shrimp rather. But
right.
if she just gets shrimp juice, peeling shrimp in a restaurant, going down her arm from her gloves, her whole arm will get inflamed.
All right. Well, it's the
Well,
same
there's
kind of
that
thing.
bug thing
Yeah.
exactly. Because if
Well,
it's got the same molecules that the DNA of the shrimp has, it's gonna, it's like. And let me back up a little bit, because you know how when we were kids now, and I know, you grew up probably eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches with all the rest of the kids, right?
yeah.
So did I. There wasn't any kids that were allergic to peanut butter. Do you ever remember?
I, I never met any
No.
kids when I was
But
growing
here's
up
the
that were.
thing. There's certain jabberabus that is the exact identical DNA of peanuts. And so these kids get these things in their arm, and next thing you know,
Right.
they got a peanut allergy. And not only that, but even to the extent some of them can be really allergic to something as simple as beans.
Right. Well, this is
So
another thing too. I was sitting there thinking about it. All right, and this is it, that it comes down to that chitin stuff. I think it's what it's called, but it's in like the crickets, the grasshoppers, and the roaches and shit. It's something that actually the human body can't really digest. But do you know what really can eat that and digest it? Reptiles.
Birds.
Reptiles.
Yeah.
All right, I started thinking about it, and for some reason, my brain went to fucking UFO shit. So I started thinking reptiles. I was like, what if this is another way of them trying to, like, like terraform this fucking planet to serve them and be more adapt for them, like changing the weather and all this other shit, and then also making it normalized that bugs are being eaten, and then I don't fucking know. I went off on some crazy thought that one when I started thinking about shit like that for some reason, but it was like way off in left field. But I was like, where did that thought come from? Because, you think about it, it's like, where do these thoughts, this brand new light bulb on the top of the head type of thought comes from? Where does that come from? You know what I mean? It's had to have been already thought up. You know what I mean? Because the reason why I say that, or I ask that, is because it reminds me of an experiment. All right, like there was a group of scientists that that had two islands that were far enough apart where there was no contact between each island, and they were only inhabited by, like, each of them were inhabited by like monkeys or apes or whatever. All right.
Mhm.
Well, um, one monkey figured out that there's like this one thing, it's like a yam or some shit, figured out if he takes that thing out in the ocean, washes it off, it's actually good to eat. Once he figured it out, he taught all the other monkeys or whatever there that this was able to happen. Well, what for some reason another monkey over on the other island figured it out over there. Now, did that monkey have a brand new, fresh idea, or did he just get the idea from the other monkey on the other island?
You're talking about that 100th monkey thing?
I don't know if I don't know if I'm talking about the same thing you are or not, but
Yeah, it's like this thing where the 100th monkey figured something out, and then they all figured it out.
All right.
Well, I think what you're saying is, where does that thing come into my mind? How does that come into my mind? Because we do, on some level, I believe, this is just my opinion, have a collective conscience.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But where does the brand new, never been thought up by anybody ever come from? That brand. Where's the first one? Like, for instance, if that 100 monkey is the one that had it and then taught the rest of them, or and then the rest of them figured it out, who's that? How did that? Where did that?
You mean the first thought for the first monkey to go wash off that sweet potato or whatever?
Exactly.
Okay, the first thought. I don't know. Maybe the sweet potato fell in the water and it took a bite. I don't know.
It's a good observation. Could be.
But I ain't eating no bugs. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, no kidding, man. I mean, I actually I had I can't even prove it, but I went to Burger King the other day and they got that new, what is it, the Impossible Burger is what they're calling it. It's supposed to be vegan. It's no meat. I have no idea if it's got bugs in it or not.
I wouldn't trust. They kind of all got mystery meat nowadays anyway. I look at the meat and it doesn't look like meat.
Well, I read a story that they're trying to put it in school, fucking, school lunch type shit. They're trying to introduce it. But I don't know how far that's going to get. I really don't. There's going to, like, for instance, it'll probably be the same type of parents that take their kids to this drag queen fucking story time. Will be the ones that'll be like, yes, I want my kid to eat grasshoppers at school. Yeah.
I need about a 30-second timeout. I've got something going on out here.
No worries.
I don't know what's going on. It's getting pretty loud out there.
Right on. Take a gun out there and check it out. Yeah, Portland, I hear you out there, breaker. Well, check this out, man. They that's another thing too, man. They're actually experimenting all this stuff where they can actually 3D print. Like they got this thing that it's like a 3D printed meat. I mean, and they print out this like thing that looks like a 3D printed steak, literally. And it's like all this food protein or whatever. I don't know what kind of fucking protein or whatever they put in this shit. For all I know, it's just they put a bunch of bugs in a blender and then make it into a paste or something and put it through a fucking 3D printer and print it out. I don't know. You know what I mean? But this is what they're wanting to like try and push and like market like this is the new thing to do. You know what I mean? Like it's like this is just as good as sliced bread. You know what I'm saying? Fucking crazy. Fucking crazy.
Sorry about that. I just, phew. Yeah, when you hear those animals going off like that, you don't even know what they're getting into. And we're talking predators moving in on,
That's what I was saying. Take a gun out there and check it out.
Yeah, well, that was my next. My first thing is to call my son to do it because it's dark now. So he's got better equipment than I do, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I hear you. Dude, there's a buddy of mine. I haven't talked to him in a long time, but man, he does a lot of night hunting. So he's got this really nice thermal optic type night vision type stuff.
Yeah.
Because he goes out there and hunts hog and stuff, and he does it all at night.
Yeah, you got to have good stuff.
Oh my gosh, that sucker's like a $7,000 scope on that fucking rifle. Oh man, it makes it look like daylight. You know.
I can tape a really good flashlight to.
Yeah, no shit.
Betsy, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I got some duct tape. I'll just put a duct tape that flashlight on there and be good to go.
Grandma just didn't sit in the house and talk to you.
Right?
Yeah. You'd be running around out there in the dark. That's crazy.
Yeah. It's man, that's something I hadn't done in I want to go out hog hunting one of these times, but I want to do it with my crossbow. It's a little harder. But I haven't done it yet.
I've shot bows, but not crossbows. Never had that. Now
I've got two.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, we've had a bow season here where I live for about the last month. There's just deer running around all over the place with arrows sticking out of them. It's just terrible. I wish these guys were better shots. They're really terrible. I mean, if you're going to bow hunt, practice.
Oh yeah, for sure. I've got two bows. I got a recurve and I've got a compound bow, and then I also got a crossbow.
Now
I'm pretty decent.
Ooh, can she shoot a bow? Holy cow!
Well, like is it one of those like compound bows or like a recurve bow? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's good.
I was watching a video of this one chick that was out fishing. She was out there shooting fish with her bow. That's how she was doing it. I was like, man, that's pretty badass.
Yeah, I guess just the refraction from the surface of the water, you just have to aim a little lower and then you can actually make contact. But if you just like look at it like, you think it is, but the water actually distorts
Hmm.
the surface tension or something. It distorts the actual where the fish actually is. So you have to aim just a tiny bit lower. From what I understand, that's what I heard. I never bow fished.
Neither have I. I've seen guys do it. I mean, I used to know a guy that did that. He also went out there with a what? He go out there with like a mask and a snorkel and some fins on him, and with a Hawaiian sling, and just get out
Oh,
there and just swim around and basically get fish that way. And
yeah. Well, I scuba dive, but I've never
really,
gone. Yeah, I've never gone and spearfishing underwater or anything. No, because
yeah,
I was with too many people. I probably would have shot somebody.
dude. Well, so are you a licensed? Like, are you like got a certified or whatever
Yeah, I'm
scuba dive?
certified to scuba dive. Yeah, yeah, a long time ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I did back in the like early '90s or whatever, man. I got certified through Patty myself, and but there was one time, man. I was
I
I
got
brought a
all
like,
my kids certified too.
oh yeah.
All of them. Yeah. Heck yeah, man. That's a whole nother world. Love it.
Well, I remember, man. Me, my brother, and my dad went diving. What was it like? Was it? It's down by Fort Lauderdale, off the coast, off of that or whatever, out that way, but about 4 or 5 miles offshore, where about the coral reef out that way. And I was out there. I had like a damn, a lobster tickler, like a lobster stick with me and stuff. And I was sitting there messing with this damn lobster. It was up underneath this piece of coral, and I was trying to tickle him out. And I see this shadow, like an airplane went over me. You know what I mean? It was this big ass shadow that goes over me, and I look behind me and up,
It
and
was
I'm seeing my brother.
Jaws.
I was, dude, I'm serious, dude. I was like, fucking, I looked up and I see my brother and my dad. They're like pointing and they're like, what? Look, look, look. And I look up and there was this big ass fucking shark just fucking floats right over me and shit. I'm like, oh, fuck, and, I didn't realize it at the time, but the more I thought about it, when I actually look back, what I can remember what it looked like, it was actually a nurse shark. But so this thing was like actually pretty freaking huge too. But it wasn't like a great white or anything like that. It was that was crazy. And my brother thought he thought he was going to be slick. You remember seeing like on some of those like those nature shows or whatever, it's like Jacques Cousteau or whatever, where they actually get like a sea turtle, and some of them will like sneak up behind it or whatever, swim behind it and grab a hold of it and like swim in the turtle and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, my brother tried to do that. Well, the damn thing, he'd get up there, he was swimming up there close to it, and this sucker did like a U-turn and started coming back toward him. My brother was doing like a back, he was like back paddling faster. He was so crazy. That thing was about to go like eat him up. He's like, you ain't grabbing hold of me.
You do
Man,
not want to mess with sea life. I have a weird story about sea life and swimming. I was swimming. It never even occurred to me. And it was this bathing suit I had on. It was like a silver metallic, kind of reflective. Just imagine that, right? Like a flasher, like a fish flasher. And I'm underwater, or not underwater, but I was swimming on the surface. And I used to swim out to my friends' boats and hang out and talk to them, get on board, have a drink with them, dive back in, swim back to shore. Anyway, because I do live on an island, and that's one of the fun things about it. But something kept brushing up against my leg, and it felt big and hairy and ugly and scary. I don't know. Is it a seal or a sea lion or what's down there? What's under there, And I finally figured out, God, they must think my bathing suit's a flasher. And man, did I ever get out of the water quick that day? I don't think I ever wore that suit again. unless it was just on the beach, you know.
Yeah.
But man, I never went swimming in that suit again. That's for damn sure.
I'm just weird about it. If I can't see the bottom, I don't want to get in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you
I'm
can't
just
see the
weird
bottom.
about that shit.
No, you can't see the bottom here. Plus, we used to have these big red jellyfish that they could sting you. They didn't they don't kill you, sting you, but they're pretty.
Yeah.
You get one of those around your leg, you get a little whiplash from them.
Yeah. Have to turn around and piss on it.
Well, yeah, that's what I heard. We don't pee on each other up here.
I know. It is one of the remedies. It's one of the remedies, though. You know.
Yeah, I've heard that down around other places, people pee on each other. So we just let the jellyfish sting us. We're not that way.
I guess that's a Florida thing. I don't know.
Might be a Florida thing. I don't know. Yeah, we don't go around peeing on each other around here. It's just not
only if you get stung by a jellyfish. That's all.
Well, no, we do get stung by jellyfish. We just don't piss on each other. And Polarin says that we need a couple of meklas.
I'm not sure what he means.
I don't know. So you got to forge up a couple of meklas, so good defense weapons. Well, I'm not sure. I'd have to look up what a mechalith is.
Matter of fact, my buddy, the guy I was doing some work with and shit, I left his house before I got home. He was sitting there watching that Forge and Fire stuff, you know. And I make knives too, you know. I mean, you know, but I was sitting there, I was like watching them. I was like, I could tell about halfway through, I was like, who's going to win? You know, I could just see, you know, from my experience of making knives and stuff like that myself, and blacksmithing, bladesmithing type of stuff, I could see who was actually more apt to probably win the whole contest, you know, unless something catastrophic would happen along the way or whatever.
I think it's coming to my brain. I think a Michalef might be a Klingon weapon. Am I right, Polarin? If you're still there. I'm not sure, but I think that just came into my head. I was seeing a Klingon doing.
I don't know what that is. Are you talking about?
Yeah. See, I knew I spoke part Klingon.
So it's that that crescent moon looking weapon. Is that the one you're talking about? That's
what I'm seeing in my head. Is that what you're seeing in your head?
Well, yeah, I mean that's what I was sitting there thinking of. The two-handed deal.
Yeah.
See, I thought about because I like to make utilitarian and useful knives and stuff like that, but I thought about making fantasy weapons, you know, for cosplay type stuff, you know, something that doesn't really have to be actually a weapon, or actually an actual knife. It could just look like a knife, and it'd be, you know what I mean, or a sword or something like that.
Polarin says
no, it's the short sword. It's a short sword. Okay.
So
I'll have to figure out what that is.
You were actually thinking that too. So yeah, cool. A short sword.
Because well, see, that's the thing too. Is I started thinking about it. I was like, maybe I should try and make stuff like that, you know, or even go all out, old apocalyptic type scenario, you know, Mad Max type style type, you know, fantasy weapons for cosplay shit or something. You know, people might buy that. I don't know. So that's another thing too, is trying to figure out what would people buy nowadays when everybody's trying to save money and you know.
I don't know. There's people that really love to indulge their fantasy life.
Yeah, I know. I mean, like I said, the cosplay stuff, man, people are really into that stuff, man. When it, like making costumes and shit like that. There's a thing, you know, you've heard of that Burning Man. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, I have. I think it's kind of disgusting.
Okay. Yeah, well, there's another one.
Technos that go out there and just throw garbage all over the desert, and yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
there's another kind of thing that's not as big as that, but it's more like a like themed Mad Max or that kind of stuff. It's kind of themed that way, and I mean, people just go all out. You know what I mean? And it's pretty crazy.
Hmm.
The reason
I
I
could,
was like, sitting there thinking about it. Go ahead, but I mean, I
no,
was
I
just
could
sitting there
see
thinking
that.
about it.
I could see people getting into that Mad Max idea nowadays. For sure.
Well, I mean, it's the fantasy scenario. It's like, it's like something you can go to, like these festivals you go to for about 2 or 3 days, and then you go back to the real world. you know, uh, I don't know.
No, actually, I think that people are, they're so bombarded with the fear porn every day, and then they get into their prepper thing, and then they get into their stash some coins thing, and then they get into their, weaponry, and then they get into their fantasy. Once they feel like they've already got everything going on that they need to have going on, and
Well,
they're still moneyed up after all that, then all they have to do is indulge their fantasies. Let's go ahead and get the Mad Max bumper on the front of your vehicle, and you know, I don't know.
I've actually had the thought up, like, I wondered, like, out of like all the different prepper type channels that I've come across on, or survivalist type channels and stuff like that I've come across on YouTube, who's more likely to probably last a while? You know what I mean?
You mean wait, say that again, like uh like which prepper's gonna last a while or what?
Yeah, I mean, I started looking at them. I kind of like
Like
look at all of them. I'm like, okay, I look at,
last man standing kind of thing?
yeah, I'm like, which, who would last a while? So who would probably not last very long? You know what I mean? Even though they might be all, stacked to the ceiling and all that kind of stuff, whatever. Um, I don't know, because I,
I can pretty much assure you it's the people that are fearless.
I don't know. Yeah,
Absolutely
because I
fearless.
mean,
Not necessarily ruthless, fearless.
right.
Calculated actions. Well calculated.
Well, that's another thing too. There's a lot of veterans out there, right there, that have that ex-military type of training, so that could be adapted. Because I asked my brother, who is actually a military man, um, if it came down to, like, for instance, some kind of invading force into this country, and you were wanting to protect your family and and all that stuff and all that, would you be willing to put an IED out there in the road for the enemy to come across? You know what I mean?
Would
Because,
I?
yeah,
Are
I
you
mean,
asking me a
I was
question?
asking my brother that.
Oh,
And
okay.
he's an ex-military guy who actually got paid to go across the overseas and shoot brown people and stuff, and
Uh-huh.
classified as the bad guy. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
So I mean, you think about it. It's like, okay, well, he was like, you see a guy out there putting an IED in the road, they're calling him a bad guy, but he's really just a guy that lives on on his land, and he's protecting his life and his family and stuff like that. Doesn't he have a right to do that? And he's seeing an invading force, which is the American forces, and he put an IED in there to destroy them. Well, okay, you've turned the tables around. Let's say we're in our own home country here, and you got
Yeah.
an invading force. Would you see yourself as that person putting an IED in the road? And I was asking my brother this. You know what I mean? He didn't really give me any good answers at the moment. You know what I mean? I don't know if any of that actually stuck in his head for him to think about later, but I started asking him questions on those levels. You know what I mean? Because I've actually told family that are in the military and National Guard and stuff like that. I told him, I was like, listen, if your commander in chief and all that stuff told you to start going into this neighborhood and come to my house and do a mandatory weapons confiscation and a mandatory relocation, would you do it? I asked him this. Would you do this if you were told to do it?
Why?
And I asked, unfortunately, most of them, not all of them, but most of them would say, well, if that's what I was told to do, I'll do it because that's what I'm told to do. That's what I'm supposed to do. And I told him, I was like, listen, we might be blood, but you will be the first one shot as soon as you cross that fence line. You know what I mean? Because that's right there. It's just traitors right there. And you've gone to the other side. You've gone to the dark side. You know what I mean? And if you're willing to just follow orders and you know damn well that is just basically coming after your own family, you know, because that's where it comes down to. It's like, you know, they talk about like, you know, Biden mentioning that, oh, you can't fight the government. We got F-16s and shit. Fuck you. The thing is, it's like, you know, you got Americans. All right. If he uses the American forces against Americans, I'm wondering, now I know there's going to be quite a few of them that are just going to follow orders and do as they're told. But I'm wondering how many is going to say, fuck you. We're not doing this. These are our family. These are our other friends and family that you're ordering us to do this and that, whatever to them. No. You know, when are we going to get these people that are going to get enough balls?
They're weeding out the FU people with the
Yeah,
I mean, they're already getting the people that are compliant.
You have a point there because you're right. I know. I know because I also know this from talking to somebody that are in the military, and when it came down to like the 2020 election, they were weeding people out that were in the so-called the January thingamajigger. They were weeding people out that were sympathetic to that, or actually were on the big T side. You know what I'm saying? And then when it comes down to like certain special forces, they were trying to weed out the people that if they were ordered to fire upon American citizens wouldn't do that, they were weeding them out, do not even get into the special forces and stuff.
Well, what's interesting is I find it across the board. It's in the medical community they've been weeded out. The dental, surgical type people have been weeded out. I mean, one of my friends, 26-year career, medical dental. She's been, because she wouldn't comply. Military, yep, they're weeding them out. And just think about it. Just think of the people that you know that have either lost their jobs, been laid off. And it's all because they had put pressure put on them, and they said "F you."
Yeah.
You know, so.
Well, I mean, yeah, I know because a few of these guys are getting their jobs threatened because if they don't get this thing in the arm, and it's even, you know, I don't know why they're still trying to push it. You know what I mean? I mean, I heard a clip just recently, man.
Point now, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I think Biden even made it slip in an interview one time or something like just recently where, the pandemic's over with, you know, and COVID we got still some work to do, but, you know, the pandemic's over with. I don't know if he was supposed to say that or not. You know what I mean? He was off script, so there's no telling what the fuck he was talking about. But even then, it's like, you know, the policies and all that shit are still there in play. You know?
Interesting thing is technically there never was one.
I get that. No, but the thing is
if
go ahead.
You know the definition of a pandemic, there's epidemics, pandemic. It didn't even qualify as an epidemic. And where the hell is the flu? Where the hell is pneumonia?
Yeah, I know.
Where the hell is all this shit that people
exactly? There's more people that die of emphysema than
come on.
Yeah.
I mean,
leukemia.
I got that. I've had leukemia for 30 years.
And that kills more people every year than fucking cancer does, I think.
And I've got lymphocytic leukemia, and I refuse to let it kill me.
But
I just
that doesn't exist. You know what bothers me is like too. There was another thing too because you know the numbers that they would put like on the, you know, and the number of cases and blah 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 on the news or whatever. Well, a lot of that they were saying that like for instance, you can die of an clear alternate case other than COVID or whatever, and if you die and at the time of death, if you test positive of COVID, they'll classify your death. No matter if it was like you had your head chopped off, they would still classify your death as a COVID death. Well, I mean that actually becomes dangerous. Like for instance, if you die of a heart attack because you've got some kind of a heart disease like that is like runs in your family. Well, from that moment on, if they classify it as a COVID, then your future will not know exactly of your past medical history and blah 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 because it's been changed. You know what I mean?
I get it. Because I had a heart attack in the leukemia doctor's office. Is that funny or what?
Damn.
I know. Because I get like
out.
really bad anxiety, right?
Yeah,
I
stressing out.
Told my doctor, my GP, right? I don't want to do this. I go, I know how to live with this. I've rode the wave, okay? And he's like, oh, I want to send you or I need to know. Okay, fine. So I end up getting such bad anxiety. And I'm like, by the time I get over there, I mean, my heart's pounding out of my chest. And I'm like, do you think there's someone around that could check my pulse? Well, shit. You're going to the freaking hospital right now. And I'm like, oh, crap. You know, why did I even come here? I could have stayed home. So a week later, I signed myself out of the hospital, and they are so pissed. Because I go, like, you guys are like giving me Stockholm syndrome. You're acting like you're being nice to me, but you're really not.
Right.
Leaving. And I go, I think the reason I had this horrible pain, and they wouldn't give me anything for pain. And I said, do you understand that when a person's been in pain for like 3 months and it's just constant pain, that their heart just probably can't take it anymore? And I was having pain issues, right? And they just wouldn't listen to me. And I go, you know, it's probably because I'm old. I'm middle-aged old broad. You just think I'm looking for drugs or something. But I'm telling you, I had 3 friggin' kids with no drugs. And I'd rather have a litter of kids right now than deal with this back pain anymore. I'd rather have a litter of kids naturally. And so they gave me a couple pain pills. I got up, took a shower, put my clothes on, and left. And they were having a cow about it. But at least I could move. You know what I mean? I could move. And my husband was like, yeah, hon, I'm right there. And I go, hey, man, I know I'm in Tacoma, Washington, right? I go, I know I can walk out on that street where I am right now. I'm in the worst neighborhood in Tacoma. I know I can find somebody to give me something for pain and give me a ride to the ferry dock. I was like, there's people out there on the street that got more mercy on me than you do. I'm out of here. So it was like, okay. But once I got it all figured out, yeah. And then the heart doctor tells me, oh, well, great. I just wanted to let you know you got masses in your lungs. And I'm like, okay. So, like, which doctor is in which horse race? Which horse race? Which one of you fuckers is going to kill me first? And I'm like, no, I'm going home. Screw this. It's probably I don't know. I could have gone 10 different kinds of conspiracy theories of what was causing my problems. But mostly it was, I just need to get the fuck out of here, out of this town, out of this city, go home, you know.
Right.
Hi, Indy's back. Hi, Indy. Man, I'm telling you though, nobody gets to kill me unless I say, okay, I'm ready to go. That's it. And all these doctors are in horse race to see which one could kill you first.
Well, they are practicing doctors. That's why they call
They
them, because
practice.
they practice. That's what they're
They're
doing.
going to practice on you. That's for damn sure. And God, did they love to put you in their machinery. You know, the machines that go beep.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I'm telling you, man. It's a snake oil salesman. That's the best visualization of the whole thing. Even when it comes down to politics, it's the same thing. Snake oil salesman. You know what I mean? And
And
you
they
know, that
all
was another
wanted to
thing.
give me a new pill. So I come
Well,
home with this big old box of pills, and all it does is make you feel shitty.
I know. I used to know this guy. He was diagnosed of like manic depressive, has episodes or whatever. But anyway, he's got like, I don't know, like a big, thing full of pills, kind of like what you showed the other time.
Yeah.
Like, and the thing is like it's like, I don't know, 15 different pills or whatever a day or more, a day, and I'm like, holy crap. He's scared to get off of some of those because they're like antipsychotic or whatever, and he's scared to get off them because of what he gets.
Those friggin' psychotropic drugs make people go cray cray.
Well, yeah, I mean, what was it? I saw a commercial for some antipsychotic or some kind of like depression type thing, where actually the side effect could have suicidal thoughts. You know what I mean? I was like, an antidepressant, and you'll have suicidal thoughts as a side effect. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Anyway, it's weird. It was like in the side effect. It was like in the fine print of the commercial. I was like, are you crazy?
You know, the side effects literally are worse than, I don't know.
Yeah. The so-called cure is worse
You know
than
what
the
they
actual
used
problem.
to call people that heard voices? You know what they used to call people that heard voices? Prophets. You know? And
shamans
and God, leave them alone. If they're not
You know-
hurting anybody and they're not slitting their wrists every morning before they get out of bed, leave the poor bugger alone.
Well, I'll tell you a story, man. There's this guy I used to know. I lived in this one town, and I used to know a lot of the guys that hung out on the street. And there's this one guy. A bunch of us, we dubbed him as Space Cowboy. That's what we called him. He didn't like that, but that's what we called him. And the reason why we called him this is because he was like this skinny black guy that wore a cowboy hat, and he had cowboy boots and his jeans tucked inside his boots type of thing. He was a homeless guy. All right. And he used to walk around the streets and stuff. And every once in a while, if you'll catch him, he'll pull his invisible guns out of his holsters and start shooting. You know, and
Okay.
all right, well, one day I asked him, I was like, hey, Space Cowboy. He said, what the hell did you go call me? I was like, Space Cowboy. He's like, what the hell did you call me that for? And I was like, well, because you dress like a cowboy, you're kind of spacey. What the fuck you want to talk about, you know? Anyway, I was like, trying to figure out what the hell you doing. You know, I see you over here, like you're shooting something and stuff. What are you doing? And he's like, I'm a warrior of God. I'm shooting the demons away. And I was like, by God, we need more of you motherfuckers around here.
No kidding.
You know?
Yeah, well.
It made me wonder, those people that are like in the classified or diagnosed like manic depressive or whatever, have like those manic stages where they're supposedly hallucinating. What if they're actually really seeing the real world? They're actually open to it. They're seeing it.
They're seeing other dimensions that we're not keyed into. And you know
exactly.
What? I get the demon hunters, but I think the more you demon hunt, Jesus, we got people going by here 100 miles an hour. I think the more you demon hunt, the more demons come.
That could be true. Well, I mean,
But You could have called him the gangster of love.
Yeah, he didn't look like that. He looked like the space cowboy.
Called him Maurice.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you, he was an alright dude though. Otherwise, but I mean, he was just he was
Yeah, but the
spacey.
thing
He
is,
was
what I'm saying is he hurting anybody? Is he hurting
no,
himself? You know,
no. That's the thing. That's the thing. It's like that was. It made me wonder though. It made me wonder though. You know what I mean? It's like you talk about like the voices in the head and stuff like whatever. You know what I mean? What if he actually is seeing demons and he is for real in his own head and is in reality and he really is shooting the demons away? I mean, um, and what if he really is a warrior of God? Who am I to say the contrary? You
who
know,
are you to doubt his reality?
exactly. You
Who
know,
are you to say, or some doctor to say anything about his reality?
yep,
I mean, there's something to be said for just simple acceptance in this life.
right. And well, that's the thing. It makes it, there's certain things in my life that I have seen and observed through my life that actually, you know, it makes me question certain like narratives that I've been taught all my life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it makes me more aware of more of the lies that have been perpetuated for generations, technically, and the stereotypes, the different types of bullshit. You know what I mean? And I can see the patterns. That's the reason why I see what I call dominoes. How I can see them stacking up, and all it needs is that little nudge, and they all go.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And it's all it needs is that little nudge, and that's the so-called fire the shot that heard around the world kind of thing. We haven't gotten there yet. All right.
No.
So
No. Because you know why? We know what it's like when we really, really, really get down and dirty. And I'll tell you what, nobody wants to do because we know what we're capable of. And if things get really down and really dirty, it's gonna be fast, it's gonna be ugly, it's gonna be brutal.
Mhm.
And nobody wants to be that shot that's heard around the world. Not today, because it's yeesh.
Well, that's the thing too. I started thinking about it. Who really wants to be that martyr? You know?
Or the guy that lights that fuse. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
know. It's
on
almost
that
like
note,
it's almost like waiting
I gotta
until
take it.
whoever jumps. Go ahead.
No, I got to take a time out because Grandma's bladder ain't what it used to
Go ahead.
be.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go. 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 I'll
Oh,
hold that thought.
I'm going. I'll be right back.
Yeah. The witch doctor song. Cue the witch doctor song. Yeah. Because was it no beer, no TV, home or something, something. What? Oh, I think I heard. I can't remember which one. Anyway, trying to think of what else to talk about while she's going. Maybe I can actually not think about it. Probably get me a cup of coffee. I don't know. Let's see here. Gotta find something to listen to while you guys go get coffee.
That means I'm gonna need to go up way out with a shockwave, and to get in the first wave is 36 foot. So the first one needs to be a 36. Good God, though, man, you got a tower on the beams for El Motal. they take that damn shockwave down and put them Joe Gunners on that beam, on that tower, and be done with it. Ain't you got a bucket truck sitting in that yard somewhere? No, but I rent one. Where you rent a bucket truck at? Well, Dr. B's renting them Lowe's, so I rent that thing. It went up high as my tower will go. I don't know, Dr. B. I think about $1,000 a weekend, somewhere in there.
All right, I'm back. Anyway, couple of locals sitting there talking right there, Polar. Anyway, that's on the channel 24 AM side. Actually, they're not. Well, they're within a couple of 100 miles, about 100 miles of me, something like that. I think these guys are like in Alabama or something like that. Anyway. But ain't much going on the damn radio though when it comes down to it.
Man, you ought to send that damn shockwave all the way to the damn top.
They're sitting there talking about antennas. The common theme of us radio guys sitting there on the radio talking about radio stuff. Yeah. I really wish I could add video to the CB. That'd be awesome. But
I talked on the Joe Guns last night to Dr. B a little bit. But they wasn't but about 10, 12 foot off the ground. But I noticed when I turned them last night, it was. But I got them right between these trailers of about 12 foot last night. But I don't know.
all right, you back?
Yeah, I got my puppy here. Come here. I wanted to see if you could see her. There. Isn't she cute? Oh, come on. I got down on the floor so you could see her.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Which way do I need to turn this camera? Little German Shepherd puppy. Well, she's not so little anymore. Are you?
How old is she?
A year.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you, man, I have a hard time getting them to be real gentle when it comes down to getting something out of my head, because they're still at that. They're still wanting to snatch or be like the first one before the other one. You know what I mean? And it's trying to get. I get all three of the dogs. They're always competing to be the first one to get whatever it is.
I always just say easy when they're little. Just easy. Oh, just easy. Yeah, she's a cutie, isn't she?
Yeah.
My little buddy. She's a good little dog. I got her from Hawk. You know, Hawk Mustard Seeds Hawk, yeah.
Yeah.
She's a good little companion. Yes. Dogs are fun. How many do you have?
I got 3 at the moment.
Oh, good.
I had 7, but the other ones I found somewhere else. So I got the mother and two of the pups still left, but I don't know. They're getting older, and it's kind of hard to find places, and then I get more attached, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's how I ended up with 14 horses. That would have never happened if I hadn't had the room, though, you know. you get attached to them. What kind of dogs? You said your one was Shepherd and
Blue Heeler.
Blue Heeler.
Yep.
What the little ones? Do you know what they are? Or are they just little?
Well, like I said, is I
American?
don't know exactly what knocked her up.
Huh?
You know, there's a bunch of dogs all around here. I don't know if it was a neighbor's dog or one of the feral dogs around here. I have no freaking clue. I have an idea because I saw it from a distance. I couldn't get a shot off because I was really wanting to shoot that sucker. But got to her first, you know, all she needed. Okay, see, this is the thing. Me and that dog had a deal. We looked at each other in the eyes and we agreed to the deal. And the deal was no boys in the yard. Okay. Well, she figured out the loophole. She would go outside the yard and see the boys.
Mhm.
And so, anyway, the deal is still stands because no boys come in the yard. But I do have two girls now. So I've got the mother and the pup. And they don't go into heat at the same time, which is 2 different months of the year. Actually, yeah, twice a year as far as I know, 2 different times.
Well, mine is in her second heat now. And I swear, I don't think there is a intact male dog on the island where I live. I do not think. Or, you know, it would have been here. But these people, I think these people, nobody around me believes in fertility. I like fertility. I think it's pretty dang cool, you know. I have baby horses and baby goats and baby kids and baby.
I love having all my dogs and stuff. I just can't really afford to have them. It just really sucks, man. That I can't really afford to keep them all. That was the thing. It's like the damn dog food's getting expensive, man. It went up like fucking $20 or some shit. You know,
Yeah,
it's gone up a lot.
It costs as much to keep my 2 dogs as it does. It cost to keep 2 horses a couple of years ago.
That's the thing too, and then you think about it. At the time, I was having 7 of them, and it was like that was a 50-pound bag within less than a week. You know, so yeah, it got pretty expensive, man.
Well, yeah, and I buy really good dog food, and I should just cook for them. It'd probably be cheaper.
And this is another thing.
And say, hey, hook me up, bro, and just put some brown rice and vegetables and.
Right. Now I've done that when I couldn't afford any dog food. Now I've done that. I will dip into whatever I got when it comes down to rice and some of the vegetables that I've had, you know, in cans. You know, my stored stuff that are a little not, you know, past the expiration date type of thing, but it's still good. I throw that in there. They'll eat that shit right up. But the thing is like I can't do that all the time. I was just doing that when I was like really desperate and I couldn't. But that's the thing. It's like, you know, but even then, it's you almost have to kind of keep consistent. Otherwise, their digestion gets all messed up and they're, you know, puking and I don't know. I've noticed that like they'll get to a point where like, you know, if I change up the food just because I happen to buy something a little cheaper or something, they don't like it, doesn't agree with them. Next thing you know, they're like not eating or they're puking or they're throwing up after they eat. It's
Or you're
not
waking
good.
up to presents.
Yeah, well, see, that's the thing, dude. They don't do that in the house. Now, yeah.
They do if they're sick.
Well,
That's
yeah.
why
That has
I like to
happened.
keep the food consistent. There is something to be said for consistency with the food.
Right. Well, sometimes I can't. You know, I just kind of go with whatever I can afford. You know what I mean? And
Well, back in
So-
the day, you know, like my uncle, he always had sheepdogs and whatnot. They always ate right off his table, and they ate what he ate. I'm telling you what,
Right.
if he had pancakes in the morning, that's what the dogs had for breakfast. If
Right.
they came in and had lunch, if they had fried chicken, the dogs had fried chicken, mashed potatoes, and gravy, you know. And at dinner time, same thing, you know. And
I should do that.
my dad, he actually told me this story about cougar hunting up in the mountains up there on the North Umpqua River, I think, or he was on either that or the North Fork of the Coquille River in Oregon, and he was cougar hunting up there, and he come across these Basque sheep herders, and he said that they had him in and they fed him, and then he started. I hardly ever saw my dad cry, but he said this sweet little Basque lady, he said she even fed my dogs, and he got a tear in his eye, and I was like, oh my God, he was just like so touched that she was so kind that she would even feed his dogs right off their table too. That's the way they did it too. But they fed their sheepdogs like that, and Dad was up there hunting cougar and kept the cougar out of the sheep in the summertime. So they appreciated what he was doing up there, and went ahead and when they fed his dogs, he was just so touched that she would do that.
Oh.
People used to be good to each other, you know what I mean? Real good.
I can't remember who said. Yeah, I mean, well, I was sitting there thinking about when you just said that. There was this. I can't remember who said it, but there was this one guy who was sitting there talking about this one story. It's like, back in his day and back in his heyday, you loan somebody $1, and back then that was big money. $1. All right, you lend somebody $1, they pay you back that Friday. And if they didn't have any money, they'd still be there on Friday to tell you, hey man, I had hard luck or whatever, I can't do it, and things happen or whatever, but he'd still come and tell you. Nowadays, man, you lend somebody a $5 or something like that, you pretty much fucked. You know what I mean? And it's like this. He was saying it's like this world's gone from hell in a handbasket. It's like it's not the same type of values, the same type of morality.
Well, I can remember I let this buddy of mine. I mean, we went to high school together and junior high and shit, and he borrowed $10 from me, which was like not a big deal to me. I figured he'd pay it back whenever. He would literally walk across the street to avoid me and stop being my friend over a bloody $10 bill.
Right.
What in the hell is that?
Yeah.
$10. And you're not going to be my friend anymore because you want to avoid me because I might hit you up for, hey, you got that 10 spot I loaned you? I mean, please. So there it goes kind of weird ways, when you. What was that, Hamlet? Was it Hamlet? Never a borrower nor a lender be? Was that?
I don't know, but tell me more.
Well, never a borrower nor a lender be, because it screws relationships up apparently. So
right.
That was the gist of the. I think it was Shakespeare. I think it was Hamlet. I could be wrong.
Way ahead of his time, because I mean it refers to corporations basically. It's way ahead of his time, I think. Because that's basically a corporation. Is like you got the lender and the borrower, like a bank. Yeah. I don't know. That's where my brain went to.
Try not to get in debt. I absolutely, every once in a while I got to rob Peter to pay Paul.
Shit. I almost got to rob Peter to pay Peter sometimes. I mean, seriously, man, it's almost like that sometimes, man. I was sitting there talking to my buddy about it, and it's almost like that, how society has gotten. It's almost like robbing Peter to pay Peter, like it brings me back to the banks too. That's basically the same thing. Like you want to go take out a loan or get a loan from a bank. Technically, you are paying yourself. You're getting this loan from yourself. All right, the bank didn't put up any money. You're the one putting up the money for
Yeah.
yourself, and
Oh yeah.
they're just being like a middleman type of shit and expect to get some kind of money in return. For
Well,
just being the middleman.
it's true usury because I mean, what do you think? Most credit cards nowadays are crowding 25% interest. So, I mean, I don't want to put anything on a credit card. And if I do, I want to pay it off that month. And what I mean by robbing Peter to pay Paul is like I pay all my bills at the beginning of the month. I might want to go buy, or say I have a little emergency or something. Like I need to go get a new pump for my well house. Okay. Well, that's like $300-400. Maybe I need to go ahead and put that on the credit card for the moment. And then by the end of the month, I want to make that payment before I have to hit that interest. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, you don't want to get, but they make it so damned easy.
Oh, I know.
So
It's so
easy.
convenient.
It's just
Well,
like,
I mean,
oh,
I
let's
knew
do it.
I knew a guy that would. You talk about robbing Peter to pay Paul. I knew a guy that would actually max out a credit card. He'd actually max out another credit card to pay that maxed out credit card, and
Yeah.
then get another max it out to pay out those other max out credit cards. That's how fucking robbing people.
Yeah,
That's
and the
just like
next thing you know, the wife gets in his car and finds that stack of bills, and she opens them all up and goes, "What's going on?" Or whatever. And that, I mean, that there goes the relationship because kids, money, and sex are the big three,
yeah.
in the relationship. So, I mean, oh Lord, and then they just make it too easy, too easy.
I know, dude. And all these social programs coming up to like, paying off student loans and this and that, and all these types of things. It's all this socialist type of shit come in. It's like get all these like guaranteed government job, guaranteed paycheck, guaranteed dit, blah blah blah. And fuck, man.
Well, that's great. How come I never got to suck off the government tit like that?
Well, see, that's the thing too. I was sitting there
And I
talking about it. I was
kind
like, check this out.
of left
If you
out.
if you were to get $1 a second, all right, how long would it take you to get $1 trillion? Just $1 trillion. How long would it take you if you got $1 a second?
$1 a second to get a
Yep.
trillion. Jesus, you want me to do math right now? I'm on my
No.
second drink.
Okay.
How dare you?
All right, I'll give you a fucking hint. It's over 3,000 years. All right,
Okay.
it would take you over 3,000 years if you got $1 a second. It would take you over 3,000 years to get $1 trillion. We're supposedly, if you want to believe it, and this is in quotation, air quotes, we're supposedly in debt for over $40 trillion. Now, our great grandkids that aren't even born yet, their parents haven't even been born yet. Those parents haven't even been born yet. They're already in debt.
Yeah,
if
they
we
want to
all
hang
believe,
that around their necks. Yeah.
yeah, and they want us to believe that we owe this debt. We didn't make this fucking debt. You know what I'm saying? This thing is like, they put us as collateral for this debt.
They see us as chattel with that birth
Yeah, I know.
certificate action they got going on, man.
Yeah, I
That
know.
is like, that's straw man crap. That is just
Yeah.
like, let me spell my name for you.
Yeah, exactly. And see, this is that it goes.
Lee.
Well, it goes right back to that idea of rulership. You know what I mean? And thinking that someone else has a higher claim over like your life and your property than you do. You know.
Well, yeah, because the Jesuits hit the beach and they bring their cross and they stab it into the sand and they say, I claim this land in the name of the Holy Roman Empire, and Rome and all this crap-a-rama. You claim this land? Wait a minute.
Well,
what about the millions of people that already live here that already have a claim on that. No, they
Well,
want to get you before your little bare foot ever hits the ground that God gave you.
yep, from birth till death.
And then no, you don't get to enslave my
Well, I
my
mean, you think about it. If the
generation
government
to come.
if the government controls your food, controls your water, controls your information, controls your media, controls your way of travel, it pretty much controls every aspect of your fucking life. You know what I mean?
I'll give them what they can get, but they can't get. They can't. Don't. I'll tell you what. The worst thing you can do is back me in a corner.
No, I hear
Once
you,
I,
like a Wolverine.
I tell you what. I will. I'll go down to my back. I'll even look like I'm submitting to you, and then 2 boots are going to get you right in the cuevos, and you're going to be a hurting unit for a long time. Because they can only push me so far. And you want to talk about you were talking about like fighting to the death for
Yeah.
my children, grandchildren. Sure, lay down my life. Oh heck yeah, sure I will. But every single time I can take someone out before I lay my life down, I'm going to take that opportunity, and it's going to be vicious and it's going to be quick.
Yeah. Well, you know.
And I don't care if they do have an F-15.
Well, see, that's the thing too. I started thinking, I think I said this before. It's like, you got all those guys over there in Afghanistan and stuff like that that kept a lot of these guys busy, and they didn't have for like 20 years, and they didn't
Yeah,
have F-16s.
Those are cavemen, right? Those were the cavemen that brought down the Twin Towers.
Yeah,
Cavemen did that.
and they didn't have F-16s.
No, they didn't. But they had
Well, see, this is the thing
knives
too,
like Polarin says, those long
right?
swords or short swords or whatever. I know they had those.
But you think about it too. Like for instance, can you imagine how Americans would how vicious they would fight for their homeland on their own turf? If you know what I mean. If the tables were turned, if there was like an
The
invading
thing is,
force of some kind.
here's what I don't like about this prepper craporama, right? They're all going up into the hills. Oh, we're going off grid and we're doing this and we're doing that. We're going to, they're all hiding out in their little hideouts all alone. Guess what, you dummies? You don't make it without community.
Well,
Somebody's got to go out there and put up a front somewhere. Somebody's got to lay traps. Somebody's got to booby trap Larry.
like security.
Yeah.
I
Somebody's
mean,
got to be on the perimeter. Somebody's got to go to the wire.
well, I mean, you think about it. You got to sleep sometime, right? Well, who's watching this fucking place around while you're sleeping? You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, seriously, man. Anybody, put it this way, if you use deer hunting type skills, dude, all you got to do, if you really wanted to, is just sit there and watch whatever you're watching. Wait for the right moment and sit off in the distance and pick them off, and then you got the whole fucking reign of the house. And if you're sitting there and you're not paying attention or you're sleeping, dude, you're leaving yourself wide open. You got no security. I mean, it really does. Honestly, man, it's kind of like knowing your neighbors as it is right now in your own community. Kind of like knowing your area, where you are, and the neighbors that you have around you.
Where I grew up, it isn't my neighbors. So I don't give a crap about my neighbors. I give a crap about the people that I can recognize that I went to second grade with.
I don't have that. I don't have that luxury.
I know what I'm made of. I know what they're made of.
I don't have that luxury. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Well, that is the community that I'm in, and that I
got family around here that have been here their whole lives, but I haven't. I'm not. I mean, honestly, I don't really know anybody from like back in those days. I don't have like people that I'm around that have been around all my life. But I do have family that have been here all their lives, and there's other people around here and stuff like that that have been here all their lives and stuff. And I know a lot of them. You know what I mean?
Well, here's the really cool thing about when you grow up with somebody, You can look in their eyes and you know exactly what they're thinking.
Oh yeah.
And you look at them, they look at you, you look at the problem, they look at you, and you go, yep, and then it's like you don't even need to talk. It's like working with somebody that you work really well with. Have you ever worked with somebody that just everything clicked and you guys just got so much done? It was just incredible. You just boom. You always anticipated the next move the other guy was going to make, and boom, and everything just went smoothly because you were both in sync.
Yeah, I've had moments like that.
That's the kind of people that are, and I'm not talking about my neighbors. I'm talking about my neighbors that I grew up with, these people that I know.
All right.
I don't need to even say anything to. They know what I'm thinking already just by looking at me. We already know what each other's thinking. We already went skinny dipping in the pond when we were in junior high. You know, I mean, we did all that. We know each other.
Right on.
Those kind of intimate friendships that are forged when you're from childhood, you know. So, but yeah, and when we hit our backwoods that we're, and I know, you know, I think Florida is a little different. You guys got tree stands. You deer hunt weird and different from us because we don't do that out here. I mean, we're crawling through raccoon holes through salmonberry briars and stuff like that. You know, it's different.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. You got around here. You got swamps and palmetto bushes and and you know, oak trees and pine trees. That's what you got mostly around here.
Well, we've got. I mean, shoot, if we tree stands, geez, we've got. I mean, we could.
I personally, I don't like. I mean, I see the benefit out of tree stands to certain, you know, the right tool for the right job. But I personally kind of like the sneak and stalks type stuff. Me personally, that's the way I like to hunt. I don't like to sit in a damn stand and wait for something to come along. I mean, I either do a sneak and stalk or trapping. I like to do that, but that's technically not really welcome in certain areas. But that's what I like to do.
Lucky for me, I can just sit out in my backyard and enjoy the evening and you know, enjoy the nature, and then some buck will come along drunk on dope piss. And we get lucky that way. It's time to get busy and do some work. But Newt Guru is saying as long as you allies ain't interested in cannibalism, you'll probably be all right. Interested in cannibalism. No,
you gotta watch out about them damn vampires, you know.
Well, you know, I have dogs that can hunt, and I think there might be some dogs that might be interested in cannibalism, but not me. No.
Hell, that's where that damn mad cow disease came from. Is they were feeding all these cows like processed cow meat.
Oh, I think it was sheep, wasn't it? Didn't they get the spinal cords and brains out of sheep, and they were recycling it into animal feed, and they got the scrappy. They called it scrappy in the sheep, and then it didn't break down. You can't freeze it, and you can't cook it out, apparently. So they just fed this stuff to the cattle, and then the cattle got the mad cow, and then the people got the kuru.
Miss Ghetto, what is up?
My goodness, Miss Ghetto's here. Well, hello, Miss Ghetto. Nice to see you. You keeping that old man of yours in line?
I hadn't seen much of him in a while now I think about it. But I thought about that the other day. I hadn't seen Ghetto on or around in any of the streams lately, so he's been probably busy playing that damn poker.
Oh, I saw him where he was getting into trouble somewhere. Can't remember. Miss Ghetto wasn't there to give him a good whack. I don't know. It was a couple days ago, I think. I don't know.
You gotta stay on him.
I guess. Funny guy. Oh, he's got one of Hawk's dogs too.
Yeah, I think so.
Miss Ghetto. I think that dog is hopelessly devoted to her, which I think is great because I noticed these dogs are kind of more woman oriented. I love it. I think it's great. I mean, nobody can raise their voice around me, not with my 2 German Shepherds. It's like, oh no, you don't talk to mom like that. Not that my husband ever does, but my son, he'll get to hollering at me once in a while, and the dogs are like, no.
It's in their DNA, man. It's in their DNA.
They just want to protect their mommy, you know? She calls him a mommy's boy. Yeah, exactly. My 2 girls, they just stick to me like glue, and it's wonderful. I love them. Of course, my husband takes them out for these good long ball runs. He's got a ball launcher, and it just, phew, you know. And they come in and their little tongues are just lolling and they're falling over. They're so tired when he gets done running them, but it's good. It's good. They're good exercise. These dogs need lots of exercise every day.
Yeah. They do. Mine didn't take off and run off. I don't know. That was the thing. I wish I need to put a camera on them so I know where they're going. But dude, they got their morning routine. They'll run off.
Yeah, you were talking about putting doggy cam on them or something and finding out.
That would be awesome, actually. Because I mean, I would love to see.
Great.
I would love to see where they're going. You know what I mean? Seeing if they're going over to a neighbor's and messing with their animals. I mean, or whatever, getting into garbage cans.
Right.
You know. I'm just curious. I see if they're being really mischievous or just actually just wandering around. I don't know. I'm curious, you know. I haven't had any complaints by any of the neighbors, so some of my neighbors have actually thought my dogs were in their yard, and no, my dogs were here. It was some other dogs from somewhere else in their yard. There's a lot of them around here. I mean, there's a lot of people that have dogs, and then also there's a lot of dogs that are just like feral, I guess you would call them. They're just people left them behind, or they create little packs out here in the woods and running around chasing deer and shit.
Yeah.
And
that's not good. You know, we had
it can get dangerous
here on this island. And what they started doing, they stopped chasing deer. There wasn't any deer left. They started chasing the kids to the bus stop. And
see, that's the problem.
A quarter mile away. And I can remember my one cousin. She ran because these dogs were chasing her. She ran a good mile down the valley till she got to my house. And she said, and she was terrified, literally was losing it when she got here. I called her mom and dad. I said, get over here right now. And then it was full on dog hunt. And anybody that didn't have their dog on a leash for the next 5 years or right in their voice command, they didn't have a dog anymore. I mean, it was people got serious because these dogs were literally nipping at this child's heels.
Right. Well, what bothers me for like the ones around here is the possibility of one of them being infected with rabies or something. You know, that's what bothers me. You know, and them getting a little vicious and stuff and whatever. And plus, not only that, if you're out here, if you're a hunter and stuff like that, they're out there running deer and shit, just mess up your hunt the whole time.
Oh yeah. Yeah, feral dogs, not good. And it's like some of these coyotes we've got out here, they are so big. They've got to be crossbreeds. You know, they're not even.
I think coyotes naturally actually are a bigger size anyway. They're just a heftier, taller, bigger bone type of dog. You know what I mean?
No, actually, they're smaller than your blue heeler.
Really?
And
No,
lighter.
no.
Absolutely.
Well, not the ones
Yeah.
around here. Evidently, they're about the size of a
Well,
like a small German Shepherd almost. Um, the ones around here, the coyotes that I've seen.
they must be really well fed and for generations too.
I guess it's weird because like the deer down here are really small compared to the ones up north, and I think the dogs down here are bigger than they are up north. I don't know.
Well, maybe I could get a picture. I got your email. Maybe I could
Yeah.
get a picture of the ones that we're raising the Dickens out here tonight because I'm pretty sure they're unalived, if you know what I mean.
Right on. Shoot, these down here, man. It's like you have to have some really good night vision shit because that's about the only time you ever see them is like getting around dark or after
Yeah.
dark.
Yeah, well, that was right after dark. Do you remember that ruckus? I had to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, if I get a good picture, I'll send it to you. You'll see how big they are. I think it'll surprise you.
Well,
But
you
if
never know. It could be
got real
part
big ones
werewolf,
down
man.
there, if you got real big ones down there, like we got up here, it's generational crossbreeding um,
It could be.
and also extremely good feed.
I could just imagine, man, because there's this one. It looks like a Saint Bernard. It's like this big white, hairy dog that runs around out here in a pack, like a little pack of dogs out here in the woods. Big motherfucker. I could just
I'm
imagine that sucker getting it on with one of these coyotes around here and see what happens.
Now, do you have people around there that have those Anatolian shepherd dogs or whatever?
What are you talking about? Like
They're a great big white dog, like you were just saying.
I don't know, maybe. I don't know.
Those are got to be the dumbest dogs on God's green earth. All they do is bark.
Oh yeah. Well,
Which
shoot,
is
the ones
great.
that
It's great when they're barking when there's something to bark at out there, you know. But
Right.
the owner does not get out of bed to go see what the dog is barking at in the middle of the daggum night. And it's actually not okay to let your dog bark all daggum night. You know.
Really?
It's actually against the law here to let your
Oh
dog
yeah.
bark all night. Oh yeah, you can't do that. That's not okay. It's against the law.
Well, I let mine do it. I let mine do it all the time, man. I just
Oh,
because
your
I'm
dog's
I,
barking my own. Well,
dude, they go nuts, man. There's dogs all around here that'll start howling at night and shit. That's how that they do all their chatting at night. You know what I mean? These dogs do not bark at all unless there's somebody coming in the yard. Otherwise, during the daytime, the only time they actually just bark like I know they're not barking at something walking around out here in the yard. When they're just barking, they're talking to the neighbors. You know what I mean? This is when they do their time to talk. You know, this at night. You know, it's crazy. You know, because they'll howl back
Now,
at each other, back and forth each other.
Polarin just said something that's highly controversial. Coyotes are pack hunters. A lot of people
Right?
tell you that is not true.
No, they
However,
are.
there was just a man attacked by like 11 coyotes, and the biggest one was trying to take him down and chewing on his legs, trying to take him down. And there was 11 other coyotes sitting there waiting for him to take that guy down. And he was going for his like Achilles
Yeah.
heel, back of the knee, and literally trying to take a grown man down.
Yeah.
And there was like 11 of them, and people say, "Oh no, they're not pack hunters. They just eat little mices and little. That's it. They just
No. They have the same mentality, the same mentality and the same tactics as a hyena. A hyena has the same tactics and the same things. Pack hunters like that. That's how they
Yeah,
do it.
yep.
You know, it's the same
People
thing.
are so dumb when it comes to these animals.
Well, that's the thing, dude. It's like that's what bothers
Exactly,
me.
Miss Ghetto. Exactly. The alpha going in, doing the yep, and also that whole pack of
Yeah.
pups is sitting there learning.
Oh yeah.
They're being taught.
It's a tactic. It's tactics they're learning too on how to punt, how to hunt, how to create a the team, tell them what to do, signals, and it's like what that kind of shit. All that they're learning. You know what I mean? That's what bothers me about my mama dog. Now I know she's a good dog, but damn it, there's some bad habits that she is teaching these pups, and it pisses me off. You know what I mean? And I'm like, she's teaching them this shit that I don't want them to learn.
What, she coming up behind getting at you or something or what?
No, it's just like stupid things like some of the stuff that I don't want her doing. Like for instance, like going off and being gone for like a day or more. Well, she'll take all the pups in tow. Next thing you know,
Trying to
teaching
get
them
rid
all
of
whatever
them.
else.
They do that.
Huh?
They try to get rid of their pups. She's trying to get rid of them.
Well, I don't want to get rid of them. I don't want her to get rid of them. But
They'll take them. They'll take them for a long walk and lose them when they're done with them.
oh man, well, as soon as she, almost all pups, no, mothers, the mother dogs, they don't really get attached for very long. It's like once they have the pups, they're pretty much ready to get them off the tits, and then when they're ready to get them off, then once they're off the tits, when they're on regular food instead of the dude, they're ready to go then. I've noticed that when it comes down to the mother dogs, anyway. But I don't know. It's good for her to have company around here. That's the reason why I keep more than just her around. You know,
Yeah.
and I kind of like, and I got one male and one female of the pups left, and I don't know. I love them both, but if it came down to it, I thought about it. As if I came down to it where I had to choose just one out of all of them. It's a hard decision, but I think I might go with the male this time instead of a female. I don't know.
Oh, I like me a female dog. They're the most protective, most devoted.
Right.
Love
That's the reason why I got Jazz in the first place, because I had a choice between a brother and a sister, and I got the sister. All right, so I was like, well, I was thinking at the time, this is what I was thinking when it came down to the whole heat thing. I was like, I think I'd rather deal with boys coming in the yard instead of having my boy running out of the yard. Well, now she just turned the damn tables on me. She'll run out too, you know.
You don't
she
have
knows
a
it's.
pen? You don't have a pen you can put her in when she's in heat? I mean, I watch my little girl like a hawk. I mean, she's like 4 feet away from me right now. She has not been any further than 4 feet away from me unless she's running after the ball for the last 3 weeks because she's been in heat. They got a week coming in, a week in, and a week going out. And that week going out is the worst one, and that's what I'm watching right now.
Right. Well, no, I don't have a pen.
What smell? If those boy dogs are 6 miles away, I can't smell that smell because I'm so tired of it. I mean, that is one thing I do have to say is a drawback. But eventually, one of these days, I would like to breed her. And
well, that's another thing too. I can't really afford to get fixed because that's another thing too. Here in Florida, I have to pay for rabies shots and get them rabies shots before I can even get them fixed.
Yeah.
You know, and it just kind of, it comes down to some of that money thing too. But I haven't gotten them fixed yet. And I've been probably, I don't know.
Well, sometimes they have those like
Like a
fix
humane society
clinics,
or something. Yeah.
whatever, a fix 'em clinic, and also, they do have, I think, kind of low income scales. I mean, if they can do it for the homeless people, why can't they do it for you? You know what I mean?
Right. I don't know. I have to figure. I haven't
I
come
don't
across
know.
anything
I'm
yet.
not one to go around with my hand out either. I pay whatever somebody wants me to pay for something. If they think that's what it's worth and they tell me that's what it's worth, by God, I'm going to pay them the money, And I'm not going to argue with them. I'm not going to dicker. I'm not going to say, oh, looks like that puppy's got worms. Well, welcome to the real world. All puppies got worms. Let's deal with that, when we get them home. But, I'm not going to sit there and no, I don't want anybody doing me any favors. I just go ahead and, hey, because you know what? When I go to sell my animals, I don't like people coming along telling me that running what I've got down. You know what I mean? Like, oh, that like if somebody came to buy something from me, I don't want to sit there and listen to you run what I got down. I
Right.
work for what I have. I offer a good price if I'm going to go to sell something. And I usually don't sell things just on account of it's just a stinking hassle to deal with people,
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
But, everybody, if they're in a bad situation and they need a little leg up on the horse to get their dogs fixed or whatever, they have people that donate money for that kind of stuff. Obviously, because like I said, I don't think there's an intact dog within 35 miles of me. There's not a dog that has his balls anywhere. He would have been here.
Right.
So
No.
that's,
Yeah.
you know, yeah, but here, I don't like, I adopted dogs out of shelters. Yeah, yeah, I have one that is pretty much psychotic from being militarized, but I put up with her. I'm probably one of the only people in the world that has that kind of patience, but I do because she's hopelessly devoted to me. And she absolutely won't let anybody raise their voice around anybody that lives in my household. So, I mean, she'll just go up and say hello and bounce your balls right into your throat and let you know exactly what she's capable of. I've actually seen her do it. This guy was literally coming at my husband like full guns wanting to fight. And she just went up and said hello with his balls. And it stopped him in his tracks. I was like, oh, say hello. Sure you want to fight?
Teabagging.
She teabagged him so bad. He had balls where his tonsils should have been. Oh, well, here's some information from Ms. NC
Oh
Debs.
yeah. Yeah. I know. I saw that.
Hi
Yeah.
there. Through your county humane society, they have discounts, spay neuter discounts, like $50. And actually, that's for rabies, distemper shots. Oh, the whole 9 yards. Probably parvo too. I don't know if you have an issue with that, parvo, but we actually have a issue with that and leptospirosis because of the raccoons that we have around.
Well, I heard and see. There's a buddy of mine. He's got German shepherds. He likes like good, like ones with papers and all that, like purebred or whatever. He says for some reason parva is like kind of like susceptible to like German shepherds also. So he's told me about it, but I haven't heard anything else about it before from anybody else.
Mm.
Um, but I don't know. I really haven't. I haven't had any. Most of the dogs that I've ever had through my life, except for I had some labs when I was younger, some black labs and chocolate labs. But other than that, most of the other dogs I've ever had has all been mutts. And I don't know if that matters or not, but I don't really have a lot of disease when it comes down to it. You know, I haven't had any dogs that had any problems like that. Um, so personally, I haven't. I really don't know. Um,
Well, Miss Debs, thanks for the information about that.
yeah, yeah, no
I,
kidding.
I would,
I'll
I'm
look
pretty
into it. I'll
sure
find out and find something. I
that
got to do something because I don't know. I don't want him to get knocked up again. I don't think Jazz. I don't know. She probably learned her lesson the first time,
no, they
but the
don't.
thing is,
They just learn how to
uh,
do it better. They just get better at it. And the uterus
uh,
learns. They have twice as many puppies the next time.
dude, yeah, they can have it for forever and ever and ever. You know,
Yeah,
unless,
yeah. But thanks, Miss Debs, for the info. That's good, good, good. Yeah, thanks. 2 pets per year. Wow. Well, I've never really had contact with the Humane Society, but that's good. Oh, people have called them on me for my 35-year-old horses. Yeah, and horses don't live that long, but people don't like it when you have an old horse. They think they all need to look like something in a 2-year-old show ring, which they did look like that at one point in time. But I wasn't just going to go out and shoot my horses because somebody was offended that they looked way back and pot-bellied and poor. You know what I mean?
yeah,
It wasn't like they were not getting fed because they had 5 acres of field and all the hay they could munch down. And when they got real old and they didn't have teeth, I always made sure they had that warm mash twice a day. But you can't do anything right when your animals get old. People look at them and they go, "Oh, you're doing something wrong." Well, yeah, I'm letting them get old. What do you want me to do? Do you want to shoot it or do you want me to? You don't like shooting horses? Neither do I. So yeah, I don't like that. Not one of my favorite days.
yeah. I used to work at a dog track, and I think it's pretty cool. Like a lot of these dogs, if they are able to survive, some of them they retire from running races and stuff, and people get to adopt them and stuff. I think that's awesome.
I think it's
If
great.
well, because a lot of them don't make it. Because I mean, seriously, a lot of these dogs in their contract, for instance, if they break a leg while they're racing or whatever, they're supposed to be put down.
Yeah.
So it's like I would hate to be a race dog. I mean, that would suck ass.
Well, you've
And
seen it happen on the tracks with the horses too. They come in with this horse
right.
ambulance. Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
They're just hauling them off till they can put them down. Okay.
Yep.
And these are nice, beautiful 2-3-year-old animals that
Yep.
are
It's in their contract. It's in the contract.
training,
It's in the contract.
training themselves so hard that they will actually pull every tendon in a leg or break a leg or whatever. And these what they call industries. When animals are involved in industry,
Hmm.
okay, any kind of time you hear that word industry I don't care what it is. There is no real true human kindness for those animals. I mean, I even think about here's coming. I don't know why so many Bible verses are coming into my mind. I did read that thing a lot, but here's the kindness that the shepherd has for the flock for the slaughter. I mean, they have to turn their face away. They just, they raise those babies, and then it's these horses that somebody raised that little baby and
Right.
got it to the point where it broke its leg. Somebody raised those little puppies and those dogs, and they would love to see them. I actually have thought about adopting one of those old race dogs, but I thought, I think even that is perpetuating this system. Like,
Yeah.
I don't want to put my stamp of approval on it.
Well, I mean, tell you, I mean,
That's why I won't go bet on a horse race. I will not do it because it's, to me, it's
a big deal, man. It's a lot of money making.
Yeah,
I mean, seriously, it is.
Because
Because I mean, I was in New Mexico, in Rio Doso, and they got the Rio Doso Downs over there. My gosh, it's a big, freaking huge, like, horse racing place. I mean, there's a lot of money that comes in and out of that place. And when I worked over at the Ebro dog track and stuff, man, I knew guys that they made their living just sitting there betting on dogs, horses, highlight, stuff like that. They do that. That's all they did every day. That's how they made their living. I was like, how the fuck, but
Oh, they got a system. Trust me. I had this old black guy at the. We lived across the street from a fairgrounds in a place called Elko, Nevada, and they had horse races there. And he told me, see that horse taking a dump right before he gets in the
right. I've heard the same thing about dogs.
See that horse. See that horse. See how his back foot strikes out way past the track of his front foot. See that? And he started telling me all this stuff, and I'm like, holy mackerel.
Handicaps, the handicaps.
Some serious science behind this.
Yeah.
That these guys have watched these animals, and yeah, did they make money? Oh, yeah, they made money. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because I've heard the same thing about the dogs when it comes down to, like, when they're walking them out to the gates and stuff. And it's like the first one that takes a crap on the track on the way out, man, is the one that's going to win the race, because the rationale is that one's a little lighter.
Yeah. Yeah, but he's like invigorated because he just,
excited.
Yeah, got rid of cut.
I used to run the lure, the lure that runs around the track the dogs chase. I used to run that because it was an old, it was old. It wasn't automatic braking system on it. I had to pull a lever to brake it. That was my job. But yeah, it was actually, it's actually dying out, especially when all this crap started a couple years ago. The track has been kind of died out. They kind of moved toward poker in that place now instead of actually doing the dog racing. I haven't seen any racing over there in a long time. But
I think, I've never. I don't know how to say this. Here I'm trying to censor myself, okay? People have property, and the property is those animals, and they can do anything with those animals they want to under the law. They can do it. They can race them, they can put them down, they can anything.
Right.
And I mean, if somebody comes over to your house and is complaining about one of your animals, you can pick up your 2A and say, okay, which one? Come show me. And you can dispatch it at your pleasure or displeasure or whatever. But I think because so many people have gone, really, they don't see them like, oh no, they're not property, or the whole attitude is changing, which in a way is a good thing. People should be aware there shouldn't be cruelty allowed in these industries.
Man,
the cruelty should not be there.
Yeah, there is. I'll tell you this. There's a story from this track that I know of. There was a guy that was in charge of one of the kennels where the dogs stay at. Well, he went on like a murder spree, killed like over 30 dogs, and
No.
yeah, he's in prison for it now. But yeah, the kennel that is actually got like a bad luck era around it. So none of the trainers, when they bring dogs in for the tracks and stuff,
Ugh.
they wouldn't even put their dogs in that kennel because it was bad luck. They thought it was like bad luck and stuff. So they ended up just closing that one kennel off and then using it for storage or whatever. And it was weird. They're really superstitious that way. It's really crazy. But it was weird though. He was. They found dog bodies all over the place around the back side of that kennel. Found like freezers full of them. It was crazy, man.
Oh
Dude's in prison.
God.
Yeah, he's in prison now for it though. But yeah, it was. But
Wow.
yeah, people do some crazy shit, man.
Yeah, and
And
that what people get away with being cruel to animals is just
well, yeah, there's that. He just happened to get caught. You know what I mean? But you never know what some of these things. You talk about the industries and stuff, man. If you're in that industry, I mean, inside job scenario kind of thing. Who would know? You know what I mean?
other insiders. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, I think how he got. I can't remember how he got caught. Now I think about it, but I think he just. I don't know. I think he got too much into it. I guess. Because I just remember hearing the story before I started working there. Because it was before I started working there, and uh, yeah, and but yeah, it was a shitload of. I mean, like it was a weird thing too. Like I said, it was like all the trainers for the dogs, they were real superstitious about that one kennel. They wouldn't even go anywhere near it. They thought it was all bad luck for their dogs and stuff. You know,
Just went
all that
full
hoochie.
on bad juju, huh?
Yeah, the bad juju is exactly what I'm saying.
Oh
And
yeah.
yeah.
See, they don't like that in any kind of betting,
Mm-hmm.
racing. That bad
Yep.
juju is
Yep.
bad juju is
Yep.
bad juju.
But like not that far away from me is this place called Fort Walton out this way out here in the Panhandle. Actually, is like one of the first areas and that did all that dog racing and stuff like like greyhound racing and shit. But
Mm.
back then they also back then they actually had jockeys that would ride the dogs.
What kind of jockeys? Monkeys?
Yes, yes.
Oh my
Little
god.
fucking monkeys dressed up in jockey uniforms that would like ride on the back of them. I am not kidding, dude. I'm not kidding. They would ride and they would like elbow each other along the fucking track and shit. Yeah, it was
No
freaking.
way.
Yeah, dude. You can find old photos of this stuff all over on the internet. You can still find it. You can still find it. But I was like, dude, I actually talked to the owner of the dog track. I was like, dude, you ought to do that again. You know what I mean? Dude, you know how many people that would pack the damn stands watching these little monkeys on the back of dogs and shit? You know what I mean? But PETA would
See,
be going
it,
nuts over that,
it's
you know?
odd to me to hear stuff like that because we don't really out west out here. We don't got dog racing. We got horse racing, and
Right.
like at the fair, county fair, they'll have these little baby pigs and they'll turn
Right.
them loose and they all run to the food. Okay. So they got pig races at the county fair. And they
Do you
got
got that little where the kids get on them and ride the pigs?
no.
Dude, we
I
do that down here.
no, I never saw any
They'll
kids
do that
going
down
on.
here, my guy. We'll just stick a kid
No,
on the back of that pig and
no,
ride that sucker like a horse.
the kids will show their hogs at the county fair, but they don't outride them. Not that I've ever seen anyway.
That's where the fun's at. Stick a
Well,
5-year-old on the back of that pig and see where it goes.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
now, you know, my great granddad, he never allowed the children around the hogs at all.
Oh
The
yeah.
boars, especially, he kept the boars way up on the hill, and the children were never allowed to go around the boar pen because he would, well, just put it this way, they ate raw meat.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Okay, I hear what
because
you're
it
saying.
was a big dairy, and there were excess male animals that that's why the kids couldn't go around the boars.
Oh
But
yeah, I hear you.
yeah, that was back in the day, way back in the day. That doesn't go on anymore. But well, maybe on some farms, but yeah,
The hillbillies out there in the woods.
I don't know. There were ways those old folks did things. I'll tell you what, it worked for them.
Yeah, I know. Well, so that's the thing too. Some of those old ways, man, are actually some of the good ways and stuff, man. And some of the old ways still need to be remembered. I don't know, like remember like some of the old like the old wives' tales and stuff, or well, the old herbal medications and stuff. The old grandmother used to teach you,
Well, yeah,
whatever,
they used to get, yeah, they used to get burned at the stake for that stuff. Yeah, of course I know.
Mm, well,
'Cause
yeah,
they could cure an earache with some garlic and olive oil. Whoa,
yeah.
that might get you taken down. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
Jesus.
Holy crap! Yeah, dude, I'm serious, man.
That'll
You
probably
start.
get your channel taken down. Oh, no,
Oh yeah,
that's not
well,
true.
there's
That's
another
just
fucking
something I
strike.
heard. That's just an old wives' tale.
Well, see, that's the thing too. So, like, I have a great interest in, like, for instance, midwives. I think that is a necessity that's still like an age old type of thing. That I think if I ever get to have a child, I'm going to do it like the natural way with a midwife and everything and all that stuff. Not go to the hospital, none of that shit. That's the way I would want to do it. I don't know.
Yeah.
It depends on how whoever I'm with at that time, if they're into that kind of thing or not. But I want to do it that way. Um, and keep that type of tradition alive. Because honestly, I think a midwife is a good thing um, to know. That
Well, I've
information, that
been
knowledge.
a doula for many women. I actually delivered a baby in a really bad storm on a boat in the harbor on the 2nd of February in the middle of the night. And I delivered a baby, and well, for someone else, not myself. But I never had any drugs when I had my kids, and we were all about doing it the natural way back in the 70s. And nowadays, these girls, it's like if they have like a little cramp, they start screaming, "Give me drugs!"
Right.
And
Well, the thing is like, remember we were talking about the preppers and stuff. Do you think these people are just not going to have kids anymore? I mean, who's going to deliver these kids?
Well, they
Um,
better get some skills. Tell you
you know?
that they'll be coming after old women that are in their 80s that
Well,
have done it,
right.
And I'll tell you what, nobody needs to deliver a baby. That little sucker's coming anyways.
Well, yeah, I hear you.
Play
Unless
cat.
you have problems, unless there's problems, you know what I mean? There's
Well,
always that chance.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, my little grandson, his cord was really, really short. Like really short. And he was born at home, though, here on the island. And my daughter was standing up. And I think he had the shortest cord, which is weird because when she was born, my doctor said that was the longest cord he'd ever seen in his entire life. And he delivered like 10,000 babies, right? At least. And he said that was the longest cord he'd ever seen. In fact, he asked the nurse to measure it. And he said, and that placenta is big enough for twins. Well, when my daughter had her baby, he had the shortest cord in the whole wide world, and he practically had to be born with the placenta. So it was really strange. So there's lots of stuff that can go haywire when you're doing a home birth. But
Well, you never know. I mean, things could, come out the wrong direction, whatever. Things could get twisted up or wrapped around or whatever. There
well,
is that, but it's like that knowledge, though, just to be able to assist with delivering the baby. You know what I mean?
well, it
Well,
really
if the
helped
hospitals are
me.
all fucked, you know what I mean? Like in apocalypse or whatever, some shit goes fan go down. Hospital is no go. So what do? You having a child? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? You know what I mean?
You do what they always said. You,
Right. Papa squat right there in the woods, right?
you
You know.
wrestle with your sister, bro. Wrestle with your sister. Because she's gonna be groaning and moaning, and you just gotta let it come.
Well,
It's
I mean,
okay.
it's one of those things that I have thought about. That's the reason why I think about like midwives and stuff, because I mean, that is something that's a skill and a knowledge that's going to probably be necessary in the future. Who knows?
Yeah, I
I mean,
got a
it's being
midwife.
demonized. It's being
Midwife
demonized, though.
lives 2 doors from me. The midwife, and her husband's a chiropractor, and she's the midwife, and
Oh, that's hell. That's something that have you tried chiropractic for your back or your
are you
um?
kidding me? Nobody gets to touch my metal. I got titanium rack. I got
But
a
you can't.
titanium rack. Nobody gets to touch that. It's been installed.
Oh yeah, you're
Yeah,
cyborg.
I'm a cyborg, and of course, if they wanted to pop my hips or something like that, that'd be fine. But not anything around my shoulders or neck, or because, like I said, I got a scar from the back of my skull. Well, it was C4 to C7, so from
Hmm.
the back of my skull all the way down to the middle of between my shoulder blades, and all of that is all titanium with screws and all kinds of groovy. Oh, it
Set
was
off a damn
crazy.
metal detector every time you go through it,
Oh yeah, they throw me up against the wall too and tell me to spread my legs. I go, no, the titanium's in my neck.
huh?
I don't have anything in the hoo-ha, dude. It's in my
It's
neck.
like, holy crap, buy me
My
dinner
husband
first.
gets really upset because I try to, all we're trying to do is fly to Hawaii. And my husband's like, it's her neck. Don't throw her around. And they just want to, they think I'm packing, you know, especially with all my hair. They don't know what's under there.
Yeah, you could be packing a bazooka under that motherfucker.
Oh my God. I could have
Yeah,
I could have an F-16 under my
yeah, a whole F-16, man. Oh, you
under
ready
my
to
hair.
go
Are
out there?
you kidding me? That Comanche Irish
You
hair.
you're you're ready to go after them all now, boy. I'm gonna tell you. What was that? What was it? There was a old cartoon. I think it was the Harlem Globetrotters cartoon
Oh
where
God, they
they
were
turned
great,
into.
weren't they?
Do you
They were.
remember that cartoon where
Oh,
they played like
I love.
superheroes?
I love the Harlem Globetrotters. I just
Well,
loved it.
all right. Well, I remember in the cartoon when they turned into superheroes, one of them he had a big ass afro and he can pull whatever he wanted out of that afro. It was pretty cool. He had everything in the world in that fucking afro, man. It was great, dude. It was like that was his superpower, man. That was cool.
Oh God.
Hmm. I was watching some the best of the worst cartoons ever made um, compilation the other night, and it was going through some old ass fucking cartoons that I totally forgot all about. They only last like 14 episodes, type of thing, and excuse me. But I hope I'm not boring you guys out there in the chat. I'm watching, I'm paying attention, but nobody's really talking all that much. But I'm paying attention to everybody. I'm not ignoring you, and I appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out. Like I say, the link's up there if anybody wants to come up and hang out. The panel is open for conversation. And but yeah, there's a lot of shit out there going on, and and I've got my cup of coffee. I'm ready to go.
I don't just get on the internet for fun. I want to hear what people got on their mind. I really do want to hear it. I want to hear what they got to say. And people got a voice. You got a voice, you can sing. Go ahead and sing. Pretty soon we'll have a symphony going on. We'll have a great choir and a symphony, and there'll be music everywhere because everybody's got a voice. Use it. I want to hear you. I want to hear them, don't you? I want to hear what people. Why do you think I hang out with people that are on the radio? Wingnut and Polarin. I want to hear what people have to say. I want to hear people's opinions. I want to know the pulse. I want to put my finger on the pulse of this country and see what people think.
You know, actually, I kind of like some of these guys that go out there and do these like man on the street type of question things or whatever. You know, they go out there and just ask random people questions and stuff. I think it's actually kind of interesting, you know, because I like observing how people react and how, you know, you can see the wheels turning in their head and stuff. You know, they're actually thinking about it or they're not thinking about it. It's kind of crazy too, man. It's like, it's interesting. You know, especially if you have all right, I know there's one guy, he'll sit there and ask about like gun control and stuff like that. You know, he'll talk to people and like asking them all, and then you go to these like protests or whatever, you know, to create gun control or whatever, and asking them like, who do you think should have control of the guns? And then they're like, well, I think the military and the police should have control of the guns. Nobody adversaries and all that stuff. And then the next question is just like, well, do you trust the government? And they'll be like, well, no. And then he's like, well, then why would you want to give the government who you don't trust control over all the guns? And it's like a gasket will pop. You know, it's like a fuse blows or something. You can see it. You know, when it's all like all that crap kind of coming to a head in their own head, you know.
I think they call it cognitive dissonance.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's just like, it's like boom, you know, it's like a whole gasket just fucking blows or something, you know. But then, you know, and also just observing like some of these people I watch that go out there on the man in the street type of thing and ask them like simple questions like, how many states are in the United States? What's stupid shit like that, you know, like stuff that's like supposed to be common knowledge.
What are the two countries that border the United States?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But you know, I mean, we just got a middle finger from Amy Wads. Oi, oi, people, middle finger. Hi, Lassie. Come join us. I love people that tell you to fuck off right away. I just love that. That's like my signal to all the people I grew up with. I'm going down the road, giving them the bird. And they like give me the bird back, and I'm like, right on. Got it going on. Yep.
Oh, anime one. Oh, Chris the Brick. Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
Oh, okay, Chris the Brick. That must be her. It's actually a thumbs up, but whatever. No, I love the middle finger. It is a thumbs up where I come from. Oh, is Chris the Brick on an AM channel then? So it's a
Yeah,
radio.
I think he's across the pond if I'm not
Right
mistaken.
on. Now is Amy do I I don't want to do pronouns.
It says he said it's his last's phone, so it's probably his girlfriend or whatever.
Oh, he's on his lassie's phone. All righty. I gotcha. Oh, that's the Zach finger? Oh, I get it.
Yeah. Yeah. Me personally, man, what I do when I want to say hi to Zach, for the emojis, I use the arm sticking up, the and then the thumbs up, because that's
right
basically like that's like Zach right there with his, like, he's got his one arm sticking way up and his thumbs out, you know what I mean? Or he's giving you the bird. That's funny. I mean, it cracks me up when he does that shit.
I know. So I'm a Geordie bricklayer. My sons were odd carriers.
Newcastle. Right on.
The UK.
I was a carpenter for a long time, and I remember really, I don't know, bricklaying and mason work. That's hard work.
I hope to God I never electrocuted anybody, but I was in the trades room. I did wire some houses. Well,
I know my way around electrical stuff.
I was supervised.
Yeah.
I was and inspected by the building inspector, mind you.
Yeah, I'm not licensed or anything, but I know my way around when it comes down to wiring a house and stuff like that.
I worked long enough wiring that I could run a electrical department in the hardware store, which was kind of fun for a while, except for the guys got really jealous because I outsold them so much, and they got really stinky. They got really stinky. At first they were really nice to me, but then they got really stinky, and then I started outworking them and outselling them so much that it started to show on paper, and it got really embarrassing for them. So they started you know how people will try to X you out and get rid of you if you're more successful doing what, you're just doing your job, right? But they want to be your boss, and they want to tell you how to do it, and you're already doing it better than anybody else has ever done it. And the owner doesn't want you to leave, but they all do, because they're really getting shown up. Ever had that happen? I don't know. It's hard. I'm not saying it was because I'm a woman. I'm just saying it was because I was goddamn better than they were. That's what.
Okay.
I was good at it. Real good. Because I could sell ice water to an Eskimo.
Yeah, really?
Pretty much. Shit. At the hardware store. In fact, one time I'll never forget that my boss was saying, no, to this salesman that came in, right? The guy was trying to sell glasses, like magnifying, like 3s and 2s and 4s. He's trying to sell these glasses. I'm like, hey, I'll take those back in my department. And my boss says to me, well, why would you do that? I go, because you don't know how many people come in here and they forgot their glasses at home. And if they could buy these glasses for $5, I could sell so many of these in my department. I'll take them all right now back in my department. I'll sell every last one of them in a month. And the guy was like so jazzed that I was saying, sure. Because I was selling little tiny, 832 screws for the people that came in with IKEA furniture. And I mean, I was selling all kinds of more stuff than just electrical. I mean, it was ridiculous. But anyway, he was like, okay, fine. We'll sell them right here. We'll sell them right here in the front of the store. They sold so many of those glasses. It was embarrassing.
Huh.
Just because people forget their glasses at home and they got to go look at something or read something in the store and they don't have their glasses, wouldn't you go over and buy a $5 pair of glasses? Sure you would. Sure you would. That's why I could sell anything. That's why I could sell anything. Because I'd make sure they had the glasses to be able to read the thing.
Shoot, damn 2s and 3s, they getting up there like, I mean, literal magnifying glasses, man.
Bro, I'm wearing 4s right now.
Dude, I
4.
can't. Dude, that's way too much for me. I started when I turned 30. That's when I got my first pair of reading glasses, and that's where I'm at. I'm like about close to what 1.5 or somewhere around there, and that's
See, Amy says, I'm also specky, so I'd have bought a pair. LOL. Right. Sure. Because if you're trying to read the directions on your plumbing part and you don't have your glasses, oh, looky there.
Yeah.
Cindy's got
That's another
glasses.
thing too. That's another thing too on the prepper scenario. If you need glasses, you should have
My
spares.
God.
You have
Buddy,
spares. That's what you should have.
guess what? Guess what Cindy bought a bunch of? Glasses.
Because I mean, seriously, I think that's something that some people might overlook. You know, on the prepper end of it.
Glasses
You know what I
with
mean?
good cases. Because when you're
Right.
really trying to do something intricate, and let me tell you something, once
Right.
you hit 40, 45, 50 years old, your lenses start to harden off, and you couldn't thread a needle to save your soul. But you
Right.
can still shoot a chicken's eyeball out at 50 yards, but try to thread a needle. Okay? So you better get on. Yeah, you better think about glasses. That's part of the Band-Aids.
Yeah.
The BB and, you know, beans, Band-Aids, and
Beer? No.
yeah, beer.
No.
I'm doing how to make beer.
Well, see, that's something. That's a skill that I learned on my own. Also, is how to actually distill alcohol, because I know that could be a very well wanted commodity. You know what I mean? Because I was sitting there thinking about it. Well, one of the reasons why I kind of did it is so I, like, for instance, if I wanted to make up my own hand sanitizer or some kind of a cleaning agent for medical use, I can make my own alcohol. I can do that. You know what I mean? Or something like, or even just like for an alcohol to drink. But I mean, you know, but the thing is, it's like I was thinking more of a medical scenario for the use of alcohol. You know, like cleaning wounds, stuff like that. I think I think some distilleries were actually, when all this stuff started a couple years ago, they actually switched from making drinking alcohol. They switched to making alcohol for like hand sanitizer, you know, and stuff like that. And I don't know, but that's something else that it's another skill that I kind of like gathered over the years, and you know, that could be a useful thing. You know, people's gonna want to drink alcohol, even if the world went to shit. You know, I wonder what like crackheads are gonna do when the shit hits the fan and they can't get crack anymore. You know, I wonder. I don't know.
Well, you know, I made some tea and put some honey in it, made it real sweet. Kind of put it away, kind of forgot about it. And it turned into the most glorious elderberry mead that you can't even imagine. It was just cooking away, and I went, oh my God, that's making wine. Wonder what that's going to taste like.
Right?
Making mead. It wasn't making wine, but I didn't put any yeast in. It was just natural what was in the air on the elderberries. I don't know.
Right
But
on.
anyway, yeah, my friend had sent me these elderberries from back in, what state does she live in? Missouri. She's got black elderberries. Well, I got red ones out here. We got red ones. I've never tasted black elderberries. So She sent me some, so I made up this big pot of tea and I put it in several bottles and ended out it started cooking because I put the raw honey in it, right?
Okay.
Oh, it was really good. I had some the other night and I kind of
Huh.
got a little bit actually I kind of got in a pissy mood. I kind of wanted to brain my husband. I don't know why. I was just in a brain my husband mood. He's over in the corner looking at me right now like, I didn't know that. I didn't know you wanted to brain me. But he's still looking at me like, what?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of my buddy Scott and his
Oh
wife,
my God,
man.
my husband's so cute. You guys would love him. I swear to God. Just picture Clark Cable giving you a dirty look.
Right?
Okay, Clark. It's too funny. He won't say anything. He's sticking his tongue out. He won't say anything because he knows I'm on the internet. And I'm like, I said, it's like being on the phone, but I'm talking on the computer.
Right. What, you got headphones, or can he hear what's
No,
going
he can
on?
hear everything. He can hear everything.
Right on. Yeah.
Yeah. Go to your room.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it kind of reminds me of my buddy Scott and his wife. They're like that too, man. It's like, it's kind of crazy too, because I was serious, man. If she got the chance, she'd beat the shit out of him.
Oh no. I
It's
never
funny
would
too.
raise my voice to him ever.
Oh
ever.
man, dude, if she could, she would. But
Not to
there's
say
been,
I don't
because I
get
mean,
frustrated.
the only reason is because they get on each other's nerves sometimes. You know what I mean?
Right up
And
in the corner.
it's funny too, because I ended up
right up in the corner.
I ended up working with them sometimes too, so I know exactly what she goes through sometimes. You know, so be like, golly, man, now I know exactly what you mean. He's an asshole sometimes.
No, it's just sometimes I don't care who you are. I mean, you've been together 20, 30 years. I'm telling you, people.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, they've been together for
You're gonna get on each
27.
other's nerves. Come on,
Yeah.
stop it.
Yeah, dude. It was probably like last year. They got in a real big fight, and she took off for a little while. Man, he was so heartbroken. Man, he was like over here, like every day. Didn't know what to do with himself. You know what I
Oh
mean? That kind
yeah,
of thing. You know.
yeah. I mean, honest to God, I'm reading what you're saying. I'm
Yeah.
talking to you, bro. Hey, jump up and talk to us.
Yeah, I mean the link's up there and pinned at the top, man.
Yeah, you don't
Feel
want to
free
be
to
in
come up to
chat
the panel.
feeling like you're chatting to
And
yourself. Yes, absolutely. Really.
it doesn't matter to me, man. It's like the more the merrier, honestly. You know what I mean? I don't really care.
Well, if you don't mind, I mean, why am I inviting people up on your live stream? Because you have a live stream link. I thought that.
I ain't worried about it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It doesn't strike me as a porn bomber.
Well, no.
And honestly, man, if you are gonna porn bomb me, I want to see some big ass titties, like woman titties, not man titties, but woman titties. Make it worth it. Yeah.
No, definitely not. Okay.
I don't want to see, because I'm serious, man. I was sitting there. I know these channels, man, that have been getting some of these porn bomb type stuff, but it always is some dude with some little winky winker, and I'm like, what the hell is going on with some of those dudes?
Oh,
And I mean, like,
it's just skin.
I know, but what's going on in their head to actually sit there and like show it off like that?
Why
You know
would
what I
they
mean?
even want everybody in the daggum world for eternity to be able to tune in and see their little wiener?
I don't know, man.
Why would they do that?
What's going on, man?
2 seconds. 2 seconds. Right. Hello, you alright?
How are you?
Fine. I think you've realised by now I'm not a woman.
Yeah, I know. No. Yeah. So good morning to you.
Yeah, you could say that. It's been a late one. I was put over here by another channel, but obviously this one seems a little bit more mellow, so I don't mind jumping on you and talking to you.
Oh, right on. Well, where were you at before? What other was it another live stream or something?
Mr.
Was it?
Deegan.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And it was Mr. Deegan. There's someone put the link up for. Look, I'll be honest with you. I'm off work today, and I've been up sitting, like, listening to people banter on about a lot of nonsense, but it passes the evening. And I got an early morning, and I thought, where's the after party? And this link got given to us.
Oh, right on. That's cool.
Well, now, you're in the UK?
Certainly am.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, so he's here in Florida where I'm at. He's 6 hours ahead of me, so it's about 6 o'clock in the morning over there, isn't it?
I tell you, it's actually a bang on. It's 8 minutes past 6.
Yeah. Okay. So there you go. So I can't remember how many hours are you, Cindy, away? I can't remember how many more.
Oh, it's 10:08 p.m. on the West Coast of the United States. I'm on an island in Washington State, which is the far upper left corner of the United States, south of Alaska.
So that's probably closer to 7 hours away from you. Yeah, 7 hours ahead.
It's closer to Bigfoot than me, isn't it?
A bit.
In Alaska, Bigfoot again is a lot of
honey, I seen Bigfoot in Alaska. I was born there.
Honestly, my wife loves Bigfoot, fascinated by it. I am as well. It's something that, you know, I'm not a big believer in religion or anything like that, right? And I do believe that Bigfoot, he's probably not real, but if he is, he's bloody well mystical.
Well, you know what? He looked me square in the eyes, and every hair on my body stood on end. I will never, ever, ever forget the Kushtaka.
Are you sure that wasn't your husband with an angry look at you for tying him up to
And I already told Wingnut the story about the Kushtaka the last time I talked to him, of what he was doing. He was stealing fish out of a net that was stretched across the creek. Okay.
Have you watched obviously there's a series about it. There's the latest one that's been on the Discovery Plus channel, and it's not the one where them I'm not going to say, I'm going to say it like them loopy nutters kind of one thinking that everything exists and whatnot. These have actually got a science. She studied gorillas and stuff in the jungle, and then you've got two other lads. One of them's anyway. But the long story short is that whole intention is to seek out Bigfoot evidence, and me and the wife are fascinated by it.
I mean, that's another thing too. Just finding evidence, man. I mean, I heard about this one guy who lives out in this area where they seem to have a lot of so-called sightings, and he's had a lot of problems with like what he thinks are like bear coming trying to get into his house or looking around or whatever. Well, he ended up putting a booby trap out on his front porch where it was like nails sticking up. So like if something came in there, it would step on it, and trying to get that blood evidence, and yet nothing. I mean, that's the craziest thing,
even when it comes, you would think there would have to be something. If there is something like fur,
do you know why? Do you know why?
Wait a minute. One of my buddies got fur from a barbed wire fence. He chased one of these things, and he took it to the University of Washington, and he didn't tell them anything about where he got it. And they did a DNA test on the hair, and I'm not kidding you, it came back unknown primate.
Yeah, but that doesn't, again, for me, there's unknown primates and unknown species out there that we still haven't discovered. And I do believe that if Bigfoot is real, and I'm more than 50% sure, I want to believe, but if he is, he's some sort of supernatural being that is out here to watch on for some reason, because the evidence that is not there. It's like all these UFO sightings, and basically they are just government technology that's 10 years in advance. Aliens aren't going to be that stupid to crash that technology on this planet if they do exist.
Unless they're drunk. unless they're drunk on a damn fucking like a joyride, you know what I mean? But yeah, exactly. Because I mean, seriously, I thought of that same thing. It's like, you think about it, you got an interstellar craft that can go from one solar system to another or whatever. If you break down, you're not going to actually call a tow truck to come get you. You're going to have to make this thing to where it's going to come take you back home, right? So you're not going to sit there and bring it all the way here and crash it, or get it crashed somehow, because I don't think it was shot down like a lot of these. I think some of them were chased or shot down or tried to shot down, because there's been plenty of.
But anything that's got the intelligence to travel intergalactically through galaxies and planets or whatever, and then they get to Earth and crash. It's like putting a newbie in a BMW X5 and putting them in a car park full of cars. It's just not gonna happen. But listen, I'm not saying it's impossible, because if there's evidence there, that we're looking at.
Well,
well, Chris, honestly, I'm not saying that Bigfoot is not interdimensional or can't pass between the veils between worlds, because they disappear so quickly into the forest. It's just like,
fascinating.
I know you sit there and say, if they're real, I am one of those people that says, I don't care what you think about me, what you say about me. I know for a fact what I
already love you. I already love you for your attitude.
And I'm fine with other people's beliefs, but I know my opinion on the matter. And that thing, it took those fish, it threw them into the forest, and then it took one step up that steep bank, and it was like an impossible step. It was no human being would have made that incredible. He must have spread his legs 12 feet apart. Okay.
That sounds a bit like my wife.
Right into the forest, and it was gone. Just like poof, gone. But before it left, it looked right at me. And I looked at it, and I knew it was real, and it knew I was real. And thank God I was up on a boardwalk, a bridge up above the whole scenario, because this thing was so huge and so powerful. It had to be 12 feet tall. I'm not kidding you.
See, I don't think you want any real danger anyway, if you saw it, because I don't think that's stupid to actually attack, because it would leave evidence. Again, you see what you saw there, I don't doubt you for 1 second, love. You saw it with your own eyes, right? And if I saw it, I would have saw it with 4 eyes, right? And I would honestly, I don't doubt you for a second. What it is for me is that I live in England, and what we have closest to Bigfoot is probably some hairy jock that's coming to the bar drunk, So other than seeing that and witnessing that multiple times for working up and down the country, I've got no recollection of a Bigfoot other than the channels that I watch, and honestly, I watch them for a reason because I do find it fascinating.
Harry Jock. Harry Jock in a bar. Yeah, I think I've seen a couple of those in my time.
Oh, I've seen more than a couple, love. I'm telling you right now, honestly.
Telling me.
Honestly. That made you laugh there.
I was thinking there also, like when it comes down to like where do these the whole thing about where do these guys where do they live? You know, it makes me wonder. It's like, okay, if they're like a spiritual type, interdimensional type being, well, then they just like poof, they go through like a wormhole type of thing and they disappear.
That's exactly it. That's what I am thinking. It's more like a theoretical physicist type thing. Look, I'm a bricklayer, right? My brain does not work on that level. Okay, I would love it too, right? But I know a limited amount of things. And theoretical physicists, they think I've got two autistic kids and they can think outside the box. My box is that small. Like you could probably, I mean, put it one way, it's teeny.
I'll tell you this, Chris. I'll tell you this. Well, like there was a ancient culture called the Anasazi, all right, here in the North American areas, all right, and they have all these pictures that they painted on the walls and stuff of these caves and stuff or whatever on these rocks and stuff, and a lot of them depict like this spiral type picture, all right, and like beings either coming out or going into these spirals. They had these stories that they of people being taken and people coming out of these. It looks like a what they describe as a wormhole. That's what it would. That's what the way it sounds. How they describe it. And this is and this is an ancient culture that doesn't exist anymore. You know, except for what's on the paintings that are on the walls. It depends on how you do interpret it. You don't know exactly what. I mean, I didn't live back then, so I have no idea. That's like I actually kind of envy some of my buddies that live out there in Ireland and Scotland and in the UK. Some of them guys, man, they walk past or ride by 1,000-year-old ruins every day, and they don't even think twice about it. I don't have that around where I'm at. And it's like, you know, I can't put my hand on a piece of history that's been there for 1,000 couple of years or whatever, you know. I don't have that nearby. I kind of envy that.
I've got the Roman wall running straight through me.
Oh, yeah?
Literally, I've got ruins of it, like I would say about a 5-minute walk from where I am, but I literally live on the line of the Roman wall because it runs down what you call the A69. It goes from Wallsend to Wallsend, and Wallsend in the east end of Newcastle is actually called Wallsend, but the other Wallsend is called Bonus on Solway, and that's where it started, and this is where it finishes over here. But there's ruins all over, and again, I see coaches pull up, and I'm not being, again, I know that Americans, because their socks are pulled up over their knees and they've got white hats on, and I'm intrigued by it, and I'm like, look at that. If I went to America, I would be looking at the massive the brickwork. I love stuff like that, the buildings. But that there, I grew up sitting on it and like smoking tabs and talking rubbish to me mates and that. It's just I didn't appreciate it like you do, and I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. No, yeah. Well, I mean, that's another thing too. I envy because I know some of them guys that do a lot of those abandoned buildings and stuff like that type of explore the urban explorers type stuff. There's so many freaking tunnels and stuff under the UK, dude. Oh my gosh, there's so much to explore underneath that whole area, all over that place. Oh man!
But just as long as you don't look at my back garden, right? Under my back garden, right? Because
do you really think that we wear socks over our knees? Because I don't even wear shoes.
I can quite believe that. No, it's a stereotypical view. That's what it was. Looking like all those Brits, the way that people.
This is why this guy had me laughing. This guy had me laughing so hard I had to mute myself. Too good. Too good.
It's not my intention. Do honestly believe us, yeah, when I say this, I am not naturally a funny person. If I'm making people laugh, it's normally just because they're used to people laughing at us, not with us.
I'm not laughing at you.
Hey, they're both the same. It's both a laugh. But if you can make someone laugh, that's all the better. But honestly, it's just... I would love to be able to stand on stage and do this, but the only thing I could do on stage is sweep the fucker.
I hear you.
I'm
No, it's actually, I was saying that earlier when it comes down to George Carlin. I mean, he, it's like he's just said the truth and he just said it faster and it became funny.
He said it
You know what I mean?
faster.
That's exactly what it was. And the way you said it, it's just the truth. It's just said faster. That's all.
Am I speaking too fast, because I can't
no, that's what
down a little bit for you. But just want me to speak fast. Like, well, normally mates, I'll just speak like this, and then you can't understand us, and that's
oh man, dude, you're not as bad. You're not as bad as my buddy that lives in Ireland. Oh my god, when he gets going, he gets that Irish accent going. I can't understand a freaking word he's saying.
He's
lovely.
not speaking Irish. He's speaking Gaelic, and it's not English. It's Gaelic.
Freaking crazy.
Chris knows what I'm talking about.
You get him out. You get the Irishman out there freaking pissed, and dude, that mother sucker, he will not make sense the whole night. You know, seriously. It's just, I'm like, what the fuck did you just say?
As long as they're not speaking Gaelic, I can understand jocks and Irish and Welsh. It's like I've worked all over, and I mean, the wife loves an Irish accent, and when she goes off on one, she naturally goes into an accent and doesn't even realize she's doing it.
Oh, great, man! I tell you, it's.
Well, you know what's really strange? I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
One time, one of my buddies gave me all these Gaelic tapes, right? And I'm driving home, a really long drive, going down the freeway. So I'm slamming in these Gaelic CDs into my brand new truck CD player, and I found myself going down the highway, singing at the top of my lungs in Gaelic, totally into it. And then I realized, am I in some like other dimension? Did I just jump a time warp loop? Something? What? How come I am singing this song and I know the exact words? You know, it's crazy.
You've been there before.
And I went, oh, this. It was a really strange experience, and I realized I'd been like going down the road singing for like an hour in Gaelic.
And did you understand what you were saying to yourself?
I am Irish and Comanche heritage, okay?
A majority of Americans have got Irish heritage because that's where they immigrated to, isn't it? And again, it's what I like about the Irish is and the Scots, they're hard, wary, fucking just like tough people, but I live on the border of Scotland, and we are classed as what the jocks call a jock with no brains.
Well, I actually have an Irish last name, but
which is?
Well, there's only a few of us here. Francis.
See, I wouldn't have known that was an Irish name. My name's actually named. There's a county in England like mine, but it's spelled differently. It's Wiltshire, but I'm actually German heritage. I've got German family, so.
There's a lot of Francis's in Galway.
Aye?
Yeah, a lot of them.
See, but I can't speak a word of German, and I went working out there to work at laying bricks in Germany. And my God, what a palaver when I lost my phone to try and get a new phone. Because if you don't try and speak German, that's so freaking arrogant, which is just German nature, isn't it? They pinch the deck chairs on holiday, and they just won't help you if you don't try.
If if I'm correct, like, as far as I know, my granddad did a lot of genealogy in my family and stuff like that. And from what I understand, the farthest back you go, it ends up in Ireland. But it's a lot of it came from France and stuff like that from my dad's side of the family, anyway. But like my grandmother's from like Czechoslovakia and around that area. But
Well, I remember stories my nana told me, God bless her soul, she's dead now. She actually, when she was a little girl, she used to stand and have, like, obviously because she was German, my nana was like the German one, full German, and my granddad was English, so obviously we were like interbred between the two. But obviously I'm a descendant from them, and she used to stand and salute to Hitler when he walked through the streets, and you know, to hear that, it's fascinating. His history's fascinating. But I wouldn't say I don't, when I say I'm German blooded, that doesn't mean I'm German the way that people think in the past, because Germans are very efficient at some stuff, right? And that's where I take my German heritage from, the efficiency, not the cruelty.
oh, so yeah, you can lay brick real good, huh? You're really
Look at,
efficient at laying brick, huh? Yeah.
well, I'd like to think so. Look, I've got a little bit of a channel on here, but it's nothing massive and it's not worth promoting. But on Instagram and TikTok, I started that just for a laugh. But I would like to think that I'm half decent at what I do. I wouldn't say I'm the best or whatever. Far from it.
Well,
But
I'll tell you this, Chris. I'm gonna tell you that I've seen all these little shorts and these little things on YouTube, man. People like showing like tricks of the trade. Like for instance, you just show a little short video of like a trick that of like laying brick on how to, like, I don't know, lay a line or whatever. You know what I mean? That actually becomes like viral. I mean, people like watch that stuff.
nah, this is where I'm
Tell you
struggling
what.
because I'm not. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I've never seen men in better shape than hod carriers and bricklayers. I mean, those men are built like brick shit houses.
Oh, that's I like that ink.
Beautiful.
That's some nice ink right there.
They're
I like
gorgeous.
that.
Oh my God, they're gorgeous. I mean, my sons, when they were carrying hod, they had some. Ooh, and the girls, just truckloads of girls would come in my driveway every day after my sons. Dirty, dirty, dirty girls. Everywheres. They were everywhere. Chasing my hod carrying sons.
That is a trade within itself, hod carrying. I'm going to take my hat off now, right? And there's not many people in the chat, but hod carrying is a dying art. It's a dying trade, and we don't have them no more. I call the new ones, these newbies that come through, I call them bucket mongs. They carry a bucket and they just mong around. They have got no concept of what actually takes to look after. Because as a bricklayer, you need, basically, a hod carrier is your home help or your carer or whatever you want to look at it as.
You got to keep everything coming to you, bro.
Yes, because if you don't have that, you don't make money. You can't be efficient. A bricklayer can't do both jobs because it's two separate jobs. It's like, I know joiners work hard, plumbers work hard, and all the rest of it, but they have a you don't need necessarily. You do not need a joiner's mate. I do not need, and I know you said something about doing joinery, right? And I think you'll understand what I'm saying here a bit, right? Yes, you do need a hand to carry things back and forwards, but a general labourer can do those things, right? You are the skilled tradesman. As a bricklayer, you need someone that can think ahead of you to do what you do. To do what you want to do, but before you've even thought about it, and that's a skill.
Oh yeah.
That's your hod carrier that keeps you supplied with everything you need when you need it without asking.
Exactly, and you know how hard they are to get.
He already knows what you need. He can look at what you're doing.
We see the same kind of thing. I've been noticing that here in America too. When it comes down to like a lot of the younger generation, when it comes down to the trade and skills type of businesses and stuff, it's like it's hard to find somebody that actually has that good work ethic in a sense. You know what I mean?
Yes. Listen, you've just hit the nail on the head, right?
Yes.
I swear to God, and I'm not saying this lightly. Kids these days think that they're going to make millions on
Yeah.
YouTube, and they're going to be a computer programmer or whatever. I
Yeah.
had a paper round. When I was a kid, right? And I got pennies for it, but it was hard graft. I worked my bollocks off on a milk float 3 nights a week, right, on the back of a pickup, freezing cold, delivering milk. And I'd done a 12-hour shift, and I got £12 for that shift. I sold loose cigarettes. I'm trying to dump loose cigarettes, or I call them loose tabs. At school, right? And I made me money to do what I needed to do at the weekend because I had the work ethic. So when I left school, I naturally went into the job straight away. But kids now, you offer them 50 quid for a day's graft, they're like, nah.
Yeah.
They'd rather sit on the backside and watch Pornhub.
Right.
He's right. They don't want
I
to
know,
work.
it-
They don't know the meaning of the word work. When I was a little kid, and I'm talking 8, 9 years old, 5 o'clock in the morning on the back of a flatbed truck, getting picked up in the dark by a farmer to go to pick strawberries in a field all day long in the heat.
Oh, God.
Drinking water out of the back of a water tank. We had no child labor laws back in those days. And if I slacked off, it was get to picking, you know, and I'd be
But
like,
that made you who you are the day, didn't it? Realistically, like you don't resent what you do. I bet you think back then a lot of good memories come from you picking them.
good memories. And
So child labour laws,
in the sun.
what they are is you're a restriction on kids having work ethic. And that is part of the problem of society now. Kids now can stand up in a classroom and demand their teacher to not say this X, Y, and Z and humiliate that. Look, I didn't used to get caned. I'm not that old, right? But my teachers, they had if you were slacking off, they got you told. But it's the way they done it. But I wish I was born 20 years earlier, and I wish I was in the different generation, because that's where the breed of people I'd like to think I'm from, the dying breed, we're from.
Chris, if you don't mind, how old are you?
Can I ask you, have a guess at when I'm speaking? Just have a guess, a random guess.
At least in your 30s.
I am. I'm 39 on Monday.
Right on.
I've got 4 kids, all boys, and I mean, they all make us proud, but not one of them want to be a bricklayer.
Right. Well, do you like what you're doing? For instance, let me ask you that.
I fucking love my job.
Oh, yeah, right on.
I really take pride in the work I do, because I'm not good at many things. I'll be totally honest with you. I don't take interest in many things, and if I do, I'll put my heart and soul into it. And with bricklaying, I was taught by my uncle at a very young age, and I was taught old school. If what I built was wrong, it got kicked down. If it was right, he walked past it. I didn't get any praise for it, or nothing like that. But now he's 72 years old, and that man taught me how to grow leeks and vegetables and everything, which was one, like we said before about the strawberries. The baton's been passed on to us, and that feeling of recognition amongst like a legend in my eyes is I mean, I'm getting goosebumps now thinking about it, because it's a hard thing to get. It's a hard thing to stick at.
Have a guess at my age.
Is this your picture? Is this your picture? Yeah.
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 45.
There's some light.
45.
Add 20 years to that.
Fuck off.
I'm serious, bro.
You see, I'm very envious of the older generation, because they seem to be like my parents are like a fine wine. The older they get, the more desirable they become. And I'm hoping that follows in my DNA. I'm hoping that, but I really don't think I'll actually live until like 60. I don't.
Chris, I've actually thought about that. It's like, what are we gonna leave as a legacy? Like, if, for instance, if you were to die tomorrow, what would your legacy be left behind? What would that be?
4
You know?
kids. I've got 4 boys.
Right.
You got your genes in the pool. That's
They,
good.
they,
And another
they,
thing is, you guys got to realize, you are probably the last of the real tradesmen, the last of the people that really know how to do something, because all these kids want to know how to do is sit on their phone and move their thumbs. Okay, if you think that
well, the world's gonna fucking come down to nothing. It's gonna crash. And nobody's gonna be able to fix anything. Hell.
Here's the thing. I worked hard all my life, and even though that I do have some medical issues, and I'm not going to make a big deal out of it because we know what they are already. But
ditto, love. Ditto.
I'll
if you know what that means.
Yeah.
Power comes from working hard, working young, knowing experience, those incredible. You work in those trades and you know how every single thing works. You know why they call it what they call it. And these children, they don't know male, female. They don't know how to put 2 pieces of pipe together. They don't know how to.
Well, there's more than 2 genders now.
Oh God, you can register as a frog or a toad or an apple, whatever you want to be. And society has to accept that now. Now, I'm not a big believer on that because it's confusing a biology, human biology. Male DNA, female DNA, X and Y genes, they are completely different. And look at women. I cannot understand how they can multitask the way they do. It fascinates us, right? But also, have you watched, Anarchy, have you watched a woman give birth?
I have not seen one live birth recently, but I
delivered babies.
I've heard about it. That's what I was sitting there talking about. It's like, me personally, I think the whole like the trade and skill of midwives is still important, even though everybody wants to have their child born at the hospital and stuff. I personally think the old-fashioned way is probably better, but
well, you see what you've just said there is actually touching on my heart, because I agree with that, right? But what you haven't got now is you haven't got when you got the towels out and you got the hot water to give you wrap your child and whatever. And when I was a kid, I was taught you've got to eat a ton of shit before you die, right? So if I bred a bug, or I picked a bit of dirt up, whatnot, it built my immune system up. Kids now, it's like, oh, don't get wet. Oh, don't pick that. No. Get amongst it, man. Fall over and learn your lesson.
Get knee pads. We don't want them to get a bruise on their knee or.
Well, no.
They gotta have elbow pads. They gotta have a helmet.
Well, then we're gonna have a whole world full of bubble boys. You know what I mean? Screw that. You know what I mean?
We do have a world full of bubble boys.
We do. And by the time, we still haven't figured out your age, Mr. Anarchy, right?
I'm 48. I'll be 50 next year. Put it that way. I'll turn 49 the end of this year, and I'll be 50 next year. So
December 12th is my dad's birthday, so you're obviously at the end of the year, aren't you? So 50. Right, look at when you that's probably you were in between your two's ages is where I would have liked to have been born, right? But can you remember when we were kids and you had asbestos roofs?
Well, I mean, I actually worked in jobs before it was like like mandatory to wear all these like chemicals, all these suits and stuff before you mess with asbestos. But I worked jobs where we cleaned out buildings and stuff that were all full of this shit. You know what I mean? We were not protected at all.
You're fucked. You asbestosis is gonna listen. We've seen my trade. Silica is the killer. Cement, the dust,
Yeah.
That there is the next asbestosis. Mark my words now. I'm only 39, right? But honestly, by the time I get to 50, I'll tell you now, there'll be a new asbestosis came in, and everyone can claim off that anyone worked in. And I would advise you to put a claim in now, even if you haven't got any signs of it, because it's just rife. But silica, it's obviously what cement's made of.
My
That is the
husband
next
works
killer.
with that every day, Chris.
It's a killer. And the dust on building sites is
Yeah.
absolutely horrendous. But you know me, honestly, as stupid and as thick I am, for a laugh, I'll just come always in my face on my glasses all day. It'll be me, and I've actually just thinking, oh, it's now, man, and just put a bit in my mouth and chewed on it, but obviously spat it out because it doesn't taste nice. But it's just, it's gonna kill us. Something's gonna kill us eventually, and I'd much rather it be some. If it's not the wife who tying us up in the corner of the room, like, you know, this woman had to her husband, right? It's gonna be something I love.
Well, yeah. I've had a
Well,
lot of
that's what
jobs.
pretty much I think I have, because I have the asbestosis in the place where it usually settles in. But I slept in a fishing boat with an asbestos wrap around the diesel engine, and I slept right there with the in the engine room on a hammock.
But you are bred differently. You are brought up in a different era. You aren't fucking weak like the younger generation
No,
are
I'm not
now.
weak. No.
So you will not die a young death of something that's going to kill you like that. You will die when you're ready to. When you are weak and vulnerable, right? And you give in. But like when people retire and don't have something to go on to, they shut down. Their body just collapses. Hence why my uncle at 72 is still laying bricks until now. His back's gone, but he's got his allotment in his garden. And that keeps him going.
Bless him. I hope a garden grows everywhere he lays his feet. I love it.
He's a champion leaker, and I'm being totally honest with you now. It's not many leak shows in this country anymore now. So what he's done is he's diversed into other areas, you know, and just for fun. And one of them happens to be just a natural thing that grows on this earth that a lot of people take for granted, but has got many medical properties. I won't mention the name on your channel. You know, honestly, I believe reap what you sow, putting a seed into the ground. I mean, I've got strawberries in the back garden now that the fucking rats are taking liberties on. Honestly, buggers. But I've grew pumpkins for the kids at Halloween, and you know the reward you get when you've watched it grow from, and then you get to give one to your nephew and 4 to your kids, and they use them at Halloween. It's like they mightn't appreciate it, but I'm buzzing with myself.
Do you see the frequency this person is on, Wingnut?
Yeah.
See this beautiful frequency here? This is what I'm talking about. These are survivors. These anybody.
You're talking about me. You're talking about me, aren't you?
Yes. Anybody that's around Chris the Brick is going to absorb this beautiful energy, and I'm digging it, man. I mean, come on. Wingnut needs a leg up on his horse right now, because he needs to hear someone say, I put that seed in the ground, and the kids they didn't really know, but I dug it.
It's so rewarding. It's so rewarding.
So incredibly wonderful.
It is. I mean, it's nature at its best. And I mean,
well, I'm all about communication altogether, really, when it comes down to it. Because, you know...
so them strawberries, but them are the ones that aren't ripe.
See, I've got a strawberry plant out here where I'm at, but they are not that big.
Yeah, well, I'll not let you into my secret, mate, right? But what it is I have other things in my garden as well.
Wow. Yeah,
I just love to grow stuff, and it's not actually for any other thing than actually seeing something like blossom and mature from when you've got to nurture it. And again, okay, the most rewarding thing for me is my children, but my wife is the main, like she looks after the kids. I can fill a pram, but it's very difficult pushing one.
I can
So
hear
who
that this man adores his wife. I love it because I adore my husband.
so
I
who
just
takes care of the strawberries? Do you take care of the strawberries?
Do you think I'm going to let anybody else touch my
Okay, I'm
strawberries?
just checking. I'm just checking.
Come on, Anarchy. Listen, my friend, my children, right? As long as
oh, those
it's
are nice.
as
Nice.
long as it's like not my wife deals with my kids and whatnot, and I pick and choose. Look, I wear the pants in the family, right? But she takes me to the wardrobe in the morning and picks them out for us. Okay,
There you go.
so you're getting where we're coming from, yeah, aren't you?
Yeah.
Right? But my back garden, my
What a gorgeous
greenhouse
garden.
is mine. It's mine and mine alone. And I love me hosepipe.
Well,
Now,
I like the idea of you got some stuff going out there too. I think that's a good idea because I mean, this stuff that's going on. I mean, I know when it comes down over there in the UK, when it comes down to just the prices of stuff have gone up a whole hell of a lot more than they have over here so far. But that's another thing too when it comes down to just having food. That could be like a big deal, like in the grocery stores and how much that's going to cost and blah blah blah.
now this man has 4 children.
Well,
I
the
know.
wife makes her own butter now. She's made her own butter, right? And I promise you this, right? I don't know if you know a brand called Lurpak.
I'm not right familiar.
Obviously not because there was a long pause there, right? But anyway, it is the leading brand in butter in the UK. And basically, there was a lot of knockoff big replicas of it. But the wife made some, and I'll be honest with you, she can probably carry her, but she's very, very talented in a lot of ways, which she doesn't give herself credit for. And cooking and making stuff is one of her finest arts, like cakes and decorations and stuff like that. She's got that eye for it. And I mean, she made some butter because butters went up. Like, for example, if I was paying £4 for a slab of butter, that same slab of butter now is costing £6.
Right.
So it's a £2 jump. I mean, I know £2's not a lot, but it is.
I know it's like getting expensive everywhere. I know this. That's the thing. It's like, I was talking to somebody that lives over there, and he was telling me about the price of petrol over there when it comes down to to the liter and stuff. It's like, I was like, holy crap, and that's all eventually gonna drift over here too.
Yeah. But the thing yous have got advantageous to yourselves, okay, is America owns the world, right? They've got control of the dollar, the pound, apart from Putin and doing what he's done. Honestly, I'm being honest with you, us Brits have obviously got something worthy to use, and we're a very, very small country or continent, whatever you want to call it, right, an island. But we've united with America for a lot of beneficial reasons, and as you have to us. But realistically, one small nuclear bomb could take us out, right?
Oh yeah.
But we're like cockroaches. We would survive.
How do you think the king's going to deal with? How do you think he's going to handle things? A man that's never had a job. The man's never had a job for 50 years. Now he's all of a sudden king. Are
you calling Charles the king?
No, I'm just saying.
No king. The queen is dead. The queen's dead, and her and her husband are now dead, right? That is, in my eyes, the royal family are gone. Diana is gone, right? And I'm telling you now, apart from
is over. Is the monarchy over?
In my eyes, looking, I'm not a monarchist. Although I'm not, right. But what I'm saying is, from my point of view, you've got Harry and you've got William. And them two could contribute a lot more to society with being recognised as worthy people, because Harry does a lot for mental health and stuff like that, and I associate with that. And William and Kate are they're like what you. I mean, you just didn't get. I'd love to be a fly on the wall in their room and just actually see if they are into bondage and stuff like that, and they're not actually. Where I'm coming from, Devon, yeah. It's just if it's all for camera, they're bloody good actors.
It would be nice to be a fly on the wall, though. Any of that stuff. Number 10.
It would.
Chris, we had a question earlier. Could you answer this for us?
Of course.
Now, did the first King Charles get beheaded?
Oh, right. Now you're asking me about English history, and what I remember. Yeah. I'll be honest with you. Look, I'm a big fan of history, but it's war. I liked about learning about war, right? Kings and queens and stuff like that.
I think I'm gonna real quick Google that because I think he got beheaded.
Yes, you do that because that is how I would solve it, right? I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm only gonna pretend to you that I would know, right? Because the last King Charles, I mean, who was the one? Was it Henry VIII that had loads of wives and he beheaded all them?
Yeah.
Right. Well. Again, I mean, those were times that, like, realistically now, I mean, you know, if Charles went, oh no, I'm not happy with Camilla, off with her head. I mean, I'm sure there'd be a lot of protesters around Buckingham Palace and whatnot, you know. And this is the thing, right? How's he going to heat that place right now without the Queen's backing? All the gas and electricity with the prices over here now. He is not going to be. It doesn't work, and he's not going to work anymore. He relies on his sons.
It's a good question. It's a good question.
I apologize. I meant it to actually be a stupid one.
No, I mean, for real, because I mean, I've thought about this whole thing too. I'm trying to imagine in my own mind. This is the way I see it. You know, you think about all these big players that are around the world, all right? And the way what I'm thinking about, I try to visualize it kind of like a chessboard. You got, like, for instance, you got a world map sitting out, and that's the board itself, and you got all the major players on the board. All right. Now, if the major players were wanting to make a move on the other player, you know, the objective is to take the queen out, right? But anyway, but the thing is, all right, if you were to look at that board, where are all the pieces on the board? Because if you're going to make a major player, you're going to have all your pieces on the board in the right place to do this, right? So
you know what I'm thinking? What I'm thinking in that analogy, right? Basically, they've took the option of, you know, taking center board, right? And I'm thinking, because you've just related to a chess analogy to us, and I'm not very good. I love chess and poker, right, by the way, but chess is a game of wits, battles, statistics, and like it's tactics. So what they've done is they've sacrificed all the pieces that are vulnerable enough to be sacrificed, right? But you see the knights and the bishop, because your knight placed in the right position is the most lethal piece on that board. Right, your queen. I will sacrifice my queen at the start of that game if I can get myself in a position to give me checkmate. All right, but my knights and your bishops, get them in the right position, and think of the lonely pawn. If he gets to the top of the board, they don't want the pawn to get to the top of the board and turn into the queen.
It's a queen back.
Right, but they are keeping a hold of the queen, the king, and their rooks. Right, this is my theory analogy. And what's happening is this whole world, it's like the 1% is going to take over this world, right? If it does end and come to a massive bang, whatever, then you know how they've got like spaceships that can go to the moon, and they've got like things that can like mine stuff from asteroids. We aren't going to be on one of them fucking destinations. We're not going to have a ticket or even be able to buy one. We are pawns. We are sacrificial pieces.
Well, see, all right, that's what I've actually, because I've wondered about this. All right, like, for instance, I've talked to some of my buddies over there in the UK. All right, now, just recently, it was like before the Queen died, there was recently like some dude that went over on the grounds over there with the damn crossbow. All right, now they're thinking about outlawing crossbows. It's like, what are you left with? BB guns and fucking slingshots and shit?
Look, your fists. Look, you don't need. You go back to the days when you had your two you had your fists and your body parts to defend yourself. Everyone was at an even shot then.
Yeah, but that
don't
was
agree.
it's not an even shot now. I mean,
No,
put it this
no,
way.
no.
Put it this way. Okay, all that lockdown, because I know a guy who was in Wales. He was locked down in his house for a year and a half. All right, I was sitting there thinking about it. It's like, okay, you know, they're let up now, but the thing is, it's like, all right, when the lockdown happened, all right, they, you know, fucking what's his name, Boris douchebag. But anyway, he let it up and all. He let it up and all. But what would stop them from doing it again? I mean, literally, would anybody stand up for that?
Do you honestly think lockdown wasn't anything but planned for a run that's going to happen?
But what would
in the
stop
future?
them from doing it again, though? Even though they
nothing. This is why. This is why you have to be self-sufficient. You have to be prepared for the worst, and anything else is a bonus to you, right? I live every day as it comes, and I'm thankful if I wake up in the morning, as I'm doing now, my friend, and I'm looking at the sunrise. Well, I'm not. I'm actually looking east in this. It's rose a bit, and the clouds are there. But I've got no. Go on.
Well, no, what I was going to say is, like, for instance, okay, like, let's say you got maybe a couple of your neighbors that live nearby or whatever, you guys are friends and all, but you happen to notice that the military or some kind of something is coming down the street, all right? How would you defend yourself from that? You know what I mean?
That's a regular thing in Newcastle, you know.
Oh, shit.
No, but no, I know, joking aside, Anarchy, mate. What defend myself? I have a 12-inch Marshalltown trowel, which is an extension of my body when I put it in my hand.
No, right? I hear you. I hear you.
It is more, but I've got no time for guns and no time for night. Look, they're all used in certain. Do understand that, right? And I'm not judging people's right, but for me, I can't justify having a gun in my hand or a knife in my hand because it is a lethal weapon. And if I want to kill someone, right, I'll get drunk and jump in a car and run them over, right? And I'll get 5 years for it, right?
No, I'm talking about, like, for instance, like in a life or death situation. Like, for instance, you know, it's like, I don't know, like, if you came down to the point where it's like your life or somebody else's, who are you going to choose? You know what I mean?
That's asking. If he has a weapon and I don't, obviously I'm not going to be stupid enough to do it. But you see, mono on mono, referring back to the chess scenario.
Yeah.
Mono on mono. Put yourself in a circle room with another man or woman, right? If you're a woman, and that is the ultimate adrenaline rush. I'm sorry for being a bit like brain, but I believe in myself, and if I lose, absolutely fair dues. But I have enough reasons, if it's a life or death situation, Anarchy, to like come out of that room on top. And if I don't, hats off to the bloke. But if he's got a gun and I haven't, I'm fucking running.
Yeah, it's just
a victor's attitude. You've got the attitude of a victor already. And you guys have got the answer to our question about King Charles I. He was beheaded on the 30th of January for, guess what his crime was? High treason.
He was the king, though, wasn't he? I thought treason was against the king.
Yes, he was the king.
So do you realise how fucked up this country is with law?
And King Charles I.
Well, you got to thank Rome for that, there, buddy.
I'm telling you. Treason on the 31st or on the 30th of January, 1649. Yeah.
You know more history about me, about our country. I'm sorry for interrupting, but the Romans, you said, we've got to thank for that, right? Again, for me, we thank the Romans for a lot of other things that can be quite good, right? But
the Romans in all honesty, were scared shitless of the Brits and the Irish and the Wales and the
They built a fucking wall to keep the Scots out.
They got their asses kicked when they got to Britain.
But the thing is that when it comes down to
got their asses kicked.
Well, when it comes down to a lot of the law that's still practiced today, it comes from Roman law. You know, that's the thing. It's still alive. Rome is still alive.
Of iron and clay, okay? Yeah. We've got the Roman iron lids.
It does. But you see where I go back to, you know, people like the the Mayans, who are like fantastic builders, and like you look at some of the structures they built, right, and you've got the Egyptians, right, and obviously we've understood a bit more about the pyramids and how they built them and stuff like that. But where was all that? And where was all that? That like that intelligence,
Egyptians
that
did
information.
not build the Great Pyramid. Egyptians did not build it. Nope.
Well, if they didn't, had help doing it, and I agree with you there, right? But there is ways and means about doing what they've done with hard work. And you give a man a lever, right? And this is again, I'm not very
Give
good.
a man a lever if he's a bricklayer, and he'll move the world.
Right, and this is what I'm saying. You know, I have literally been in positions where I cannot physically pick something up, but I have used what's around us to get that into the position. And if I can do it as a single man without, and these weren't slaves that done this, were well looked after, right? But that was where work ethic was like 1,000,000 times more than we are actually looking as work ethic now. So you have to understand that there is ways and means around building a structure like that. And it took years to do, but it is not impossible. It is not. The Mayan structures, the way they built their structures with no mortar, the joins are perfect. As a bricklayer, as a mason, I look at that and I go, for flip's sake, how did you do it?
Listen, okay, check this out, Chris. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Chris. All right, imagine that job site. All right, let's say you're on this job site where this big megalithic type building is being built. All right. You need a block with these 4 or 5 cuts on it, precise cuts and stuff, and it needs to be about 200-300 tons, about 200-300 ton block or some shit like that. All right, and the quarry that you have is about 200 miles away. All right. So I need you to like imagine the job site of the foreman sitting there and telling this like, Jose, hey, you need to go down to the quarry, tell so-and-so, I need this block. All right. He goes down there and tells this guy, he goes 200 miles, go tell this guy, what kind of block he needs. All right. Well, they cut this block and then they transport it somehow over to this thing. And it fits in there so snug where you can't even get a playing card in between it.
Yes.
All right. How, all right, with even the technology we have today, how is that possible?
Right. Again, with the technology we have today, we should be able to achieve that no bother because we have precise engineering technologies that can actually achieve that. But the brains and the get up and go behind it is. Back then, they used plumb lines, right, and they used water and rollers. Timbers on the floor, manpower, but the River Nile transported the majority of their stones in. They would quarry stones that were fit for purpose, but once it got transported to site, it then got defined into the actual shape I want to. But the Mayans, the way they had done it, still fascinates us, and I'm still baffled by it because I'm a stonemason as well as a bricklayer. Right, and I lay stone as I can lay anything but eggs. I can't lay eggs, right? But I lay anything else, right?
With no mortar. Okay.
Yeah. But dry stone walling. You've been in England. A lot of our farmlands were covered by dry stone walling, right?
Right.
A lot of them are still standing now more than some structures that are held together with mortar because the mortar has to be a certain strength. To you basically your medium, which would be your brick, your block, or whatever you're laying with, has to be stronger, but not so much stronger than the mortar or the sticky glue, whatever you want to call it, together. And what happens is now is we are seeing buildings falling apart because they've been built with mortar, and if they weren't built with mortar, that stone that was on top of that stone would just sit on that stone and it wouldn't move. It wouldn't give you cracks. It wouldn't give you structural instability. It would give you structural stability, and you wouldn't get all of these subsiding foundations and whatnot because they were built properly. Time wasn't an issue then. Money wasn't an issue. It was done right the first time, and if it wasn't, boom. That's the bottom line of it for me, my friend.
That's the thing, because if every stone isn't laid precisely, nothing is going to work out when it gets to the top of the building.
If it's not right at the bottom,
It's
love, it's not
all
right at the
going to
top.
be a
Right.
disaster.
Exactly.
And let me
Exactly.
tell you something. When we're talking about these Mayan structures, Toltec,
Yeah.
any of the Great Pyramids
Out there in
that are
Peru, a lot of the megalithics out there in
around,
Peru.
around the world, the Great Pyramid is on a 13-acre, for crying out loud, 13-acre base. And every last one of those stones is so precisely laid that and laid as in probably poured in place as liquid rock, because
Well,
even
that's another thing too. Yeah, I was sitting there thinking about it.
the magnetite does not even line up with the poles. Okay,
I was sitting there thinking about it. It's like, you know, that geopolymer stuff. Yeah.
It cooled so quickly. It's not like ordinary rock. Okay, it is rock. It is limestone, but the magnetite is in a disarray, and the adhesive
And you know, align all these structures up on this country, right, in this earth, that are all on an alignment, right? Like again, any stone structure, Stonehenge, and the pyramids. If you draw a line through them, again, I'm sorry for being out of it. I'm not very close, but I do know that they all line up on some sort of alignment. And before you had internet and stuff like that, like Facebook and YouTube, how the fucking hell were you going to associate with someone halfway across the world and say, I'm building this here, you put it in that location? This is where I do think there may have been some other help, right? But that help, if it wasn't, it's gone, it ain't coming back now, it's lost and whatever. I do believe there's been some information lost in history, and we're never ever going to find it out now because the world's
has. And if you want the explanation, I can tell you where you can find it. And I'm only going to say this.
Let me know.
I'm going to tell you, as a stonemason, you're going to love this guy because he's a stoneman. His name is Jason Breshears, Breshears. And his website is on YouTube. It's called Archaics. And the man is a stonemason and also a chronologist. And he absolutely goes from the Great Pyramid. He's got 300 videos explaining the chronology of the earth according to the pyramids that are spread out, and even the English Stonehenge,
Easter Island.
Easter Island. Oh, have you
There's
seen
another one.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you, only the people that need to know about this need to know. The rest of the people are
irrelevant.
You know what's unfortunate too, that I have noticed too, because I think I was looking at some information when it comes down like those lines you were talking about. Like you can like take like if you
just
what's up, Indy? Oh, thanks, Indy.
Yeah, thanks, Indy. That was nice of you. I'm sorry for interrupting, but
you know, like for instance, like if you were to like look at a world map or look at a globe and you just drew a straight line from each one of these landmarks, I guess you would call it, they all connect. And you know what's unfortunate too?
Yes, they do.
A lot of that stuff converges right on DC, and which is very interesting that I have noticed. And I don't know why, but that for some reason, specific reason, that was built. That was built right there on that specific spot, and it just happens to be right in line.
This is where I believe we did have intervention in the past, right? But that past is gone. We are never going to be able to see that because this world is now absolutely hammered and shafted, where they don't need to intervene into this. What good are they going to do now when all we're doing is fighting with each other, killing each other, and all of these quality things. What?
Check this out, Chris. Check this out. All right, that you know what? All right. A lot of that stuff was all happened before the Great Flood. All right. Well, what if people survived from
Right.
that?
Are you on about the Great Flood? Noah's the flood of
Yeah.
Noah. Right.
Like back
Can I ask
when
you
there
a
was
question? Yeah. Can I ask you a question? How did
yeah, like
specific animals that were all on that boat, right, manage to now only be like located in certain parts of the continent when that boat and there was a flood. I know there was a flood and there was a boat, right?
Yeah.
There's evidence to prove that. But how are giraffes and lions and stuff only located in certain parts of the world? And I mean, let's face it, they couldn't have got the ferry over there.
That's a really good question, Chris. Chris, why are the animals in Australia marsupial? And
Right,
you're
we have to like. What does marsupial mean?
Marsupial, they have a pocket where they put their babies and they take the milk, and they're placental, but they're also marsupial where they have a pocket where they put their babies, like a kangaroo or a what are those, koala bears, the marsupial rats and whatnot. But extraordinarily good question, because this flood, this great flood that the Bible said covered the whole earth, didn't necessarily cover the whole earth, okay? It covered the earth in that area where they thought, it just like Sodom and Gomorrah. The two young women that came out of Sodom and Gomorrah, they decided to have sex with their father because they thought there was no other men left on the planet because of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah.
So that's fascinating. And that actually opens my eyes up a little bit, because obviously what I'm led to believe is God tells Noah to put two of every animal on his boat, and obviously what you're saying there is, if with relevance to where he was at that time, he would have done that to the relevant animals.
And in
right?
his realm of reality,
I'm going to give you a little treat here. Right? Okay. Now,
all right.
Do you know how we were talking about culture and stuff like that? Where can I get my camera on? Where's my camera? Yeah, can I get my camera on? Can't see you. Right, I'm stood next to the part of the Roman wall right now. Right, I was going to show. I can't get my camera on for some reason. Why can't I get my camera on? No, I can't put my camera on for you, but I'm literally right next to a bit of the Roman wall. How you said?
You mean Hadrian's Wall?
Right, back here. I can't see the thing to put my camera on. Remove, edit name, edit audio, avatar, stop, mate.
Oh, wrong button. Yeah. It said the war memorial right there, the Roman War Memorial or something like that.
Where do I need to go to see that? Streamer?
What do you call it? Newcastle. But see, that's another thing too. That's the other reason why I like talking to people from like other areas. It's like, traveling. You really you learn a lot more about just people when you travel. Are you back?
Yeah. Well, is Chris? Did Chris drop off? Or?
No, here he is. Here, I'm gonna pop him up here at the front. Is that
the Roman wall?
Is that a Roman road? Chris, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can't, mate. Look, I do apologise, right? I'm on my phone. I'm going to the local shop for some bread this morning, right? And obviously, I pedal past the Roman Wall, and I just thought I'd give you a little bit of a That's literally 5 minutes away from my house.
Oh, so that's like an old Roman road. Okay.
No, I think he's talking about Hadrian's
actual
Wall.
Roman Wall.
Oh, yeah.
Hadrian's Wall.
Oh, okay.
Hadrian's Wall. Yeah, Hadrian's Wall. Yeah, that's what I called the Roman Wall.
They put that wall up because they were terrified of the barbarians that lived above it. The Romans were getting their asses kicked by them.
Didn't like it, did they?
Bunch of
No.
Romans are pansies anyway.
There we are. Now we see you now, Chris.
Just getting the bread.
Oh, there's
Can I
the
have?
ones at the wall.
Yeah, how much is bread now?
Oh God. How much is a loaf of bread in your love?
Not much left. It's about £1.40.
£1.40 a loaf.
Damn.
Wow.
No, that'd be the good stuff, though. It's not. The lady's telling us and reassuring us it's not. No, so it's not the good stuff. Yeah, but I don't know what that translates into dollars like, but it's probably about $2
Yeah.
for a loaf of bread.
Yeah, well, double that with another 50 cents for quote unquote the good stuff.
Probably, but I mean,
over here
when it's laced with butter and it's got like ham and salad inside of it, it's all the same to me.
Odd. You put ham in your bread. Well, yeah, I guess. I reckon. Put ham in your bread. Oh my God.
I do look. I've got a lot of traffic going past us now, whatever. But I did try and keep this on because I wanted just to see the Roman Wall. Do you know what I mean? Because you're on about that, and I thought myself, when I'm pedaling past that, literally to go to the shop, so I kind of kept it a bit of a secret until I got right next to it, and then my phone started to play up.
Yeah.
But anyway, can I tell you this now, Anarchy? Honestly, I've been off lives for a few weeks for personal reasons, but today when I came over to yours, I was expecting a little bit of a different scene, I'll be honest with you, but I'm quite thankful and grateful that it wasn't the scene I was expecting, because I wouldn't have come on I wouldn't have come up on your panel. I would not have put myself up on your panel if it was, because I've set a YouTube channel up geared towards obviously me bricklaying and a bit about me poetry and stuff like that for mental health and stuff, and I was kind of targeted a week ago or so ago, and I won't mention names, but obviously it was due to let's say insecurities in other people's parts or whatever, that they were insecure about what basically YouTube's a horrible place. It can be. It's a tube. It's exactly that, a tube. The farther you go into it, but today I actually broke my vow after a week and a half of not going on lives to come on here and talk with you too, and however many people's in the chat now, whatever, because I do big up the chat. But it's been absolutely great. It has.
Yeah. Well, what were you expecting? I mean, what were you expecting right off the bat? I mean, was it like the name of the channel or what?
Right, so you got to think, when I got the link from Mr. Deegan's channel, and I saw the name Anarchy TV, it just kind of resonated that it was going to be all these because I don't go on their panels now again, because all they want to do is, I don't get us wrong, it's fun to sit and listen to them like wind each other out and whatnot, but like when I came over here, I stayed because, one, I find the USA accent fascinating, and obviously you've got a different view on the world than us, and that's why when I was talking in the chat is Amy Watts, because this is her phone, that's my wife, I thought, I'm the only fucker talking in here. And then when you offered us to come up, I thought, this conversation could be actually civil, like grown up and beneficial to maybe myself and other people, but it's not going to be the childish schoolyard banter. So that's why I thought I'll come up, and I'm probably, if anything, I've probably brought the chat down to a lower level. And
honestly, I've got more people watching. There's more people watching since you come.
How many people's watching? Actually, when I came in, it was 6. I don't read the chat and I don't follow it, and that's not me being ignorant. It's just I don't see it.
It's been recently. It's been hovering between 5 and 6. But
Right.
I mean, for the first couple of hours, man, I only had like 2 or 3 people in here.
So you've maintained the 5 and 6, right? And
yeah, it's not a big
listen,
deal. I mean,
that's
this
good
is
enough.
my backup channel, because my main channel has actually got a second strike on it. So I'm kind of like in YouTube jail over there.
You naughty boy.
Yeah, I know. Well, see, this is the thing. I've told the story already, but the thing is like since February, I've had 14 videos deleted by YouTube. I've gotten 2 strikes. I made a rant video bitching about them deleting it, and they age restricted that one. So
You are my kind of guy, dude. I swear to God, you are my kind of guy.
The thing is, too, is like they claim on almost all of them like medical misinformation, and then also the last one they claimed it was misinformation about the 2020 election. And so I was like, whatever. It's fucking full on communist over here on YouTube.
Well, hang on
now.
a second, though. Isn't everyone entitled to their opinion, freedom of speech, and all that bollocks and malarkey?
No.
Because I was led to believe that YouTube was about, obviously, for me, YouTube, if they don't think they're a god amongst ourselves, that is what I'm getting. And I've got 48 subscribers, right? And I've never even tried to get them. And that's not my goal on YouTube. What it was is to find communities like this. And look at 5 or 6 people in the chat and used to. That's 7 or 8 people, right? And those 7 or 8 people are more beneficial to someone like myself, because they're still young, whatever. It's still listening, and it's like this is what I came onto YouTube for. Do you know this, Sean? I kind of got strayed away by the vindictiveness of it, whatnot. Because let's face it, I'm not gonna lie, I can be a horrible bugger when pushed, as we all can. But I just do like to be. I mean, you've probably seen the real me today, and just don't believe everything everyone says about Chris the Brick, right? You've seen me for yourself.
Right on. No worries. Yeah, because I mean, honestly, man, some people, I that's why I was like asking about the name of the channel. Some people take the word anarchy, they have a weird image in their head of what it is and what it means and stuff.
They don't know the real definition.
Well,
they don't know what it really is.
A lot of people.
You're right there, love. Definitely, you are right. Because obviously over here, as I said to you before, this is why I come up with, because you just think differently and view things differently. And I mean, when I was saying stuff in the chat, obviously I'm well believing that obviously some of the words I'm saying might, like you thought I was giving you a middle finger to start with. It was a thumbs up, but it means different.
I love that.
No worries.
For me, it's like you're seeing it, my lass's phone, going to the shops, stuff like that. Stuff like that is just Geordie slang, and I believe that everyone be themselves, and eventually you end up getting on, understanding. And if someone doesn't and isn't prepared to give you the time to understand you, then fuck them. But in my views, and now that's me personally, you two on the chat have given me the time of day to come on here. Thank you. I kind of thank you enough for it. And again,
no worries.
It's been brilliant.
Oh, no worries. I mean, you're watching the sun come up. It's like 1:30 in the morning over here. So, I mean, ain't no big deal. It's like, this is my Friday night. You know what I mean? Or
Great time talking to you. It is my Friday night too.
Yeah.
Go on.
Well, I mean,
Saturday morning.
Thank you for sharing your morning with us.
Yeah. I know. I mean, because I was like, I don't know. I like doing these panels, like, because I like to talk to people. I'm a radio. I like to talk on a CB radio. I'm still old fashioned like that.
Oh, remember them?
Yeah, see you here. Here, there you
I
go.
remember
That's
them.
my
I remember them. I do.
that's my CB right there. Yeah, and
So eyeball. I remember something called eyeball, and it was in our terms. It was like what you would to date someone or what. I never had a CB radio. I'm
yeah.
not big on phones. I'm not big on technology. I'm not big on social media. Again, believe it or not, it's just not in me DNA or me thingy. But look, I have put a bit of time into wanting to understand YouTube. Hence why I've went around a lot of different channels to understand and view things. And it's like it's a massively wide community. And today, this morning rather, I've been opened up and like I've witnessed a total different side of it.
Well, that's what I think. I think I applaud you for getting across the pond, because I have noticed a lot of I know a lot of these guys over in the UK, Ireland, Scotland, stuff like that on the YouTube, but they tend to stick around their side of the pond. You get what I'm saying when I say that?
Yes,
It's like they're the same communities on a lot of levels, but they kind of stick over on that side of the pond, And I like the just crossing the pond type of thing, because honestly, man, it's like I was telling Cindy earlier. It's like I like to talk to people that are there. Like for instance, if I want to know what's going on in let's say I don't know, in Scotland or something like that, I can talk to somebody that's actually in Scotland that can tell me what they're seeing with their own eyes, that boots on the ground type of thing, instead of like relying on like mainstream media type of stuff. Because like I know this one chick that she goes to all those protests that happen down there in downtown UK and all that stuff. And so I keep apprised of that, because we're not seeing any of that on mainstream,
and you like to do what I like to do is I like to put myself in uncomfortable positions, because I think it makes you grow as a person. Obviously, when I say that, I mean obviously uncomfortable positions, which are that foreign. They're foreign to people.
Wingnut.
Yeah, another one.
They're foreign to people. But look at, they're dying off now, right? But that's still alive, right?
Love it, Chris. Love it.
I mean, that's me humble abode there. You know what I mean? It's not much, but it's what's mine. But honestly, I love the fact that I can put myself. And again, this is why I put myself on panels. I did. But you just said to people over here, do you know what they're scared of? They're scared of coming outside of that bubble and being having that bubble popped. Like, this isn't what YouTube's about for me. Subs, likes, and shares and views. It's not what it's about for me. I don't care about having subs. I don't care about having views. It's about being able to go onto the panel.
Well, me personally, I kind of use it for networking. That's what I use YouTube for. I tend to I don't watch regular TV anymore. I watch YouTube. So I use the entertainment part of it also, and information type of stuff, because there's all kinds of, you can type almost anything in the search and there's somebody made a video about it. You know what I mean? But
Yes,
there's also all kinds of other crap out there too. You have to kind of what is it like, see the forest through the trees type of thing. But yes. I try to go out there and search for the good ones, and I try to draw them together, because I want everybody to kind of get together and kind of communicate. And if I can help out, like if just having a live stream open right now, and having people come up and have a conversation, that just opens that dialogue across the pond, of course, for instance, or in another country, for instance. I know a lot of guys up in Canada. I know guys in Australia. You know what I mean? It's like, but when I did that on the radio, I have to wait for certain conditions to do that. But on the internet, I can do it real time, anytime I want. I'm all over the world, worldwide. You know what I mean? And I like that, because it helps me grow, because I like to observe humanity, or human people, the human behavior, and the more you travel, because I've done a lot of traveling here in the U.S. I have not been out of the country, but I've been all over the U.S. And the more you travel, the more you understand people, and the more you get out of your bubble, in a sense, the more you understand what's really going on. And I just expand that personally. I like talking to people all over the place. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, I remember, like, it was quite a few years ago. It's probably like, I don't know, about 10 or 11 years ago, when all those migrants were coming across over into Europe and stuff, and they were like bombarding through the tunnel and shit like that, and they had to close off the tunnel. And I remember there was a guy that he was a truck driver in the UK, but he drove all over Europe. Dude, he was like, people were trying to stow away into his truck to come in over the border and stuff. And dude, it was bad back then. And it's like, a lot of that stuff wasn't being shown on the mainstream media. And I'm getting this from a guy that's on the road that are dealing with this stuff. They were like going out on the highways, blocking the highways to stop traffic so they can sneak onto lorry trucks and shit, so they can sneak across the border. And dude, I was on top of all that stuff, getting that information out, and mainstream wasn't doing shit. What happened to Chris? Dropped out.
Here. He looks like he's still here.
Nice. He dropped out on my end. I don't see him on there anymore.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
Crap. Oh, that's too bad. Well, maybe he'll come back.
But yeah, I was like, that's what I like about that shit. It's like
I was watching all that border encroachment as well, and there was a lot of conflict. And I was getting, like I said, I tuned in on the live streams. I wanted to know what was going on the ground, like boots on the ground stuff. And I saw, oh man, there are a lot of people in like Italy, France, extremely upset about the encroachment and
well, yeah, you seen those? What was it in Finland or something like that? All the farmers or something. I think it was in Norway or something like that.
Here's the deal.
There you go. You're back.
Battery died.
Yeah.
The thing was the encroachment was they were having to put these people up in motels, hotels. There was veterans on the street and these immigrants, they called them, were getting priority. They were getting luxury hotels and everything, and huge families sometimes really trashing out these hotels really bad because there were real serious cultural differences on standards of how some people think it's okay when you're done with your ice cream bar to throw the paper in the yard, and then some people think you should put it in the trash. So there was some real cultural
differences.
Oh yeah.
Or the bin as we call it, the bin.
The bin, yeah. Well, yeah. Okay, you throw it in the daggum trash can or the bin.
The
bin.
The pavement, not the sidewalk, the path.
Yeah, you don't go down the road and huck it out the window. You
No, they drive on the right side of the car and we drive on the right side of the road.
I beg to differ, Darren.
But there was a lot of really serious cultural problems going on.
We've got that a lot over here, what you've just been seeing there. Hotels have been turned into accommodations for immigrants that basically turn it into their social culture. And I've got nothing against migration, stuff like that, but immigration for me isn't a respectful. They don't come into this country in respect, or any country in respect when they've been immigrated. Migrating is a different kettle of fish.
Have they been forced into people's homes and stuff? I heard some guys over in Wales, they were talking about like trying to force immigrants in people's homes, to make them.
Well, my dad was forced out of his home a lot of years ago. This was when immigration first was a big thing in my eyes, what I recognised, and it was a company. I'll not mention the name, obviously, but his flat. My dad's basically had TB in his spine since he was 21, and he's been like kind of disabled, but the man can do more things than most able-bodied men can, and he was getting forced out of his home for immigrants to move into the estate, and he did get forced out, and it was no standing up in the local court. He went to court and everything, on a Zimmer frame he is, and nothing like that was taken into consideration. It's now the point where I'm building houses for people I know, and don't get us wrong, I mean, work ethic will never change whatever I'm building, however I'm building it for, but it's not very respectful, the fact that I have to watch like culture slip. Like, my area is not my area no more. It's just totally different.
I kind of think the same thing about here in America. It's like that American value, that American like culture, that American like patriotism. It's like it's being diluted by all these invaders, in my opinion. Like all this stuff that's like all through the southern border, all that crap. And this is people from all over the world, not just like down there in South America and Mexico and stuff. But it's like they're just pouring in, and they're bringing that same mentality that they left from here. You know what I mean? It's like,
and expect us to deal with it.
Well, I'm like, no. If you're gonna come here, you're gonna have to like,
Kind of my question would be, if you're gonna move to Rome, aren't you supposed to do as the Romans do? Remember that?
Well, yeah.
In Rome, do as the Romans do. Well, if
right.
I put it in the bin, by God, you put it in the bin.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I see this a lot, actually. You get, people from other countries that are more like totalitarian, more communist, more socialist, whatever you want to call it. And then they bring that same mentality that they're trying to leave from, and they bring it here. And then
And then they say they came here for freedom.
Well, I mean, it's like
freedom isn't breaking our.
Well, it makes me wonder, because I was sitting there talking to this guy. He's from Mexico, all right? Now, he came here legally, but he knows people that have been here illegal and all that stuff. But anyway, the thing is like, I was like, okay, all right, now that you're here and you're basically, quote unquote, a legal citizen and all that stuff, all right, now you're going to be an American, right? You're going to, like, for instance, if this country falls, are you going to fight for this country, or are you going to fight with us, or are you going to take off like you did your other country? You know what I mean? You left Mexico. You didn't fight for that one. You didn't clean it up, but you came here. Are you willing to do that? Are you going to do that again if this happens and goes to shit? If this country goes to shit, are you taking off? That's what I was trying to ask. You know what I mean? Because honestly,
look at that past history. It says itself.
Well, I mean, because this is where I was born. This is where a lot of my past generations has been. It's like, from what I understand, my dad's side of the family is like one of the first families that colonized through St. Augustine. So I've been around Florida almost all forever since it. And I don't know, man. I'm like, I'm not going anywhere. If this country falls, we have nowhere to defect to. There's nowhere to go. You know what I'm saying?
But
here's the thing. I can sit here and I can say, oh yeah, my sons are 5th generation Alaska fishermen. Well, guess what? No, they're not. There were thousands of generations of Alaska fishermen before my sons ever went there. Okay. In our family, yeah. That might be a big deal for somebody who looks white. Okay. But my sons go up there, and the native kids give them hell and say, oh yeah, you're just a Chichaco white guy. Well, no, that's not true. Chichaco means a newcomer, right? Our family's old comers to Alaska, but point being, my son literally looked at these. He fished with the native kids, and he says, let you get out your DNA, get it out your DNA, and mine. He said, I guarantee my DNA is more ancient Native American DNA than yours. He said, I'll guarantee it. And even to the point where I even told you, Wingnut, the other night, I told you, we have 34 vertebrae in our back. Okay? Not 33, 34. That's some ancient DNA. That's some ancient Native American DNA. And he just told those kids, he goes, you all have red hair and blue eyes, and you're saying you're Native? Okay, well, whatever, but let's get out our DNA test and find out what's really going on. Because there's some real weird stuff.
I just worry about like a lot of people around the world, including just here. It's not just here in the U.S. because there's a lot of people here in the U.S. that just want to use just here in the U.S. But it's really worldwide. I worry about like like for instance, Chris. He's got like what 3 or 4 kids there. All right, four kids.
Children.
All right, that's a lot to protect. You know what I mean?
A lot of kids to protect. But you know what? I think he said he's got 4 boys. That's 4 young men coming up that are going to be powerful forces. Because look at their dad. Good Lord.
That's one of them.
Dad. What an incredible, this guy's got it going on. I mean, I'm totally connecting with Chris, and he's like, there is no separation at all to me. We can connect right here in this electronic airspace. You there, Chris?
Amen to that.
Yeah, he's got the little ones. I can hear the little ones they got up and they're wandering around, ain't they? Yeah. Yeah.
Be very happy you've got 4, what'd you say, 4 beautiful boys? Good for you.
2 of them have got autism as well, and actually a gift to me.
Huh.
Autism can be an incredible gift.
It can, but it also keeps me as a child at heart, so it allows me not to grow up.
Right on.
I bet the children you have with autism really relate to the dog.
Sorry, Cindy. I've got a Labrador, yeah.
Does the dog and the kids really relate to one another? The little ones with the autism with the dog?
She does more of them, but honestly, they are more now. I mean, the youngest one you just saw there, he does he does pay attention, but they're both in their own little world. But she does recognize them as having something different with them. But in my eyes, it's not different as in it's classed as a disability. I believe that it's inability. Just society isn't geared towards being able to function for these people. A lot of them think outside the box, and we average Joes, sorry for insulting anyone, we don't think like them, and it's hard to actually put yourself on that level.
Could I ask you a question? And I don't mean to be like rude. I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah.
Did any of these symptoms immediately start after some kind of childhood jab?
When they stopped giving you the individual jabs for stuff that you got when you were younger.
Yeah.
I have researched it. Yes, I do believe, because I've got 4 boys and the 2 eldest ones haven't got autism, but I have not been diagnosed, but I have been told I may have high functioning autism, and this is from mental health professionals. A professional, again, it hasn't been under a professional situation, so for me, I do get where you're coming from, and I do get the stigma that was attached to that, but if anything, that has just been a gift to me for these 2. I'm not saying that it is to everybody, but I I may have something that could have contributed to these children. Obviously, it
Well,
gets missed as opposed to twins does, but
now
Okay.
can I interject just a little bit?
of course you can.
Do you ever feel like there could be some directed parent blame kind of thing coming at you that might or may or may not be justified? Just kind of asking, because I mean, I know a lot of people that get this. Well, it's because you have such and such, you know, or
Yeah,
you did such and such, or you smoked a cigarette when you were 3 months pregnant, kind of thing, you know.
yeah, and again, for me, because example, heroin addicts, for example, when they're having a baby, the baby's born with an addiction to heroin, needs weaned off the heroin, but that child could grow up to be totally different to its siblings or its parents.
Yeah,
But
that's
for
what
me,
I'm talking about like some professional directly kind of saying, well, the reason your kids are like this is on account of you.
if I did hear that, Cindy Love, if I was to hear that personally, that would enrage us, because that would basically be them saying that they know, or what? Because autism, when I was a kid, you wasn't recognised. You were just basically a naughty kid that got put in a corner of the class. Wasn't recognized.
Or you got your butt whipped, and yeah, right, yeah.
So now it's if they may be thinking that, but for them to actually verbally say that, it's very thin line for them politically. They have to be careful what they say, but what their views and personal opinions are is their views and personal opinion. And it's like an arsehole and an ear and a nose. Everyone's are slightly different, so I can't judge them for that. But if they voice their opinion to me, they have to be prepared for my opinion back.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Good for you.
Honestly, but on that note, ladies and gentlemen, people in the chat, right? My kids are up. I've got to go be a parent.
No worries. I appreciate you coming in, man. No worries.
I do.
Give them a big hug and kiss for us.
Yeah. I don't know if you're aware. My main channel, like I said, I'm like on YouTube jail over there, so I'm not doing anything. But my old channel, my main channel, is called Anarchy Television, all spelled out, But
I'll be subbing to that, my friend. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, it's got a lot more. I got, see, I talk on a CB radio, so a lot more that type of video type stuff. And then there's other stuff. But like I said, I've been having my video count's been dropping simply because they keep on getting fucking things deleted. Yeah, I don't know. So I like the panel talks because then it gives me a chance to like actually get information out and all that stuff. So I appreciate you, man. And feel free when I'm out, hang out. We can have conversation because I like to get into it. Honestly, me personally, I want to get to the root of it all, but sometimes that's hard to get to. So
it is. But what you'll always get from Chris the Brick is me God's honest. And again, I have to apologize because I'm not going to try and rumble anyone's boat yet. I don't believe in any kind of religion, but I don't diss anyone for believing in that. But my God's honest opinion is, if there was a God, because there's got to be something there, my God's honest opinion is I'll say it how it is, and if people don't like it, I apologize if I've offended them, but it's my opinion and I'm entitled to it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, right on.
I so enjoy talking to you, and as a stonemason and a bricklayer, go check out Archaics, man. He's for you. Because I think you came here tonight to hear that.
I'll put his link up in the chat, and when I leave the panel, I'll go into the chat and I'll...
Independent.
Yeah.
She put it up.
Yeah, it's right there.
I don't know if you can scroll back far enough to see. Did you see it?
I'm not where I'm looking from now. I just see us three in the panel and no chat.
Yeah.
Again, it's
Well,
the
when
way
you when you take off and you go back into it or whatever, it'd be in the chat, in
Yes.
the live chat. So yeah,
Well,
Andy
I'll
put
do that now
my
anyway to
channel up
say
anyway.
bye to the chatting anyway, because obviously it's just manners to say that. But listen, Cindy, Aniki, yeah, honestly, it's been great, and I appreciate us having us on. And you've actually broke me me probation period that I gave myself to not be on a live. But I will not
No
be
worries.
going on any other lives that are over here. Trust me, I've still got a probation period left. But yourselves, if I see us back up, honestly, I'll be up there straight away. But
No worries.
as myself.
Well, I love talking to you. I'd love to talk to you again.
Well, cheers, beers, boobs, and buds.
There
Good
you
night
go.
and God bless
boobies
to you all.
and
I'll see you all later. Oi, from Chris Librick.
What a cool guy. Dang, cool guy. Love it.
So, I like stretching across the pond too. I think that's pretty cool. So
That is so great. Awesome.
because I mean, honestly, man, you've got to keep in contact with all the people around on the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean,
while we can.
yeah, no shit. Because he has a point when it comes down to this YouTube thing. It was kind of like a bait and switch. They kind of baited us in when they first started YouTube, like saying this is like this free platform, blah 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 blah. See what it did? They switched it up. It's a bait and switch. That's what I worry about a lot of other platforms and stuff. That's the reason why I don't really care for anything. And me and Facebook do not get along. So I haven't had Facebook for like fucking 12 years. But anyway, that's the thing about a lot of these things. I think that a lot of it just ends up being a bait and switch. They bait you in, next thing you know, they'll switch it all up on you. We got to figure out a way to have our own communication system off of their networks, off of their network.
Yeah. Yeah, it is so cool to hear from somebody from the other side of the world and get their perspective on things for sure.
Well, it's a different perspective. Like I said, when we were talking about like the king or the whatever, the that shit, they have that perspective because that's what they're closer to it than we are, and see, the thing is like we've only been programmed for like 300 years. They've had over 1,000 over there. Yeah,
they know what an ancient neighborhood looks like. I mean, they can take us out and show us the ruins, right?
That's one thing actually I really do kind of envy about some of them guys that I know out there, that they can put their hand on like 10,000-year-old ruins and stuff like that, and I don't have anything like that around here.
Yeah, we do.
I mean, I think the only thing that you can probably find around here that'd be ancient or be like damn Indian mounds. That's about the only thing around Florida. Probably about the only thing. Yeah.
I've gotten some really incredible gifts out of the earth. I was digging a swimming pool for my grandfather, and I found a beautiful I think it was a spearhead, actually, right? And then another time I was digging a fence post hole, and I found this beautiful pink. It was pink jasper salmon spear point head. And I'll tell you what, I've gotten some real gifts out of the earth. These are things that are our ancient past here in this.
I want to find a pirate treasure. What was it?
Oh yeah, Like a
Dude.
shitload of gold or something?
Yeah, dude, like the big booty. I'm telling you, man, seriously. I was sitting there, somebody was sitting there talking about they were watching that Mystery of Oak Island or something like that. I'm like, yeah, that's what I want to find is a big ass pirate treasure or something. That would be awesome.
Well,
Or even like the Nazi gold, or like there was supposedly some gold that was taken from the Aztecs or whatever, that was hidden, that we never found. Like there was also some gold that was supposedly hidden in like the some mountains out there in New Mexico, and nobody ever found. Dude, I would love to come across some shit like that. That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Well, I never found gold, but I found what I thought was even better. I found something that somebody made with their hands. A beautiful piece of, yeah, and really old stuff. I mean,
Oh yeah.
I just taken in the dirt,
Yeah. Well, we used to
mean-
find arrowheads and stuff like that around here on the property all the time. Pottery and stuff like that. But that's about it. I think because this area there's water all around here, so there's a lot of places for them to travel through. And I think, a lot of stuff that we find is mostly just like, I guess, when they were traveling through and what they were discarding on the way, because it doesn't really, the way things are scattered and found out here, it doesn't really look like a actual settlement was anywhere nearby. I think it was just like a travel through area,
Well, what you're out there in Florida, is that like Seminole country or what?
Yep.
Man, what a beautiful tribe that was. Yeah.
The only one that never got conquered, and the only nation that never got conquered.
Well, those northern Blackfoot put up a pretty good, into the mountains in Canada and whatnot. And it was pretty hard going after those Apache, and those Comanche weren't exactly fun to go up against either. There was some pretty hardcore tribes.
Yeah, nobody dared to follow all them suckers out there in the swamp. Shit, no. And damn Spaniard, all the Spanish and stuff, they're getting eaten up by the damn alligators and stuff.
I remember, what was the name of that guy that went into that swamp? Oh God, I'll never remember. You know how my mind goes completely blank when I'm trying to remember something. But I read a whole book about a guy that went into the swamp and was trying to go after the Seminole Indians, and it was just a joke. It was just a joke.
See, that's the thing too.
Their environment. They were totally in control of their environment.
Oh yeah, they were in harmony. Because honestly, man, it's hard living in a swamp anyway. But still, it's also, swamps can be very beautiful. I've seen some really beautiful swamps, but there was this one down in Central Florida and stuff I used to go to, and there was an old fishing shack that was like a little shack on stilts out in the middle of the swamp, and I don't know if it was abandoned or not, but me and my friends back when we were kids, we used to go out there every so often and party and stuff. And man, we hoop and holler as loud as we want, have fucking music playing, and there, no bothering nobody, And just we even like, just for an experiment to see how freaky it would be, we would like play like those haunted house like type noises like you get on the records, and play that through like a loudspeaker out in the middle of the swamp and shit. Yeah. Hey, we had so much fun out there, dude. I loved it.
I'll never forget the day my cousin literally asked me, she goes, "What's a record?"
Oh my gosh, dude! I saw this. I saw this
Did that
little
ever
short.
happen to you?
Dude, I've got records. I've got I got 2 milk crates full of records. Actually, I got 2 turntables. I got a.
I love it.
But no, dude, I saw this like short video on YouTube not too long ago of this young 16-year-old sitting there trying to open a cassette tape. You know, the cassette tape, the case that the cassette tapes come in.
Right.
She could not figure out how to open the damn thing.
So funny.
And then she didn't even know what a cassette tape was. She's like, "What is this?" You know, I mean, this is how we used to listen to music.
The other day, I was watching this dumb friggin' thing. These kids plugged in a rotary phone into the jack, right?
Right.
And they actually dialed a number, and they were astounded that it worked. And they couldn't. Oh, how do you hold it? They didn't know how to hold the receiver and the
It's like how do you hang up? You just
know how to hold it up to their ear.
See, that was one of the. I'll tell you this. That was one of the things that I really miss about a regular landline phone.
Yeah.
Is that pure satisfaction to just slamming the phone down when you want to hang up really hard.
Oh
Just
what about when you used to have to call the telephone guy to come out and rehook up your phone because your husband got so pissed off at you he ripped it out of the wall?
Oh yeah, I've never had that happen.
I have, and it's just friggin' humiliating. It's friggin' humiliating.
Yeah, but no,
I'm not kidding. No, rip the phone out of the wall. That was done on a regular basis. Yeah. Oh God. What a retard, my ex-husband. My first ex-husband, I should say. Yeah, I went through them like, well, yeah, I went through some ex-husbands. So what? I got a good one now.
Yeah, I hear you.
Well, here's what I got now. One that doesn't drive me completely out of my mind. Now, the other day I wanted to brain him, but I think it was just the black elderberry mead.
The booze was talking. Is that what you're trying to say?
I was looking at him, and I was like, I could brain him. I could literally brain him. I could do a Moscato on this guy, real easy. I could just hit him upside the head with a frying pan.
Yep.
Sneak up on him.
That
I was
is a
thinking about
dangerous
bringing my husband, though. Yeah. He was just getting on my nerves. I don't know. Every once in a while, but not on a regular basis.
Yeah.
I don't like to hear complaining. Now, when you're raised on a fishing boat, no sniveling, no complaining, no saying you're cold or hungry or tired or, you don't get to have no feels allowed. You're on a fishing boat, no feels.
All right.
So forget about it. So I guess my early childhood traumatic upbringing kind of reflects on the way I go through life sometimes. I don't know. Who cares anyways? It doesn't really matter. But every once in a while, people get on my nerves, or my last nerve. I don't know. I think I'm going to take a 15 to 30 second break, which is probably going to stretch into a minute because, Independent Minnie says, we need to talk sometime. I love you, she says. She probably wants to brain her husband too. Yeah. Okay. I can give you directions on how to brain your husband and get away with it. I'm only joking. Of course I
Well,
would.
anyway, hey Cindy, actually, I'm
What?
gonna probably go ahead and
You gonna fold it
cut it
up?
short. Yeah, I think I'm
All
gonna cut
right.
it short. But
Yeah, it's
I'll
straight up
try and come
midnight
back out.
o'clock.
I'll try and come back out tomorrow or sometime later on or whatever. If the skip is running, I'll probably start out the stream, just listening to skip, whatever. And then when people start wandering in, I can probably get people up on the panel and all that stuff. And
Well, I hope you don't think that I'm bugging you, because I really
well,
do. I
no. It's just like I
so
was
much
sitting there
fun.
thinking about it. I was like, no, but um, yeah, no, I like it, So, but yeah, I'm gonna try and get out here tomorrow too. Now I think about it, because what I have been doing lately, when I do come on, nobody else is really alive, because I'll go through everything and I'll sit there and search through everything, all my ones I'm subscribed to, and I'll even search out, and nobody's really doing anything. So I'm just like, well, might as well go ahead and put a live up and see if anybody wants to go do talking and do anything or whatever, and so trying to give that, that platform for people to hang out, you know. See, that's the thing too. It's like, when Indy is not busy, or her kids are, and all that stuff. She's got kids too, so it's kind of hard for her to talk sometimes. Um, but when she does have the time to get up, I want to get her up too, because you know.
Oh heck yeah!
And she's got her. Have you been over on her channel? She's got a channel and she does live talks every once in a while too. So check her out if you ever get a chance.
Actually, she lives kind of close to me.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the thing. It's like it was all of you guys were like all from Washington. It's like, Polar and all that shit. It's like I don't know what it is. Washington State's being drawn in.
Well, we're up to our chins, man. You know what I mean? We're drowning.
Well, I know Indy, man. She tries to get a lot of information out. I know that, and
Yeah.
So, and she's an excellent mod. Also, I have to admit.
Absolutely.
So, and I talked to her. I sent her messages. We text message each other and stuff like that. Because she sends me stuff. I send her stuff. I wish I could actually, because I'm on a cell phone, so I can't do it through StreamYard. But I want to be able to like share videos and stuff, because there's a lot of stuff that I actually, I would like to share the video and like make commentary or or talk about it or whatever. But I can't do that yet. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, if you're ready to go tuck in, because it's probably 2-3 o'clock there in
Yeah, it's 2.
Florida.
Yeah, it's 2 o'clock here.
Yeah, well, Friday night, 2 o'clock, you might just want to go put your feet up and relax. And
yeah, I've been up since 5:30. Yes.
Yeah, it was fun talking to you. I mean,
yeah, dude, I appreciate you coming in, really, I do, man. And then it, just adds more to it when like, for instance, Chris. That was the first time I met him. He found my channel from somewhere else, which is awesome.
What a cool guy.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, he's on the same wavelength you are.
Yeah, and I'm probably familiar with some of the channels he's talking about too. Now I think about it, so because I get all over YouTube, you know what I mean, and I don't know. I guess I can say I troll everything. Like I don't know.
I'm a sojourner myself.
Well, anyway, I'll get up with you later. You have a good one out there, and Indy, you have a good night.
Did you see what Indy
there.
just said?
What's that? Yeah, I can do that. Oh yeah, we'll just go backstage. But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and end the live. Stick around, Cindy, and
right.
I'll see you guys later. Indy, if you want to come backstage.
Happy
Or-
trails, everybody.
Put anything in the back in the private chat if you wanted to do that. I don't know. It's up to you. But I'm gonna go ahead and end it. You guys have a good one. 11:22 Wingnut Radio out here for Anarchy TV.